The quiet world of Roman religion. Amid whispers of night and ancient stone, we softly explore the slow, gentle tales of Rome's gods, myths, and rituals. In a hushed, soothing voice, we drift from one story to the next, painting detailed scenes of temples, ceremonies, and divine figures. Relax as we wander the calm halls of Roman tradition, hearing of great gods, humble spirits, sacred objects, and the quiet mysteries that filled the empire's long history. Let these gently spoken tales, heavy with detail, yet delivered in a monotone hush, guide you into sleepy dreams of old Rome. The Roman religious experience was fundamentally different from modern spiritual practice. It was not a matter of personal faith or individual salvation, but rather a collective responsibility, a contract between the Roman people and their gods. The concept of pax deorum, the peace of the gods, defined this relationship. Romans believed that proper ritual observance maintained cosmic order and ensured the prosperity of the state. When disaster struck, it was interpreted as a sign that the gods had been offended, and elaborate expiatory rites would be performed to restore balance. This system was deeply conservative, rooted in mos maiorum, the ancestral custom that governed all aspects of Roman life. Even as Rome expanded and absorbed foreign gods and practices, the fundamental framework remained unchanged. New deities were incorporated through a formal process called Evocatio, in which Roman priests would ritually invite a foreign god to take up residence in Rome, promising better temples and more frequent sacrifices. This pragmatic approach to religion reflected the Roman character, practical, legalistic, and concerned above all with results. The calendar itself was a religious document. The year was divided into days that were phos, when legal and political business could be conducted, and nephos, when such activities would offend the gods. Festival days punctuated the agricultural cycle, marking planting, harvest, and the turning of seasons. In the quiet rhythm of this calendar, we find the heartbeat of Roman life, a steady pulse of ritual that connected the humblest farmer to the grandest senator, all participating in the same sacred cycle. As we embark on this extended journey through Roman mythology and religion, let the gentle repetition of names, the careful description of rituals, and the slow unfolding of stories lull you toward rest. Each section builds upon the last, creating a tapestry of interconnected beliefs and practices. There is no urgency here, no dramatic climax to anticipate, only the steady, measured exploration of a world where gods walked among mortals, where every action had sacred significance, and where the eternal city stood as the axis mundi, the center of the cosmos. Part 1. The Capitoline Triad and Major Deities. Chapter 1. The Capitoline Triad, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. Long before the curtains of night, Romans honored a special trio of gods atop the Capitoline Hill. Jupiter, known in Latin as Jupiter, was the mighty sky father and king of the gods, wielding thunderbolts and presiding over oaths and weather. He sat at the center of the Capitoline temple, often shown holding a lightning bolt or scepter. To his left was Juno, called Juno in Latin, his wife and sister, the queen of the gods who guarded marriage, women, and childbirth. On his right sat Minerva, goddess of wisdom, crafts, and strategy. Together, these three formed the Capitoline Triad, the most honored deities of Rome. The temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, which housed this sacred triad, was not merely a religious structure, but a symbol of Roman power and identity. Construction began under the Etruscan kings in the late 6th century BCE, and the temple was dedicated in 509 BCE, the traditional date of the founding of the Roman Republic. The timing was significant. The temple became inextricably linked with Roman liberty and republican government. Each of the three deities had their own cella, or inner chamber, within the temple, but they were united under one roof, symbolizing the unity of Roman religious and civic life. The architectural grandeur of the temple cannot be overstated, though we speak of it in measured tones. Built on a massive stone platform, the temple featured 3 rows of columns across the front and a single row along each side. The roof was crowned with a terracotta quadriga, a chariot drawn by 4 horses, with Jupiter depicted as charioteer. Inside, the cult statue of Jupiter showed him seated, holding a scepter in one hand and a thunderbolt, crafted in the archaic style with features that recalled both Etruscan and early Italic traditions. Jupiter, Optimus Maximus, best and greatest. In soft cadence, we describe Jupiter more fully. He was indeed Optimus Maximus, the best and greatest. As Sky Father, he commanded weather, sending thunder to shake the earth and lightning to illuminate the heavens.
Through natural phenomena, particularly the flight of birds known as auspices, he communicated with his priests. These signs were not mere superstition, but the foundation of Roman public religion. No major state decision, whether declaring war, electing magistrates, or founding a colony, could proceed without favorable auspices. The augurs, Jupiter's specialized priests, practiced their art on the Capitoline Hill and other designated sacred spaces. They would define a templum, a ritually demarcated area of sky using a curved staff called a lituus. Facing south, the augur would observe the flight patterns of birds, particularly noting whether they approached from the east, favorable, or west, potentially ominous. Different species carried different significance. Eagles, as Jupiter's sacred bird, were especially important, while ravens, crows, and owls also featured in augural interpretation. Jupiter's role extended far beyond weather and divination. He was the guardian of oaths and the enforcer of justice. When Romans swore an oath, they often did so by Jupiter, invoking him as witness and guarantor. The stone of Jupiter, kept near the temple, was used in particularly solemn oaths. Treaty-making involved elaborate rituals conducted by the fetial priests who invoked Jupiter while sacrificing a pig with a sacred flint knife. If either party broke the treaty, they prayed that Jupiter would strike them down as the pig had been struck. As patron of the Roman state, Jupiter received the ultimate honors. Victorious generals celebrated their triumphs by processing through Rome to his temple, where they would dedicate their laurel wreaths and offer sacrifices. The general, painted red to resemble Jupiter's cult statue, wore a purple toga embroidered with gold stars, a laurel crown, and carried an eagle-topped scepter. A slave stood behind him in the chariot, holding a golden crown over his head, while whispering, "Remember you are mortal," a reminder that even in triumph, no man could equal the king of gods. Jupiter's festivals punctuated the Roman year. The Ides of each month, the 13th or 15th, depending on the month, were sacred to him, marked by the sacrifice of a white lamb at his temple. The most important were the Ides of September, when the newly elected consuls took office and offered elaborate sacrifices. The Ludi Romani, the Roman games held in September, were dedicated to Jupiter and featured theatrical performances, chariot races, and athletic competitions, all understood as acts of worship. The Flamen Dialis, Jupiter's personal priest, lived under extraordinary restrictions that reflected the god's supreme sanctity. This priest could not touch or even name certain common objects. He could not touch a goat, horse, dog, or raw meat. He could not see an army in battle formation. He could not spend a night away from his own bed. He had to wear a special pointed cap, the apex, at all times in public, and he could never take an oath, since his word was considered absolutely trustworthy as Jupiter's representative. His wife, the Flaminica Dialis, also observed numerous taboos and participated in important female rituals. If she died, the Flamen Dialis had to resign his priesthood, so intimately were their religious roles connected. Jupiter's epithets reveal the many facets of his divine personality. As Jupiter Tonans, the thunderer, he wielded the lightning bolt. As Jupiter Pluvius, he brought rain. As Jupiter Lucetius, he was the bringer of light. As Jupiter Stator, he stopped Roman armies from fleeing in battle. As Jupiter Feretritius, he received the spolia opima, the armor stripped from an enemy commander killed in single combat by a Roman general, the highest military honor, achieved only 3 times in all Roman history. Each epithet had its own small shrine or altar, and Romans prayed to the specific aspect of Jupiter most relevant to their needs. In the home, the paterfamilias might maintain a small shrine to Jupiter, often depicted in miniature bronze figurines showing him seated with thunderbolt and scepter. These domestic representations brought the power of the Capitoline into the private sphere, allowing families to invoke the king of gods in their daily lives. Children learned from an early age that Jupiter watched over all Romans, that his justice was inescapable, and that honoring him properly was not merely pious, but essential to Rome's survival. Juno, Regina, Queen of Heaven and Protector of Rome. Next, we drift to Juno, Jupiter's counterpart. In calm words, we note she was also his sister, and the holy matron of Rome. She protected marriage and childbirth, overseeing women's lives in all their stages. The month of June, Iunius in Latin, was named in her honor, and it was considered the most auspicious time for weddings. Brides would offer sacrifices at Juno's temple before their wedding day, praying for her blessing on their marriage and future children. Juno's role in the Capitoline triad was not subordinate to Jupiter's, but complementary. While he ruled the sky and state, she protected the people, particularly women, and served as guardian of the city itself. Her title, Regina, meaning queen, was not merely honorific, but reflected real cultic importance. The famous temple of Juno Regina on the Aventine Hill was established after the siege of Veii in 396 BCE, when the Romans practiced Evocatio, ritually inviting Juno to leave the Etruscan city and take up residence in Rome with promises of better worship and grander temples. In the Capitoline temple, Juno's Cella stood to the left of Jupiter's. Her cult statue showed her as a majestic matron, often wearing a diadem and holding a scepter, with a veil draped over her head in the manner of respectable Roman matrons. Her sacred animal, the peacock, was sometimes depicted at her feet or embroidered on temple hangings. The peacock's eyes on its tail feathers were said to represent Juno's all-seeing vigilance over her people. Juno had numerous epithets reflecting her various functions. As Juno Lucina, she was the bringer of light, particularly the light of birth, and women in labor prayed to her for safe delivery. The Matronalia Festival on March 1st honored Juno Lucina, when married women would visit her temple with offerings of flowers and prayers for their households. Husbands were expected to give gifts to their wives on this day, and slaves received holiday freedom, reversing, briefly, the normal social order. As Juno Moneta, she was associated with the Roman Mint, which was located near her temple, on the Arx, the northern summit of the Capitoline Hill. The English word money derives from this epithet. Legend held that Juno's sacred geese, kept at this temple, warned the Romans of a night attack by the Gauls in 390 BCE, cackling when the watchmen had failed to notice the enemy. The geese were thereafter honored in annual ceremonies, while dogs, which had failed in their duty, were ritually crucified between the temples of Juventus and Simonus, a harsh reminder of the consequences of failing to protect Rome. As Juno Sospita, she was the savior in times of crisis, often depicted wearing a goat skin, with the animal's head serving as a helmet. Her temple at Lanuvium, southeast of Rome, housed a sacred serpent that lived in a cave. Once a year, young girls would descend into the cave carrying offerings of barley cakes. If the snake accepted the offering, it was a sign that the girl was a virgin and that the coming year would be prosperous. If the snake refused the cakes, it meant the girl was impure or that disaster threatened. The priests would then perform elaborate purification rituals to avert the divine anger.
Juno's complex relationship with Jupiter featured prominently in Roman mythology, though we tell these stories in gentle tones. She was his sister, born to Saturn and Ops, and became his wife despite their sibling relationship, a divine arrangement that mortals were certainly not expected to emulate. Their marriage was sometimes harmonious, but more often marked by Juno's jealousy of Jupiter's numerous affairs with mortal women and goddesses alike. These myths, borrowed largely from Greek traditions about Zeus and Hera, were nonetheless interpreted through a Roman lens. Juno's jealousy represented the legitimate anger of a wronged wife, and her persecutions of Jupiter's paramours and illegitimate children were seen as understandable, if sometimes excessive. The Matronalia Festival in March provides a window into how ordinary Roman women related to Juno. On this day, women would dress in their finest clothes, wear their best jewelry, and process to Juno's temple with offerings. They would pray not only for themselves, but for their marriages, their children, their slaves, and their households. After the temple visit, families would gather for feasts, and it was customary for tensions between family members to be set aside, arguments forgotten, grudges released. In this way, Juno's festival promoted domestic harmony, reflecting her role as guardian of the family unit. In art and sculpture, Juno appeared as the ideal Roman matron, dignified, composed, powerful, but not aggressive. She wore the stola, the traditional dress of married Roman women, and often a veil, palla, that covered her head, indicating her respectability. Her posture was upright, her expression serious but not stern. She might hold a patera for libations or a scepter, indicating her royal status. Unlike Greek depictions of Hera, which sometimes showed her as vindictive or petulant, Roman representations emphasized her gravositas, that quintessentially Roman quality of seriousness and dignity. For Roman women, Juno was a constant presence throughout life. As girls approaching marriageable age, they would dedicate their childhood toys to Juno, symbolizing their transition to adulthood. At their weddings, brides invoked Juno's protection. During pregnancy and childbirth, women prayed to Juno Lucina. As matrons running their households, they looked to Juno as their divine patron. Even in death, epitaphs sometimes commended women to Juno's care. This lifelong relationship between goddess and worshipper was deeply personal, yet also communal, as all Roman women shared in Juno's protection. Minerva, goddess of wisdom, craft, and strategic warfare. Though not requested, Minerva joins our sleep story for completeness of the triad. She was born of Jupiter alone, according to some versions, springing fully formed from his head, and was wise, brave, and eternally virgin. The hush of narration describes her sitting in armor, yet also with a loom and owl, symbols of wisdom and craft. She watched over artisans, students, and skilled warriors, representing the Roman ideal of intelligence applied to practical ends. Minerva's Cella in the Capitoline Temple stood to the right of Jupiter's, balancing Juno's on the left. This positioning was symbolically significant. Jupiter's wisdom was expressed through Minerva, to his right, the favored side, while his power over the state and family was expressed through Juno. Together, the three represented different aspects of divine rule: power, protection, and prudence. The goddess's Italian origins preceded her association with Greek Athena. She was originally an Etruscan goddess called Minerva, associated with lightning, craft, and wisdom. When the Romans built the Capitoline Temple under Etruscan influence, they included this deity as part of the ruling triad. Over time, as Greek culture increasingly influenced Rome, Minerva became closely identified with Athena, adopting many of her myths and attributes while retaining distinctly Roman characteristics. Minerva's role as goddess of craft and handiwork made her especially important to artisans, from weavers and potters to metalworkers and painters. Guilds of craftspeople often had shrines to Minerva in their workshops, and they celebrated the Quinquatrus festival in her honor every March. This 5-day celebration, beginning on March 19th, was a time when no work was done on the first day, considered Minerva's birthday, but the following days featured sacrifices, parades, and demonstrations of craft skills. Students also honored Minerva during Quinquatrus, as she was patron of learning and schools. It was customary for students to pay their teachers during this festival and to offer small gifts at Minerva's altars. As a goddess of strategic warfare, as opposed to Mars's association with the fury of battle, Minerva represented careful planning, tactical thinking, and the intelligent use of force. Roman generals might pray to both Mars and Minerva before battle, to Mars for courage and strength, to Minerva for wisdom in command and strategy. The distinction was important in Roman military thought, which valued discipline and planning over mere bravery. The famous Roman military writer Vegetius would later summarize this attitude: "Let him who desires peace prepare for war," a sentiment that embodied Minerva's domain. Minerva's temple on the Aventine Hill, built in 263 BCE, became a center for writers, artists, and intellectuals. The Collegium Poetarum, an association of poets and actors, met at this temple, and theatrical performances were often dedicated to Minerva. This association between the goddess and artistic pursuits reflected the Roman understanding that craftsmanship applied equally to physical arts, weaving, metalwork, and intellectual arts, poetry, rhetoric. Both required skill, learning, and the wisdom to create something of value and beauty. In religious art, Minerva appeared as a warrior goddess wearing armor and a crested helmet, usually holding a spear and sometimes carrying a shield decorated with the head of Medusa, the Gorgonion, an attribute borrowed from Athena. Her owl, a symbol of wisdom and nocturnal vigilance, often perched at her feet or on her shoulder. Unlike representations of Mars, which emphasized strength and aggression, images of Minerva conveyed controlled power, intelligence, and composure. Her stance was alert but not threatening, ready for action but not actively seeking conflict. The Flamen Minerva, one of the 12 specialized priests serving individual deities, performed regular sacrifices and maintained her cult. While not subject to as many restrictions as the Flamen Dialis, this priest still held an important position in Rome's religious hierarchy. The sacrifices offered to Minerva typically included white animals, sheep or cattle, as white was associated with purity and wisdom. Unlike some deities who received bloody sacrifices exclusively, Minerva also accepted bloodless offerings, grain, honey cakes, and libations of milk or wine. Young girls and boys received education in reading, writing, and arithmetic under Minerva's protection. The Roman education system, though not universal, was understood as sacred work. Teachers, called magistri or grammatici, depending on the level of instruction, would invoke Minerva at the beginning of each school day. Students would offer small sacrifices at her shrines before examinations or when beginning to learn a new skill. The notion that education was a religious duty as well as a practical necessity helped ensure that even modest families tried to provide some schooling for their children. In the domestic sphere, women invoked Minerva for success in textile work, one of the primary responsibilities of Roman matrons and their female slaves. The spinning of wool and the weaving of cloth were not merely economic activities, but also carried moral significance. A woman who excelled at spinning was considered virtuous and disciplined. The famous epitaph of Claudia, dating to the 2nd century BCE, praised her with the words, "She kept house, she spun wool." Simple activities elevated to the status of moral accomplishments. Minerva presided over this work, and household shrines often included small representations of the goddess alongside the Lares and Panates. The integration of Minerva into the Capitoline triad reflected Rome's religious pragmatism and its ability to synthesize different traditions. An Etruscan goddess became fully Roman, then absorbed attributes of a Greek goddess while maintaining her distinct character and importance in Roman religion. This process of religious adaptation occurred repeatedly throughout Roman history, but nowhere more significantly than in the Capitoline triad, where the 3 most important state deities represented the blending of Italic, Etruscan, and eventually Hellenistic influences into a distinctly Roman religious system. Chapter 2. Jupiter in greater detail, Father of Gods and Men. Now we expand our gentle exploration of Jupiter, that most Roman of gods. Let us sink deeper into the calm waters of his worship, allowing each detail to wash over us like waves on a still shore. Jupiter was not merely a deity among others, he was the organizing principle of Roman religion, the axis around which all else turned. Understanding Jupiter means understanding Rome itself, for the two were inseparable in the Roman mind. Jupiter's origins and early worship. Jupiter's name derives from the Proto-Indo-European sky father, cognate with Greek Zeus and Sanskrit Diaspita. This linguistic heritage connects Roman religion to the deep past, to a time when Indo-European peoples shared a common religious vocabulary. The Romans, of course, did not think in these scholarly terms. For them, Jupiter had always been Jupiter, the eternal father who had watched over the Latin peoples since time immemorial. The oldest form of Jupiter worship in Rome predated the Capitoline Temple. On the nearby Quirinal Hill, there existed shrines to Jupiter Feretrius, whose name might derive from fere, to strike, or fere, to bear, referring either to the striking of oaths or the bearing of spoils. According to tradition, Romulus himself founded this shrine after defeating Acron, king of Caenina, in single combat and dedicating the spoils there. The shrine was tiny, barely more than a stone hut, but it remained sacred even after the Grand Capitoline Temple was built, a reminder of Rome's modest beginnings. Another ancient Jupiter cult focused on Jupiter Elysius, associated with rain and the drawing down of lightning. Numa Pompilius, Rome's second king, was credited with establishing elaborate rituals for summoning Jupiter Elysius. These rites involved specific prayers and the sacrifice of particular animals on the Aventine Hill. The name Elysius, from elytere, to draw forth, referred to this power to call upon the god's meteorological forces. In times of drought, these ancient rites would be revived, priests and people alike processing to the old shrine to beg Jupiter for rain. The architecture and ritual space of Jupiter's worship. The temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus stood as one of the wonders of the ancient world. Approaching it from the Via Sacra, visitors would climb a long, steep stairway, symbolically ascending from the human realm toward the divine. The platform on which the temple stood was enormous, encompassing not just the temple building itself, but altars, smaller shrines, and open space for public gatherings. The temple faced south, following the Etruscan practice, rather than east, as Greek temples typically did. This orientation had religious significance. The augurs, when taking auspices, faced south so that the favorable east was on their left, the lucky side, and the ominous west on their right. The temple's position at the summit of the Capitoline, towering over the forum below, made it visible from throughout Rome, a constant reminder of Jupiter's presence and protection. The interior of Jupiter's Cella housed his cult statue, originally made of terracotta in the Etruscan style. The statue showed Jupiter seated on a throne, his face and hands painted red using minimum, a sacred red pigment. In his right hand he held a scepter topped with an eagle, and in his left a thunderbolt. He wore a purple toga embroidered with gold stars and a crown of oak leaves, later replaced with gold. During the Republic, this statue was dressed in the toga picta, painted toga, only during triumphs, but in the Empire, it remained permanently adorned in triumphal dress, reflecting the emperor's permanent status as victorious commander. Before the cult statue stood a massive altar where regular sacrifices took place. The bloodiest sacrifices occurred on this altar, with bulls, rams, and other animals meeting their end in Jupiter's name. The altar was approached with great solemnity, priests and attendants processing in white togas, playing sacred music on flutes, and carrying the implements of sacrifice. The ritual slaughter was performed according to precise rules. The animal had to appear willing, no sounds of distress could be allowed before the knife fell, and the blood had to flow freely over the altar. Adjacent to the main temple stood smaller shrines and sacred objects. A sacred olive tree, said to be immortal, grew near Jupiter's shrine. Sacred shields, the Ancilia, were kept in the temple's care during part of the year. The lapis silex, Jupiter's oath stone, rested on a platform where the most solemn oaths were sworn. The presence of these various sacred objects transformed the Capitoline into a complex sacred landscape, not just a single building, but an entire holy precinct.
Jupiter's festivals and the Roman calendar. The Roman calendar was fundamentally a religious document, and Jupiter's presence permeated it. Every month began with the calends, from which we get calendar, the first day of the month sacred to Juno. But the Ides, falling on the 13th or 15th depending on the month's length, belonged to Jupiter. On the Ides of each month, the Flamen Dialis would lead a procession from the Regia, the ceremonial house in the Forum, to the Capitoline Temple, driving a white lamb for sacrifice. This monthly rhythm connected Jupiter worship to the passage of time itself, making him the guarantor of temporal order as well as cosmic order. The most elaborate Jupiterian festival was the Ludi Romani, the Roman Games, held annually in September. These games, according to tradition, were instituted by the Etruscan king Tarquinius Priscus in the 6th century BCE, though they were likely much older. Originally lasting only one day, the games expanded over time until, by the late Republic, they occupied 15 days, September 5 to 19. The games combined religious ritual with public entertainment. Processions, theatrical performances, chariot races, and athletic contests all honored Jupiter. The opening of the Ludi Romani featured a magnificent procession called the Pompa Circenses. It began at the Capitoline Temple, where magistrates, priests, and victorious generals gathered. The procession included musicians playing flutes and lyres, dancers leaping and spinning, incense bearers spreading fragrant smoke, and attendants carrying images of the gods on furcula, portable platforms. Jupiter's image, crowned and robed in purple, was borne prominently, followed by the images of Juno and Minerva. The procession wound through the Forum and eventually arrived at the Circus Maximus, where the games would take place. Upon arrival, sacrifices were performed, and the games began with prayers to Jupiter for his blessing. Another important Jupiterian festival was the Apulum Jovis, the Feast of Jupiter, celebrated on the Ides of September, the Ides of November, and the Ides of other months on special occasions. During this festival, a ritual banquet was prepared for the Capitoline gods. Statues of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva were placed on cushioned couches, pulvinaria, and elaborate meals were set before them. The gods were treated as living guests, served by priests and attendants by temple servants. After the gods had eaten, meaning after a sufficient time had passed for them to spiritually consume the offerings, the food was distributed to the participants, allowing mortals to share in the divine banquet. The Agonalia, celebrated on January 9th, was yet another festival involving Jupiter, though scholars debate its exact purpose. The name might derive from agon, contest, or agonia, victim, suggesting either games or sacrifices. What we know is that the Rex Sacrarum, king of sacred rites, sacrificed a ram to Jupiter. This festival's occurrence in January, the month of Janus and beginnings, suggests it helped inaugurate the sacred year, seeking Jupiter's blessing for the coming months. The Flamen Dialis, Jupiter's priest and his sacred restrictions. The Flamen Dialis lived a life entirely dedicated to Jupiter, bound by taboos so extensive that they touched every aspect of his existence. These restrictions, which seem strange to modern minds, reflected the extreme sanctity of the priesthood and the need to keep the priest in a state of perpetual ritual purity. Let us explore these taboos in gentle detail, each restriction a window into Roman religious psychology. The Flamen Dialis could not touch iron, the metal of weapons and work. All cutting implements used in his presence had to be bronze, harking back to an earlier age. When his hair was cut, which could only be done by a free man, and his nails trimmed, the clippings had to be buried beneath a lucky tree, typically an oak, Jupiter's sacred tree. This restriction on iron may have reflected a symbolic rejection of violence and toil. The priest lived in a state of sacred peace, separated from the mundane world of work and war. He could not ride a horse or look upon an army arrayed for battle. Both of these were associated with Mars and warfare, domains separate from Jupiter's role as guarantor of peace and cosmic order. If the Flamen accidentally saw an army in battle formation, elaborate purification rituals had to be performed to cleanse him of the contamination. This separation of priestly functions reflected Roman compartmentalization of divine spheres.
Each god had his own priests, and those priests did not intrude upon each other's domains. The priest could not touch or even name certain animals and plants. He could not touch a goat, a lustful animal associated with other gods, a dog, an unclean scavenger, or a horse, Mars's animal. He could not eat raw meat, beans, associated with the dead, or wheat that had touched the ground. He could not walk under a grapevine trained on a trellis, as the bending of the vine was considered inauspicious. Ivy could not be brought into his house, as ivy was associated with Bacchus, and the two cults had to remain separate. Perhaps most remarkably, the Flamen Dialis could not spend a single night away from Rome, and could not sleep outside his own bed for even one night. His presence in the city was required for Rome's continued prosperity. If he had to travel for any reason, elaborate precautions were taken and proxy rituals were performed in his absence. This restriction physically tied the priest to Rome, making him an embodiment of the city itself, inseparable from its sacred geography. The priest's marriage was equally sacred. He had to marry by confariatio, the most ancient and solemn form of Roman marriage, in which the couple shared a cake made of spelt, far. His wife, the Flaminica Dialis, became a priestess in her own right, with her own sacred duties and restrictions. She wore her hair in a particular style, bound with a purple woolen band, and dressed in a dyed woolen robe. She could not climb more than 3 steps of a ladder, lest she be elevated improperly, could not wear shoes made from the leather of an animal that died naturally, only sacrificial leather was pure enough, and maintained her own complex set of taboos. If the Flaminica died, the Flamen Dialis had to resign his priesthood immediately. The marriage was so integral to the sacred office that the priest could not continue without his wife. This meant that once chosen, the Flamen and Flaminica were bound together for life, their personal relationship subsumed into their religious function. They were not merely a married couple, but a sacred unity, jointly embodying Jupiter's presence on Earth. Despite, or perhaps because of, these extraordinary restrictions, the Flamen Dialis held high social status. He was entitled to wear the purple-bordered toga praetexta in public, the same garment worn by magistrates. He sat in the Senate, though he could not run for elected office, as that would require campaigning and travel. He had the right to a special seat at public games and precedence in religious processions. When he walked through Rome, a lictor carrying the fasces preceded him, the same honor accorded to consuls. This high status compensated to some degree for the complete restriction of his personal freedom. The office of Flamen Dialis had ancient origins, traditionally attributed to Numa Pompilius, but it lapsed during the late Republic due to the difficulty of finding candidates willing to accept such restrictions. In 12 BCE, Augustus revived the priesthood as part of his general restoration of ancient religious practices. The emperor understood that traditional religion buttressed his political program, and he carefully cultivated archaic priesthoods and rituals to demonstrate his piety and his connection to Roman tradition. Jupiter's role in state religion and politics. Jupiter was not merely a god to be worshipped privately, he was intimately connected with Roman state functions. Consuls, upon taking office, ascended to the Capitoline to sacrifice a white bull to Jupiter, formally placing their magistracy under divine protection. This sacrifice was not optional or merely ceremonial. It was a legal requirement without which the consul's authority was not legitimate. Similarly, the Senate often met in temples, including Jupiter's Capitoline temple, so that their deliberations took place in the god's presence, reminding senators that they acted under divine scrutiny. The triumph, Rome's highest military honor, was fundamentally a religious ceremony dedicated to Jupiter. The triumph was awarded by the Senate to generals who had achieved major victories, killing at least 5,000 enemies in a single engagement. The triumphator would dress as Jupiter, wearing the purple toga embroidered with gold stars and with his face painted red in imitation of Jupiter's cult statue. He stood in a chariot drawn by 4 white horses, the same configuration as Jupiter's divine chariot, and processed through Rome while the populace cheered. Behind the triumphator stood a slave, holding a golden crown over the general's head, while continuously whispering, "Memento mori," remember you are mortal, Or respis post te, hominum te memento, look behind you, remember you are a man. This whispered reminder served to prevent hubris, ensuring that even in his moment of supreme glory, dressed as a god and celebrated as Rome's savior, the general remembered his mortality and subordination to divine power. The triumph ended at Jupiter's Capitoline temple, where the triumphator offered his laurel crown and sacrificed oxen, returning to the god the glory that was rightly his. The spolia opima, the ultimate military honor, belonged exclusively to Jupiter Feretrius. These were the arms and armor stripped from an enemy commander killed in single combat by a Roman general fighting on foot. Only 3 times in all Roman history was this honor claimed: by Romulus after killing Acron of Caiena, by Aulus Cornelius Cassus after killing Lars Tolumnius of Veii in 437 BCE, and by Marcus Claudius Marcellus after killing Viridomarus, king of the Gauls, in 222 BCE. The rarity of this achievement underscored its sacred nature. When won, the general would personally carry the spoils to Jupiter Feretrius's ancient shrine and dedicate them there, bypassing even the grandeur of the Capitoline temple for this primitive, sacred space. Jupiter also played a central role in treaty-making through the Fadial priests. When Rome sought to establish formal peace or alliance with another state, the Fadials performed elaborate rituals. The Pater Patratus, the head Fadial, would travel to the border with the other state, carrying sacred herbs from the Capitoline Hill and a piece of the sacred flint used in Jupiter's sacrifices. He would recite a formula calling upon Jupiter and other gods as witnesses, listing the treaty terms 3 times. If the other state agreed, a pig was sacrificed using the sacred flint, and its blood sanctified the treaty. If either party later broke the agreement, the Fadials believed Jupiter would punish the transgressor with the same violence used on the sacrificial pig. Declaration of war followed a similar ritual. If another state wronged Rome and refused satisfaction, the Fadial priests would travel to the offending state's border and formally declare war by throwing a spear into their territory. This act placed the war under Jupiter's protection and marked it as just, bellum justum. The Romans were deeply concerned with the concept of just war. They believed Jupiter would only grant victory if they fought for legitimate reasons and had followed proper ritual in declaring hostilities. This belief sometimes required creative interpretation, such as when, during distant wars, the Fadials would throw their spears into a specially designated plot of enemy land near the Temple of Bellona in Rome, satisfying the ritual requirement without the impractical necessity of traveling to distant borders. Jupiter's mythology and divine relationships. In the quiet twilight of storytelling, we examine Jupiter's mythological relationships, speaking softly of divine matters. Jupiter was the son of Saturn, who had overthrown his own father, Caelus, Sky. Saturn, fearing prophecy that his own children would overthrow him, swallowed each child at birth. His wife Ups, grieving for her lost children, hid the infant Jupiter in a cave on Crete, or in some Roman versions, on a mountain in Latium, substituting a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes for Saturn to swallow. Jupiter grew to adulthood, then forced Saturn to regurgitate his siblings, Neptune, Pluto, Juno, Ceres, and Vesta. After overthrowing Saturn, Jupiter and his brothers divided the cosmos. Jupiter took the sky and became king of gods and men. Neptune received the seas, and Pluto ruled the underworld. This division established the fundamental order of the universe, with each domain ruled by a sovereign deity, but all ultimately subject to Jupiter's supreme authority. Jupiter's numerous affairs feature prominently in Roman mythology, though these stories were largely borrowed from Greek traditions about Zeus. The Romans approached these myths with some ambivalence. On one hand, they demonstrated Jupiter's power and the divine origin of various heroes. On the other hand, they portrayed behavior that violated Roman moral standards. Roman writers like Virgil and Ovid retold these Greek myths, but often with a distinctly Roman moral coloring, emphasizing consequences and divine justice rather than treating the affairs as mere adventures. Among Jupiter's mortal lovers was Io, whom he transformed into a cow to hide her from Juno's jealousy.
Juno, not deceived, set the 100-eyed giant Argus to watch over Io. Jupiter sent Mercury to slay Argus, giving Juno's peacock its many-eyed tail. But Juno then sent a gadfly to torment Io, driving her to wander the earth. Eventually, Jupiter restored Io to human form, and she became an ancestress of several heroic lines. This myth, told in hushed tones, illustrates the complex interplay between Jupiter's power and Juno's anger, with mortals often suffering as collateral damage in divine disputes. Europa, a Phoenician princess, was abducted by Jupiter in the form of a white bull. He carried her across the sea to Crete, where she bore him 3 sons, including Minos, who became king of Crete and, after death, a judge in the underworld. This myth connected Mediterranean civilizations to divine ancestry and explained cultural links between distant regions. The Romans, who saw themselves as heirs to various mythological traditions, incorporated such stories into their understanding of the divine order and their own place within it. Leda, wife of the Spartan king Tyndarus, was seduced by Jupiter in the form of a swan. From this union, told in whispers, came eggs, from which held Helen of Troy, Clytemnestra, and the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux. The Dioscuri were particularly important in Roman religion. They had their own temple in the Forum and were credited with helping Rome win the Battle of Lake Regillus in 496 BCE. Thus, Jupiter's affair with Leda had direct religious significance for Rome, producing deities who protected the Roman state. Semele, a Theban princess, was Jupiter's lover and mother of Bacchus, Dionysus. Juno, jealous as always, tricked Semele into asking Jupiter to appear before her in his true divine form. Bound by an oath, Jupiter complied, and his thunderbolts instantly consumed the mortal woman. Jupiter rescued the unborn Bacchus from Semele's ashes and sewed him into his own thigh, from which the god was later born. This myth explains Bacchus's dual nature, partly mortal through Semele and partly divine through direct birth from Jupiter, and accounts for the god's association with ecstatic, boundary-crossing religious experiences. Among goddess consorts, Leto bore Jupiter the twin deities, Apollo and Diana, Artemis. Maia, one of the Pleiades, was mother to Mercury. Metis, personification of wisdom, was Jupiter's first wife. When she became pregnant, Jupiter swallowed her to prevent their child from overthrowing him, repeating his father's fear. However, the unborn Minerva continued to develop inside Jupiter and eventually emerged from his head, fully grown and armored, a myth explaining Minerva's role as goddess of wisdom and her special relationship with Jupiter. These various liaisons and offspring created a complex divine family tree that connected Jupiter to virtually every aspect of divine activity. Through his children and their various domains, Jupiter's influence extended to healing through Apollo, hunting, Diana, commerce, wine and ecstasy, Bacchus, and countless mortal heroes who claimed divine ancestry. This web of relationships made Jupiter truly the father of gods and men, his bloodline running through both Olympus and Earth. Jupiter's syncretism and evolution. As Rome expanded beyond Italy, Jupiter was increasingly identified with the chief gods of conquered peoples. This process, called Interpretatio Romana, allowed Romans to understand foreign religions in their own terms, while also facilitating the integration of diverse peoples into the empire. Jupiter was equated with the Greek Zeus, the Etruscan Tinia, the Celtic Tyrannus, and the Germanic Donar, among others. Temples to Jupiter in Gaul, Britain, or Germania often preserved local cult practices while nominally honoring the Roman god. This syncretism was bidirectional. Jupiter absorbed attributes from the gods he was identified with, becoming ever more universal. Jupiter Dolicanus, for example, combined Jupiter with a war god from Dolichae in Syria, and his mystery cult spread among Roman soldiers throughout the empire.
Jupiter Heliopolitanus blended Jupiter with the sun god of Heliopolis, Baalbek, resulting in magnificent temple complexes that mingled Roman and Levantine architectural and ritual traditions. The equation of Jupiter with the Hellenistic concept of Zeus Pater led to philosophical interpretations of the god. Stoic philosophers saw Jupiter as the divine mind that ordered the cosmos, the logos or rational principle underlying all existence. For them, the myths of Jupiter's affairs and interventions were allegories for natural processes and cosmic principles. When Cicero wrote about religion, he could speak of Jupiter both as a literal deity requiring cult observances and as a philosophical concept representing divine providence and natural law. By the imperial period, Jupiter's role had evolved significantly. He remained the official head of the Roman pantheon, but the rise of emperor worship complicated the religious landscape. Emperors were not quite identified with Jupiter, but they were increasingly portrayed in Juperian terms, wielding thunderbolts in art, described as having Jupiter's favor, or even as Jupiter's representatives on Earth. The formula Iovi optimo maximo et genio Augusti, to Jupiter best and greatest, and to the genius of Augustus, appeared on altars throughout the empire, linking imperial and divine authority. In our gentle narration, we note that Jupiter's cult continued even as Christianity began to spread through the empire. The old god had remarkable staying power. Temples to Jupiter remained active well into the 4th century CE, and rural areas maintained his worship even longer. He represented tradition, Roman identity, and the stable cosmic order that had sustained Rome for centuries. Only gradually, and with considerable resistance, did his temples fall silent and his altars grow cold. Chapter 3. Juno in depth. Queen, Mother, Protector. Now we turn our attention more fully to Juno, speaking in soft, measured tones about the Queen of Heaven. She was not merely Jupiter's consort, but a powerful deity in her own right, with ancient Italian origins and a complex cult that touched nearly every aspect of Roman life, particularly the lives of women. Let us explore her worship slowly, letting each detail of her religious observances sink in like gentle rain. Juno's origins and early cult. Juno's name derives from the same Indo-European root as juvenile and junior, connecting her to youth and vitality. In the earliest Latin religion, before the Etruscan influences that shaped the Capitolan triad, Juno was likely a goddess of the moon and the monthly cycle, explaining her close association with the calends, the first day of each month when the new moon appeared. Each month began with sacrifices to Juno, performed by the priestesses at her various temples and by matrons in their homes. The ancient connection between Juno and the lunar cycle linked her inevitably to women's bodies and the monthly menstrual cycle. In Roman understanding, the moon influenced fertility, childbirth, and women's health. Juno, as moon goddess, naturally became patron of these aspects of women's lives. Her title, Lucina, the one who brings to light, referred both to moonlight and to the moment of birth, when a child first sees light. Different Italian towns had their own Juno cults before Rome's expansion unified the region. At Lanuvium, Juno Sospita, the savior, was worshipped with rites involving a sacred serpent. At Veii, Juno Regina presided until the Roman conquest, when she was ritually invited to Rome. At Falarii, Juno Curitas was honored as a warrior goddess, her temple served by a maiden who drove a sacred chariot. These various Junos were gradually incorporated into Roman religion, each becoming an aspect or epithet of the one Juno, while preserving local cult practices. The famous Evocatio of Juno Regina from Veii in 396 BCE illustrates Roman religious pragmatism beautifully. The Romans had besieged Veii for 10 years without success. Finally, the general, Marcus Furius Camillus, performed the Evocatio ritual, standing before Veii's walls and addressing Juno directly. Whether it is a god or goddess who protects this city, I pray to you. I promise you a temple in Rome and annual sacrifices if you will abandon this city and come to Rome instead." According to legend, Juno's cult statue responded by nodding in agreement, and Veii fell shortly afterward. True to his word, Camillus built a magnificent temple to Juno Regina on the Aventine Hill, and the goddess became one of Rome's most important protectors. The temples and sacred spaces of Juno. Juno possessed numerous temples throughout Rome, each serving different functions and honoring different aspects of the goddess. The oldest was likely the shrine on the Arx, the northern peak of the Capitoline Hill, where Juno Moneta had her temple. This temple was built in 345 BCE on the site where Juno's sacred geese had warned Rome of the Gallic attack. The geese remained sacred, kept in the temple precinct, and treated with great honor. The Roman mint was later established here, producing the coins that would spread Rome's power and Jupiter's image throughout the world. The Temple of Juno Regina on the Aventine, built after the Evocatio from Veii, became a major cult center. Here, matrons gathered on June 1st for the Calende Junia, the festival celebrating the beginning of Juno's sacred month. The temple was decorated with flowers and garlands, and women would bring offerings of cakes, wine, and incense. Married women, particularly those hoping for children, made special petitions to Juno, asking for her blessing on their marriages and her aid in conception and childbirth. Juno's Cella in the Capitoline Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus gave her a place in Rome's most important religious structure, emphasizing her role in state religion alongside her domestic associations. Here, she received sacrifices during major state ceremonies, her portion of the offerings second only to Jupiter's. When Rome celebrated military victories or gave thanks for the harvest, Juno received her due as Queen of Gods and protector of the Roman people. At Lanuvium, about 20 miles southeast of Rome, stood the ancient temple of Juno Sospita. Here, priestesses maintained the cult of the sacred serpent that lived in a cave beneath the temple. The annual rite involving young girls and barley cakes tested the girl's virtue and predicted the coming year's fortune. If the snake accepted the offering, the girl was proven chaste and the year would be prosperous. If the snake refused, or if the girl dropped the cakes in fear, purification rituals followed. This primitive cult, with its elements of ordeal and animal worship, persisted throughout the Republic and into the Empire, a reminder of pre-Roman religious practices that survived under Roman rule. Roman families, especially those who had ancestral connections to particular Juno cults, might maintain household shrines to the goddess alongside their Lares and Panates. These might feature small terracotta or bronze figurines of Juno, showing her crowned and veiled, holding a scepter or patera. Matrons would pray at these shrines daily, asking Juno's protection for their households and her guidance in their roles as wives and mothers. Juno's festivals throughout the year. The Matronalia on March 1st was one of Juno's most important festivals, honoring her as Juno Lucina, patron of childbirth. The festival marked the beginning of the Roman New Year in the oldest calendar, and it celebrated both literal and metaphorical birth, the birth of children, and the rebirth of the year in spring. Married women would dress in their finest clothes, adorn themselves with their best jewelry, and process to Juno's temple on the Escaline Hill. At the temple, women would offer flowers, particularly the crocus, which bloomed in early spring, and pray for healthy pregnancies and safe deliveries. Pregnant women made special offerings, asking Juno to ease their labor and protect their unborn children. Women who had safely delivered babies in the past year would return to thank the goddess and dedicate small tokens, perhaps a lock of the baby's hair or a miniature cradle. The atmosphere was one of female solidarity and mutual support, as women of all social classes came together to worship their shared patron. After the temple visit, families would gather for special meals. Husbands were expected to give gifts to their wives on Matronalia, honoring them as Juno honored all matrons. Even female slaves received treats and were given the day off from their usual duties. Some households allowed slaves to sit at table with the family or even to be served by their masters, inverting the normal social order in a manner similar to Saturnalia later in the year. The Calende Junia on June 1st celebrated the beginning of Juno's month. The calends of every month were sacred to Juno, but the calends of June held special significance. At the temple of Juno Regina on the Aventine, matrons gathered for ceremonies led by the priestesses. The temple would be thoroughly cleaned and redecorated, with fresh garlands of flowers and herbs hung from the columns and doorways. Inside, the cult statue of Juno would be carefully washed with water from a sacred spring, then anointed with perfumed oils and dressed in new robes. Sacrifices of white cows, female cattle, appropriate for the goddess, were offered, and the meat was distributed among the worshippers for a communal feast. Music played, flutes and lyres, not the trumpets and horns of military ceremonies, creating a gentle, celebratory atmosphere. Women would recite prayers, asking for Juno's continued protection, for happy marriages, for children and grandchildren, for the safety of the Roman state that depended on strong families. June weddings gained their lasting popularity from this association with Juno's sacred month. Romans believed that marriages performed in June received Juno's special blessing and would be happier and more fruitful than those performed at other times. Young brides would visit Juno's temple before their weddings, offering locks of their maiden hair and asking the goddess to make them good wives and mothers. This tradition connected individual life transitions to the divine order, making marriage not merely a social contract, but a sacred institution under divine protection. The Nonae Capratinae on July 7th involved Juno and complex rituals commemorating female virtue and the city's salvation. The festival's exact origins and meaning were obscure even to Romans themselves, but it involved serving women and female slaves gathering outside the city at a wild fig tree, Capra ficus. There, under the tree's shade, they would perform mock battles with each other, engage in ribald jesting and joking, and feast together. The reversal of normal propriety, respectable matrons and slaves mixing freely, women engaging in mock combat, created a liminal space where ordinary social rules were suspended. One legend connected this festival to a moment during Rome's early wars when female slaves, disguised as noblewomen, had infiltrated an enemy camp and signaled the Roman army to attack, saving the city. Another version linked it to the rape of the Sabine women and their subsequent mediation of peace between Romans and Sabines. In either case, the festival celebrated female agency and women's crucial role in preserving Rome, while Juno presided as the ultimate female savior who empowered mortal women to act courageously. Juno's role in marriage and family. Juno's protection of marriage began before the wedding itself. When a young woman reached marriageable age, typically 14 to 16, her family would begin seeking a suitable husband. Once a match was arranged, the girl would dedicate her childhood toys and her bulla, the amulet worn by freeborn children for protection, at Juno's temple, symbolically leaving childhood behind. This dedication marked her transition from girl to woman, from daughter to wife, and placed her new status under Juno's guardianship. The wedding ceremony itself invoked Juno at several points. After the auspices were taken, requiring favorable omens for the marriage to proceed, the bride would be dressed in a special outfit, a white tunic, tunica recta, woven in one piece, bound with a woolen belt, cingulum, tied in the knot of Hercules, which only the husband could untie. Over this, she wore an orange veil, flammeum, and a wreath of flowers. The orange veil was said to mimic the color of fire, connecting the bride to Vesta's sacred flame that she would tend in her new home. During the ceremony, the couple would join right hands, dextraem junctio, in the presence of witnesses, while a matron who had been married only once, univira, served as pruniba, or matron of honor. This matron represented Juno, who was invoked explicitly. Ubi tu Gaius, ego Gaia, the bride would say, using the formal names indicating husband and wife. This formula placed the marriage under Juno's protection, making her a divine witness to the union. At the threshold of the groom's house, the bride performed several rituals. She was lifted over the threshold to avoid any potential bad omen, anointed the doorposts with oil and fat, and adorned them with woolen fillets. Inside, she was led to the hearth, where she made offerings to the household gods, the Lares and Panates, and to Vesta. She also made a special offering to Juno, asking the goddess to make her a good wife and to bless her with children. Small figurines of Juno were often kept near the household hearth specifically for these post-wedding prayers. Throughout married life, matrons invoked Juno regularly. When hoping to conceive, they prayed to Juno Lucina. During pregnancy, they made regular offerings and visited her temples to ask for protection. When labor began, midwives would invoke Juno's aid, and the laboring woman herself would cry out to the goddess. After a successful birth, mothers would return to Juno's temple with thank offerings, perhaps a small silver replica of a baby or a dedication plaque expressing gratitude. Juno also received petitions in marital disputes. If a husband was cruel or adulterous, wives might pray to Juno for justice or for help in enduring their situations. If a marriage was unhappy or barren, couples might together make offerings to Juno, asking her to restore harmony or grant the gift of children. While Juno also gave husbands considerable power over their wives, religion provided women with a sphere where they could seek divine intervention and support. Juno Sospita, the warrior goddess. While Juno is often viewed primarily as a goddess of domestic life, her aspect as Juno Sospita reveals a more militant dimension. At Lanuvium, she was depicted wearing a goat skin with the animal's head forming a helmet, carrying a spear and shield, and sometimes shown in a running or fighting stance. This warrior Juno protected not just families, but the entire Roman state, and she would fight to defend it. The cult statue at Lanuvium showed Juno Sospita in this military guise, and replicas of this image spread throughout Rome and Italy. Soldiers would pray to Juno Sospita before battle, asking her to protect them and grant victory. She was especially invoked during defensive wars, when Rome itself was threatened. Her name, Sospita, savior, emphasized her role as deliverer from danger, whether the danger threatened individuals or the entire state. During the Second Punic War, when Hannibal ravaged Italy and threatened Rome directly, the cult of Juno Sospita saw renewed emphasis. The Romans, desperate for divine aid, consulted the Sibylline books, the collection of prophetic texts kept in the Temple of Jupiter. The books advised them to pay special attention to Juno Sospita's cult at Lanuvium. Repairs were made to her temple, extraordinary sacrifices were offered, and special games were instituted in her honor. When Rome ultimately triumphed over Carthage, Juno Sospita received credit alongside Jupiter and Mars for the victory. This martial aspect of Juno might seem contradictory to her domestic role, but Romans saw no contradiction. Just as a mother would fiercely protect her children, Juno, as mother of Rome, would fight to defend her people. The duality reflected Roman ideals of womanhood. Women were expected to be gentle and nurturing within the family, but also capable of fierce courage when their families or city were threatened. Juno embodied both aspects, making her a complete divine patron for Roman women in all their roles. Juno Moneta, guardian of the mint. The epithet Moneta, attached to Juno's temple on the Capitoline arcs, requires special attention. The name might derive from monere, to warn, referring to Juno's sacred geese warning Rome of the Gallic attack. Alternatively, it might come from an ancient goddess, Moneta, who became assimilated to Juno. Regardless of its etymology, the result was clear. Juno Moneta became associated with money, as the Roman mint operated adjacent or within her temple complex. The choice to locate the mint at Juno's temple was practical. The Capitoline was secure and central, but also symbolic. Coinage required trust. People had to believe that coins bore the correct weight of silver or gold and that the state would maintain their value. Placing coin production under divine supervision guaranteed, theoretically, honesty in the minting process. Juno, as Queen of Heaven and guardian of sacred oaths, would not tolerate fraud or debasement of the currency. Coins minted at the Temple of Juno Moneta bore her image on reverse sides, showing her crowned and holding a scepter or scales. Some coins depicted her sacred geese, or the moment when the geese warned Marcus Manlius of the Gallic attack. These images reminded Romans of Juno's protective power and her crucial role in the city's survival. Every time a Roman handled a coin, they handled an object sanctified by Juno, blessed by her priests, and stamped with her image. The English word money derives from moneta, through Latin moneta, which came to mean coin or mint precisely because of this association. French monnaie, Italian moneta, Spanish moneda all preserve the name of Juno's temple where coins were produced. Thus, Juno's influence extends even into modern economic vocabulary, a linguistic fossil preserving ancient religious practice. The mint workers themselves operated under Juno's protection. Before beginning each day's work, they would make offerings at her temple, asking for precision in their measurements and honesty in their work. The dies used to stamp coins were sacred objects, kept in the temple when not in use. Creating new dies for a new coin issue required religious ceremonies, blessing the tools and the images they would impress on countless pieces of metal that would circulate throughout the Roman world.
Chapter 4. Minerva, Wisdom, Craft, and Strategic War. In whispers soft as falling snow, we turn to Minerva, the virgin goddess of wisdom and skill. She was born from Jupiter's head, fully grown and fully armed, emerging without mother as the product of divine thought itself. This miraculous birth made her unique among goddesses, neither bound by the usual processes of conception and gestation, nor limited by feminine vulnerability. She was wisdom incarnate, reason personified, the divine intellect made manifest. Minerva's Etruscan and Italian origins. Before she was Minerva, she was Menvra, an Etruscan goddess of wisdom, arts, and possibly thunder. When the Etruscan kings ruled Rome in the 6th century BCE, they brought their religious practices with them, including the worship of Menvra. The Capitoline temple, built under King Tarquinius Priscus or his successor, included Minerva as one of the ruling triad, alongside Tinia, Jupiter, and Uni, Juno. The Romans adapted the Etruscan goddess, giving her the Latin name Minerva, and gradually identified her with Greek Athena. The process was gradual and never complete. Minerva retained distinctly Italian characteristics even as she absorbed Athena's mythology. Most significantly, Minerva was less overtly warlike than Athena. While Athena was patron of Athens, a city often at war, and regularly depicted in full armor striking a threatening pose, Minerva was more frequently shown at peace, her armor suggesting readiness rather than active aggression. Archaeological evidence from early Latin sites shows that Minerva had been worshipped in Latium before Rome's rise to dominance. Small votive offerings, miniature tools, spindles, and weaving implements found at rural shrines suggest that even in humble village contexts, Minerva was honored as patron of craftwork. This Italian tradition persisted alongside the more elaborate state cult, ensuring that Minerva remained accessible to ordinary Romans, even as her grand temples served aristocratic and state functions. The Quinquatrus, Minerva's festival. The Quinquatrus, celebrated from March 19 through 23, was Minerva's most important festival. The name supposedly derived from Quinque Atris, 5 days, though the festival may have originally been a symbol day that expanded over time. The first day, March 19th, was said to be Minerva's birthday, though as an immortal goddess born from Jupiter's head, she had never actually been an infant. Roman logic could accommodate such contradictions. The birthday celebrated the day when her cult was founded or when her temple was dedicated, not a literal birth. On the first day of Quinquatrus, no blood sacrifices were performed, unusual for a major Roman festival. Instead, offerings consisted of grain, honey cakes, and incense, emphasizing Minerva's connection to peaceful arts rather than violent sacrifice. Students and craftspeople would bring offerings to Minerva's temples, asking for her continued guidance in their studies and work. Teachers suspended classes for the duration of the festival, and students were expected to bring gifts to their teachers, showing gratitude for instruction provided under Minerva's patronage. The following 4 days featured games, gladiatorial contests, and performances, along with the customary blood sacrifices. Guilds of craftspeople, fullers, dyers, weavers, potters, and others would process to Minerva's temples with their tools and products, dedicating them to the goddess and asking her blessing for the coming year. A master craftsman might offer his finest work, an exquisitely woven cloth, a perfectly balanced blade, a beautifully painted vase, as a thank offering for Minerva's inspiration. The military also honored Minerva during Quinquatrus. Soldiers would clean and repair their weapons and armor, offering sacrifices for Minerva to keep them safe in battle and grant them wisdom in tactical decisions. The distinction between Minerva's domain and Mars's was carefully maintained. Mars ruled the fury and courage of battle, the bloodlust that drove soldiers to fight fiercely. Minerva governed strategy, discipline, the intelligent planning that won wars. A good general honored both, seeking Mars's strength and Minerva's wisdom. A smaller festival, the Minisculae Quinquatrus, Little Quinquatrus, was celebrated on June 13th. This festival focused specifically on flute players, Tigillum, who were essential to Roman religion, providing music for all sacrifices and ceremonies. The flute players would process through Rome in costume, some dressed as women, others masked, all celebrating their art. They would end at the Temple of Minerva on the Aventine, where they offered sacrifices and feasted. The day's revelry included significant drinking, and sources suggest that flute players used this festival to petition for better treatment, as they were essential religious functionaries but sometimes poorly compensated. Minerva and Roman education. Roman education, though not universal, was conducted under Minerva's protection. When a child reached the age to begin formal learning, around 7 years old, the family would make an offering at Minerva's temple, asking the goddess to make the child an apt and diligent student. The beginning of the school year, which fell shortly after Quinquatrus, was marked by sacrifices to Minerva, and students would dedicate their writing tablets, tabelle cerate, and styluses to her, asking for skill in their use. Teachers, magistri, grammatici, or rhetheres, depending on the level of instruction, operated under Minerva's divine oversight. A teacher might maintain a small shrine to Minerva in the schoolroom, with a statuette of the goddess watching over the students. Before beginning lessons each day, the teacher would pour a small libation and say a brief prayer to Minerva, asking her to open the students' minds and grant them understanding. Students might echo this prayer, especially before difficult examinations or recitations. The curriculum itself reflected Minerva's domains. Basic literacy and numeracy, of course, but also rhetoric, the art of persuasive speaking, which was considered essential for any Roman seeking public office. Advanced students studied philosophy, law, engineering, and military science, all fields requiring the application of wisdom and reason. For girls, the curriculum focused more on domestic skills, spinning, weaving, household management, and enough literacy to read religious texts and family records. Even these female accomplishments fell under Minerva's protection, as she was skilled in weaving and all crafts. Private tutors, particularly those teaching aristocratic children, would invoke Minerva by name in their teaching. A tutor explaining geometry might say, "As Minerva teaches us, the angles of a triangle equal 2 right angles," attributing mathematical truth to the goddess of wisdom. This rhetorical move connected abstract knowledge to divine order, suggesting that learning was not merely practical, but also sacred, that understanding the world meant glimpsing the divine mind. Libraries, though not common until the late Republic and Empire, were sometimes located in or near temples to Minerva. The idea was that books, as repositories of wisdom, naturally belonged under the goddess's care. The first public library in Rome, established by Asinius Pollio in 39 BCE, included a section devoted to religious texts and philosophical works, and offerings were made to Minerva at its dedication. Later imperial libraries continued this association, with statues of Minerva often flanking the entrances to reading rooms. Minerva and craftsmanship. Every craft guild in Rome looked to Minerva as patron. The connection was straightforward. Crafts required skill, skill required learning, learning required wisdom, and Minerva embodied wisdom. Whether working with wool, metal, clay, leather, or stone, craftspeople understood their work as a form of applied intelligence, and they honored the goddess who granted that intelligence. Weavers held a special place in Minerva's devotion. Spinning and weaving were the primary occupations of respectable Roman women, and proficiency in these crafts was considered a crucial virtue. The ideal Roman matron, as praised in funeral inscriptions, kept house and spun wool. Domum servavit, lanum fecit. This was not merely economic activity, but moral performance, and Minerva presided over it as judge and patron. The wool-working process began in spring, when sheep were sheared. The raw wool would be washed, carded, combed to align the fibers, and dyed if colored fabric was desired. Women would then spin the wool into thread using a distaff and spindle, a process requiring constant attention and considerable skill to produce thread of even thickness. Finally, the thread would be woven on a loom, creating the fabric that would become clothing, blankets, and household textiles. At each stage, women would pray to Minerva for skill, and experienced weavers would teach novices while invoking Minerva's guidance. The story of Arachne, though Greek in origin, illustrates Minerva's connection to weaving and her jealous protection of her craft. Arachne, a mortal woman, boasted that her weaving skills surpassed even Minerva's. The goddess, offended, challenged Arachne to a weaving contest. Both produced magnificent tapestries, but Arachne's depicted the gods' various misdeeds and love affairs, including Jupiter's many infidelities, while Minerva's showed the gods in their majesty and power. Enraged by Arachne's presumption and the subject matter of her work, Minerva destroyed the tapestry and struck Arachne. The girl attempted to hang herself, but Minerva transformed her into a spider, condemned to weave forever. Romans told this story as a warning against hubris. Technical skill alone was not enough. One must also show proper respect to the gods. Arachne's punishment illustrated that gifts came from the divine, and mortals who forgot this source and claimed credit for themselves would suffer. Yet the story also showed Minerva's connection to weaving so intimate that an insult to her craft was an insult to the goddess herself. Metalworkers, particularly those working bronze and iron, honored Minerva alongside Vulcan, the smith god. The creation of tools, weapons, and household implements required not just physical strength and the ability to endure the forge's heat, but also precise knowledge of temperatures, hammering techniques, and metal properties. This knowledge, the techna of metallurgy, fell under Minerva's domain. Smiths would maintain small shrines to both Vulcan and Minerva in their workshops, offering Vulcan the first bloom of fire each morning and offering Minerva prayers for skill and precision. Potters similarly honored Minerva. The creation of pottery required knowledge of clays, understanding of wheel speeds, control of kiln temperatures, and artistic vision. A master potter, creating fine tableware for aristocratic homes, or sturdy amphora for shipping wine and oil, worked under Minerva's guidance. Potters' workshops often featured small terracotta statuettes of Minerva, themselves examples of the craft they protected. Architects and engineers invoked Minerva when designing buildings, bridges, and aqueducts. The planning of a major structure, calculating loads, designing arches, surveying land, required applied mathematics and practical wisdom. The great architects whose work defined Roman engineers, men like Vitruvius, who wrote the seminal De Architectura, understood their profession as requiring Minerva's gift of wisdom combined with practical experience. Vitruvius explicitly stated that the architect must be educated in many subjects, from geometry and history to medicine and law, to properly execute his art. Minerva and warfare. Minerva's martial aspect distinguished her from Mars in important ways. While Mars was the frenzy of battle, the bloodlust and courage that drove soldiers to kill or be killed, Minerva represented strategic thinking, tactical planning, and disciplined warfare. Roman military success depended on both aspects, the fury to fight and the intelligence to fight well, and generals who neglected either would likely fail. Before major campaigns, generals would sacrifice to both Mars and Minerva. The distinction was clear. Mars received offerings of male animals, bulls, rams, associated with aggressive male energy, while Minerva received female animals, cows, ewes, representing wisdom and measured strength. The general would pray to Mars for the soldier's courage and to Minerva for his own tactical insight. During the campaign, if the army faced difficult decisions, whether to give battle or wait, which route to march, how to deploy troops, the general might consult Minerva through divination, seeking the goddess's guidance. The military also honored Minerva in the training of soldiers. Roman military success depended on discipline and drilling, not merely on individual valor. Soldiers practiced formation movements, learned to maintain their place in the line even under enemy pressure, and drilled with their weapons until their responses became automatic. This training, the transformation of civilians into disciplined fighting men, was understood as education, and education belonged to Minerva. Military camps might include shrines to Minerva alongside those to Mars, acknowledging both gods' roles in military success. Minerva's appearance in military art showed her armed but composed. She wore armor, a corselet over her chiton, tunic, and often a crested Corinthian helmet, and carried a spear, but her posture was upright and calm, not aggressive. Unlike Mars, who might be shown in the midst of battle fury, Minerva appeared as the eternal guardian, ready to fight but preferring wisdom to violence. This iconography reflected Roman military ideals. The best general was not the most bloodthirsty, but the most intelligent, the one who won victories through superior planning and minimal casualties. The connection between wisdom and warfare made sense in the Roman worldview. War was not merely violence, but a complex political and military problem requiring solution. A successful general needed to understand not just tactics, but also logistics, feeding and supplying an army, engineering, building siege works and fortifications, diplomacy, managing allies and negotiating with enemies, and politics, maintaining support in Rome. All of these required Minerva's gift of wisdom applied practically. Minerva's temples and sacred spaces. Beyond her cella in the Capitoline Temple, Minerva possessed several dedicated temples in Rome. The most important was on the Aventine Hill, established in the early Republic. This temple became the meeting place for the Collegium Poetarum, the guild of poets, actors, and playwrights. The choice was appropriate. Poetry and drama were crafts requiring skill and learning, and Minerva patronized both. During religious festivals, theatrical performances were often dedicated to Minerva, with actors processing to her temple before taking the stage. The temple of Minerva Medica, Minerva the Healer, in the gardens of Licinius, honored the goddess's aspect as patron of medicine. While Asclepius was the primary god of healing, Minerva's connection to wisdom extended to medical knowledge. Physicians understood their art as requiring extensive learning, anatomy, pharmacology, the properties of various treatments, and thus they worked under Minerva's oversight. Medical writers like Celsus and Galen acknowledged Minerva as the source of medical wisdom, and physicians would offer sacrifices to her alongside Asclepius. Outside Rome, many cities had temples to Minerva, often built on elevated positions like the Capitoline Temple. In military colonies, where retired soldiers were settled, Minerva's temples served both military and civilian functions, honoring her as goddess of strategic warfare and peaceful crafts. These temples often featured schools in adjacent buildings, making the connection between goddess and education explicit. The Nerva Forum in Rome, completed under Emperor Nerva in 97 CE, but begun by Domitian, was dominated by a grand temple to Minerva. Domitian had particularly favored Minerva, considering her his patron deity, and he built several structures in her honor. The Forum Nervae's temple showed Minerva in her military aspect, fully armed, but also included carved reliefs depicting women engaged in weaving and other crafts. The sculptural program emphasized Minerva's dual nature, warrior and artisan, strategic and skilled. Votive offerings at Minerva's temples reflected her diverse roles. Soldiers dedicated captured weapons, students dedicated writing tablets, weavers dedicated their finest cloths, physicians dedicated medical instruments. The accumulation of these objects created a kind of sacred museum, displaying human achievement in all fields under Minerva's patronage. When worshippers visited the temple, they could see evidence of the goddess's wide influence, from the most humble craft to the highest military art. Minerva's symbols and sacred animals.
The owl was Minerva's primary sacred animal, representing wisdom and nocturnal vigilance.
Unlike most birds, which are helpless at night, owls see perfectly in darkness, hunting when other creatures sleep. This ability to perceive what is hidden made the owl a perfect symbol for wisdom, which sees truth that lesser minds miss. In art, Minerva often appeared with an owl perched on her shoulder or at her feet, its large eyes mirroring the goddess's penetrating gaze. The snake also had associations with Minerva, though less prominently than the owl. Snakes represented renewal, shedding their skin, and hidden knowledge, living underground or in dark places. Some images of Minerva showed a snake coiled around her spear or shield, suggesting the combination of wisdom and defensive power. The snake's appearance on Minerva's aegis, the shield or breastplate decorated with Medusa's head, connected to the Gorgon myth and the goddess's protective function. The olive tree was sacred to Minerva, borrowed from Athena's mythology. According to the Greek myth, Athena and Poseidon competed for patronage of Athens. Poseidon struck the Acropolis with his trident, producing a saltwater spring, while Athena caused an olive tree to sprout. The gods judged Athena's gift superior, as the olive provided food, oil for lamps, and wood, while Poseidon's spring was useless. Though this myth was Greek, Romans adopted the olive's association with Minerva, and olive branches appeared in her iconography alongside the owl and snake. The aegis itself was Minerva's most distinctive attribute. This shield or breastplate bore the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turned viewers to stone. According to myth, Minerva had aided Perseus in slaying Medusa, then placed the monster's head on her aegis as a weapon. Anyone who looked upon it would be petrified with fear. The aegis represented Minerva's defensive power. She protected those under her care with such fierce guardianship that enemies were turned to stone by terror. In artistic representations, Minerva's helmet varied in style. Sometimes she wore a Corinthian helmet, the classic Greek style with nose guard and cheek plates, often pushed back on her head to reveal her face. Other times she wore an Attic helmet, lighter and more open, suggesting readiness but not active combat. The helmet's crest might be adorned with a sphinx or other symbol of wisdom. Unlike Mars, whose helmet was always worn in a fighting position, Minerva's helmet was often raised or worn casually, emphasizing that her strength was intellectual rather than purely martial. Her clothing typically consisted of a chiton, a simple tunic with a corslet over it, combining feminine dress with military equipment. She might wear a himation, cloak draped over her shoulders. Unlike Juno, who dressed as a Roman matron in full stola, or Venus, who appeared in flowing and revealing garments, Minerva's clothing was practical and modest, befitting her virgin status and her focus on action rather than appearance. Minerva in Roman literature and philosophy. Roman poets and writers frequently invoked Minerva as their patron, asking for inspiration and skill in composition. Ovid, Virgil, Horace, and other literary figures acknowledged Minerva as the source of eloquence and artistic achievement. At the beginning of major works, poets might include prayers to Minerva alongside other muses, asking for divine aid in the creative process. In philosophical discourse, Minerva represented reason and wisdom as abstract principles. Cicero, in his philosophical works, sometimes personified wisdom as Minerva, using the goddess to discuss the nature of knowledge and virtue. For Stoic philosophers like Seneca, Minerva could be understood as a symbol of the divine logos, the rational principle ordering the cosmos. When they spoke of following Minerva, they meant following reason and living according to wisdom. The equation of Minerva with wisdom led to interesting theological discussions. If Minerva was born from Jupiter's head, did that make wisdom a product of supreme divine power? Or did it suggest that wisdom had always existed within the divine nature, only manifesting in distinct form when Jupiter gave birth to Minerva? Such questions were debated by philosophers and theologians, who saw mythology not as simple stories, but allegories encoding profound truths about the nature of divinity and reality. Minerva also appeared in historical writing as a participant in Rome's destiny. Livy, the great historian of Rome, sometimes showed Minerva working alongside Jupiter and other gods to ensure Roman victory in crucial battles. When Romans made wise decisions, choosing good commanders, making strategic alliances, avoiding foolish risks, Livy might attribute this to Minerva's influence.
Conversely, when Romans made poor decisions, it suggested they had failed to heed Minerva's guidance. In the empire, emperors sometimes associated themselves with Minerva. Domitian, as mentioned, was particularly devoted to her and built multiple temples in her honor. He portrayed himself as having Minerva's wisdom guiding his rule, and coins from his reign often showed Minerva on the reverse side, suggesting the emperor's policies had divine wisdom backing them. This association allowed emperors to claim not just military might through Mars or sovereignty through Jupiter, but also intelligent governance through Minerva. Chapter 5. Neptune, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and other major gods. Now in gentle tones, we expand our view to encompass the other great gods of the Roman pantheon. Each deity governed specific aspects of life and nature, and together they formed a comprehensive divine hierarchy that touched every element of Roman existence. We speak softly of seas and wars, love and commerce, letting each god's story unfold with calm deliberation. Neptune, lord of waters and horses. Neptune, in Latin Neptunus, ruled all waters, seas, rivers, springs, and the mysterious underground waters that fed wells and made crops grow. He was Jupiter's brother, son of Saturn, and equal to Jupiter and Pluto in divine majesty, though his realm was the watery deep rather than sky or underworld. Roman sailors, fishermen, and anyone who depended on water for livelihood looked to Neptune for protection and favor. Neptune's festival, the Neptunalia, fell on July 23rd, in the heat of summer when water was most precious. Romans would gather at springs, rivers, and the seashore to celebrate. They built temporary shelters from branches and leaves, ombre, to shade themselves while feasting and offering sacrifices. The festival had a rustic, informal character, quite different from the solemn state ceremonies at major temples. People would sprinkle water on themselves, believing it carried Neptune's blessing and would protect against summer heat and drought. In mythology, Neptune was husband to Amphitrite, a sea goddess, and father to numerous children, including Triton, a merman who blew a conch shell horn to calm or raise the seas. Neptune's power over horses seemed strange until one understood the ancient connection. Both seas and horses were wild, powerful, difficult to control. Neptune Equestris, Neptune of the horses, was honored at horse races, and charioteers would pray to him before competitions. The Circus Maximus, Rome's great chariot racing venue, included shrines to Neptune where drivers offered sacrifices before races. Neptune's symbols included the trident, a three-pronged spear used for fishing and associated with his power to stir or calm waters. In art, he appeared as a bearded, muscular figure, often nude or wearing a short tunic, riding a chariot pulled by hippocampi, horses with fishtails. His expression was typically stern, reflecting the sea's dangerous power. The sea was beautiful but deadly, providing food and transportation, but also drowning the unwary, and Neptune's cult emphasized both seeking his favor and appeasing his potential anger. The Temple of Neptune in the Campus Martius was built around 206 BCE, during the Second Punic War, when Rome's naval power was crucial to defeating Carthage. Roman admirals would sacrifice at this temple before naval campaigns, asking Neptune to grant favorable winds and seas. After victories at sea, they would return to dedicate spoils, captured ship's beaks, anchors, and other nautical equipment. The temple thus became a repository of Rome's naval history, its walls and precinct filled with memorials to sea victories. Neptune's connection to freshwater made him important to Rome's infrastructure. The city's aqueducts, which brought water from distant springs and rivers, were partly under Neptune's protection. When new aqueducts were dedicated, sacrifices were offered to Neptune at the water's source, asking him to keep the flow strong and pure. The Aquarii, workers who maintained the aqueducts, had a special relationship with Neptune, offering regular small sacrifices at shrines built into the aqueduct channels. In times of drought, Neptune received special attention alongside Jupiter Pluvius, Jupiter the rainbringer. Romans would process to Neptune's temple or to the Tiber River, making extraordinary sacrifices and pleading for water. The connection between Neptune and underground water sources meant that well diggers and those prospecting for springs would pray to Neptune, sometimes making offerings by pouring wine or oil into the earth. Finding a good water source was considered a gift from Neptune, and the spot might be marked with a small shrine or altar. Mars, war, agriculture, and Roman identity. Mars, called Martius or Mors in earlier forms, was perhaps the most distinctly Roman of all the gods. While Jupiter had clear Indo-European parallels and even his name connected to other sky fathers, Mars was uniquely Italian, only later identified with Greek Ares. But Mars was far more important to Romans than Eris ever was to Greeks. Mars was not merely a war god, but also a god of agriculture, protector of fields and cattle, and most significantly, the divine father of Romulus and Remus, making him ancestor of the Roman people. The month of March, Martius, belonged to Mars, marking the beginning of both the agricultural and military seasons. In early Rome, March was the first month of the year, and the army's campaigning season began then, after winter's end made military operations feasible. The Feriae Martius, festivals of Mars, dominated March, with multiple celebrations honoring the god in his various aspects. On March 1st, the sacred fire of Vesta was renewed, and the Ancilia, 12 sacred shields, were carried through Rome by the Salii, Mars's special priests. The Salii were young men from patrician families who dressed in archaic armor, carried the shields, and performed ritual war dances while singing ancient hymns. The shields were said to have fallen from heaven during King Numa's reign, a gift from Mars to protect Rome. Numa had 11 copies made, so that potential thieves couldn't steal the real one, and all 12 were guarded carefully. The Sali's processions and dances occurred throughout March, bringing Mars's protection to every district of the city. The October horse, on October 15th, marked the end of the campaign season. A chariot race was held in the Campus Martius, and the right-hand horse of the winning team was sacrificed to Mars. The head was cut off and became an object of competition between two neighborhoods, one from the Via Sacra and one from the Subura, who fought to take it to their district where it would bring good fortune. The blood from the sacrifice was preserved and used in April's Paralia Festival for purifying and protecting sheep. This cycle of rituals, March's martial celebrations beginning the season, October's sacrifice ending it, framed the Roman year in Mars's terms. Mars's agricultural aspect seems strange to modern understanding, but it made perfect sense in ancient Italy. War and farming were the two primary male occupations, and both required similar virtues: strength, endurance, courage, and the willingness to face danger. Mars protected both warriors and farmers, ensuring that Romans could both defend their land and make it productive. The Carmen Arvale, one of Rome's oldest surviving religious texts, invoked Mars to protect fields from disease and marauders. The Arval Brethren, an ancient priesthood revived by Augustus, performed annual sacrifices to Mars on behalf of agricultural fertility. They would process around fields singing the Carmen Arvale and asking Mars to preserve the crops. Their ritual included 3 leaps, saltus, echoing the Sali's dancing, and the sacrifice of a pig to purify the farmland. The blending of military and agricultural symbolism, armed priests performing farming rites, embodied Mars's dual nature. In mythology, Mars was father to Romulus and Remus through the Vestal virgin Rhea Silvia. Her forced vows were violated when Mars, desiring her beauty, took her by force. The twins were born, and, though their uncle Emilius tried to drown them in the Tiber, they survived through divine intervention. Mars arranged for a she-wolf to nurse his sons, and later for a shepherd to raise them. When Romulus founded Rome, he dedicated the city to Mars, his divine father, making Mars the patron deity of Rome in a very personal sense, not just a god Romans worshipped, but their literal ancestor. The Campus Martius, Field of Mars, a large flat area outside Rome's original boundaries, was sacred to Mars. Here, the army drilled and assembled before campaigns. The altar of Mars stood at the center, and commanders would sacrifice there before leading troops to war. Victory celebrations also occurred here, with soldiers sharing sacrificial meat after giving thanks to Mars for their survival and success. Later, as Rome grew, the Campus Martius was gradually filled with temples, theaters, and public buildings, but it retained its association with Mars, and military activities continued there into the imperial period. Mars's symbols included the spear and shield, obviously, but also the woodpecker and the wolf, both sacred animals. The wolf's connection came through the story of Romulus and Remus, but the woodpecker required explanation. Woodpeckers were considered prophetic birds. Their pecking revealed what was hidden inside trees, metaphorically representing Mars's ability to reveal truth through warfare, testing men's courage and showing their true nature. The Piceni, an Italian people, claimed descent from Mars through a woodpecker, Picus, that had guided their ancestors to their homeland. In art, Mars appeared fully armed, wearing a crested helmet, corselet, and often a short military cloak, paludamentum. Unlike Minerva's calm bearing, Mars was usually shown in motion, striding forward, raising his spear, or standing in an aggressive stance. His expression was fierce, his body muscular and battle-ready. Some representations showed him with Venus, his lover, creating an interesting visual contrast. The war god and the love goddess, violence and beauty, destruction and creation paired together. Venus. Love, beauty, and Roman ancestry. Venus was the goddess of love, beauty, sexual desire, and fertility. But in Rome, she was much more. She was Venus Genetrix, the ancestress of the Roman people through her son Aeneas, and particularly the patron goddess of the Julian family, who claimed direct descent from her through Aeolus, Ascanius, Aeneas's son. This connection between the goddess of love and the Roman state, particularly its ruling family, gave Venus a unique importance. Venus's origins were Italian, possibly connected to a Latin goddess of gardens and vegetables, Venus meaning something like charm or grace that makes plants grow. She was later identified with Greek Aphrodite, absorbing that goddess's mythology and attributes. The process happened gradually, with Venus maintaining some distinctly Roman characteristics even as she adopted Aphrodite's stories. The month of April, Aprilis, was sacred to Venus, though the name's etymology is disputed. The Veneralia on April 1st honored Venus Verticordia, turner of hearts, asking her to inspire chastity and proper sexual behavior in women. This might seem contradictory, asking the goddess of sexual desire to promote chastity, but Romans understood Venus as governing all sexuality, and proper sexual conduct, within marriage for procreation, was as much her domain as illicit desire. Married women would visit Venus's temple, bathe her statue, dress it in new robes, and pray for happy marriages and protection from adultery, both their own temptations and their husbands'. The Vinalia Priora on April 23rd and Vinalia Rustica on August 19th celebrated wine in connection with Venus and Jupiter. The Spring Festival marked the opening of the previous year's wine jars, while the Summer Festival prayed for the current year's grape harvest. Venus's connection to wine reflected her association with pleasure and celebration. Wine was drunk at parties, love affairs began at banquets where wine flowed, and Venus naturally presided over such occasions. Venus's most important temple was Venus Genetrix in Caesar's Forum, built by Julius Caesar in 46 BCE to honor his family's divine ancestor. Inside stood a statue of Venus, and Caesar dedicated a golden statue of Cleopatra beside it, controversially placing his foreign lover in the temple of Rome's ancestral goddess. The temple became a center for ceremonies related to the Julian family, and later emperors continued to honor Venus Genetrix as their ancestor. Venus's iconography emphasized beauty and sensuality. Unlike Juno's matronly dignity or Minerva's armor, Venus appeared nude or semi-nude, her body displayed as the ideal of female beauty. She might be shown bathing, arranging her hair, or holding a mirror to admire her reflection. Roses and myrtle were her sacred plants, both associated with love and beauty. Doves were her sacred birds, representing both peace and fertility. Doves mate prolifically. Cupid, Latin Cupido, Greek Eros, was Venus's son and helper, a winged child or youth who carried a bow and arrows. His arrows caused love. Whoever was struck would fall desperately in love with the next person they saw. Cupid represented love's random, chaotic nature. His arrows struck without regard to appropriateness, causing inappropriate loves and mismatched passions. Numerous myths told of Cupid's mischief, and Romans both laughed at and feared his interventions. The story of Venus and Mars, the love goddess and the war god engaged in an affair despite Venus's marriage to Vulcan, was widely known in Rome, though it was Greek in origin. The myth explained how love and war interacted. Love could distract warriors, Mars neglecting his duties for Venus, but love could also inspire martial valor, fighting to impress one's beloved. When Venus and Mars appeared together in art, they symbolized the balance between love and conflict, pleasure and pain, creation and destruction. Venus's connection to Aeneas, central to Roman identity, came through Virgil's Aeneid, the great epic poem that told of Aeneas's journey from Troy to Italy after Troy's fall. In Virgil's telling, Venus actively protected her son, appearing to him at crucial moments, asking Jupiter to ensure his success, and guiding him toward his destiny as founder of the Roman race. When Aeneas doubted or despaired, Venus encouraged him, reminding him of his divine heritage and his duty to future generations. The cult of Venus Erycina, imported from Mount Eryx in Sicily, brought a more sensual Eastern element to Venus worship. Her temple on the Capitoline, built in 215 BCE during the Punic Wars, was served by prostitutes who dedicated their earnings to the goddess. This connection between Venus and prostitution troubled some moralistic Romans, but made sense to others. If Venus governed sexual desire, then professional sex workers naturally fell under her protection. The temple became associated with both sacred and secular prostitution, complicating Roman attitudes towards sexuality and religion. Mercury, messenger, merchant, trickster. Mercury, called Mercurius in Latin, was the divine messenger, god of commerce, travelers, thieves, and language. He wore a winged cap, petasus, and winged sandals, talaria, carried the caduceus, a herald staff with two serpents intertwined, and could move faster than thought, carrying messages between gods and from gods to mortals. His festival, the Mercuralia, occurred on May 15th, primarily celebrated by merchants and traders. Mercury's origins were probably Italian, though he was very early identified with Greek Hermes, absorbing that god's attributes and myths. The Temple of Mercury on the Aventine Hill, dedicated in 495 BCE, was located near Rome's commercial port, appropriate for the god of trade. Merchants would visit this temple to ask Mercury's blessing on their businesses, offering sacrifices and dedicating a portion of their profits. The connection between Mercury and commerce was so strong that mercantile derives from his name. Mercury's role as psychopomp, guide of souls to the underworld, made him important in funeral rites, though this function was less emphasized in Rome than in Greece. When someone died, Mercury was thought to lead their spirit down to Pluto's realm, showing the way through the underworld's dark passages. This role connected Mercury to crossroads and boundaries, places where the living world met the realm of the dead. The association between Mercury and thieves seems odd until one considers that thieves, like merchants, depend on cleverness and quick thinking. Mercury represented cunning intelligence, dolus in Latin, metis in Greek, the ability to outsmart opponents through trickery rather than strength. Thieves, conmen, and gamblers all claimed Mercury as patron, and they would pray to him before their schemes, asking for luck and the wit to avoid capture. Roman moralists disapproved, but Mercury's cult acknowledged these practitioners regardless. Mercury's myths often showed him as trickster and helper. He aided Odysseus, Roman Ulysses, by giving him a magical herb to resist Circe's transformation magic. He rescued Io from the hundred-eyed giant Argus by lulling the giant to sleep with stories, then killing him. He retrieved Persephone from the underworld on Jupiter's orders.
In each case, Mercury used intelligence and persuasion rather than force, embodying diplomatic solutions to problems. In art, Mercury appeared as a young, athletic man, often nude or wearing only a short tunic, emphasizing his speed and agility. The winged cap and sandals were his identifying features, along with the caduceus. He might carry a purse, marsupium, symbolizing his connection to commerce, or a ram or rooster, animals sacred to him. His expression was typically clever and slightly mischievous, hinting at his trickster nature. Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great Hermes, a syncretic combination of Hermes/Mercury with the Egyptian god Thoth, became important in later Roman religion, particularly among philosophers and practitioners of mystery religions. The Hermetic writings attributed to this figure blended Greek philosophy, Egyptian mysticism, and Roman religious concepts, creating a complex system that influenced later esoteric traditions. Though not part of mainstream Roman religion, Hermetic ideas circulated among educated Romans interested in alternative spiritualities. Chapter 6. The Domestic Sphere: Vesta, Lares, Penates, and Household Gods. In whispered tones, we turn inward from the grand temples and state religion to the quiet domestic sphere, where Romans encountered the divine daily in their homes and neighborhoods. Here, religion was not spectacular but intimate, not organized by priests but performed by family heads and local communities. The gods of home and hearth were perhaps less prestigious than the Capitoline triad, but they were more immediately present in Roman lives. Vesta, the eternal flame. Vesta was the goddess of the hearth, both the literal cooking fire in each home and the metaphorical heart of family life. Her name derived from the same Indo-European root that gives us Hestia in Greek, and her worship was ancient, predating even the founding of Rome. Every home had a hearth where Vesta's presence resided, and that hearth was the sacred center of domestic space. The hearth was where family meals were cooked, where people gathered for warmth, and where offerings to the household gods were burned. Each morning, the hearth fire would be ritually renewed, and the paterfamilias, or his wife, would speak brief prayers to Vesta, asking for her protection of the home. Before meals, small portions of food would be thrown into the fire as offerings to Vesta and the other household gods. This constant cycle of attention and offering maintained the relationship between family and goddess. Vesta's public cult centered on her temple in the Forum, where the Vestal virgins maintained the sacred eternal flame. This fire symbolized Rome's life and continuity. If it went out, it portended disaster for the city. The Vestals' primary duty was ensuring that this never happened. They took turns watching the fire around the clock, feeding it with wood, and keeping it burning. If the flames somehow extinguished, the entire city would undergo elaborate purification rituals, and the Vestal responsible might be punished. The Vestal virgins were selected from noble families, chosen between ages 6 and 10, and served for 30 years. They took strict vows of chastity, and breaking this vow was considered one of the worst religious crimes possible. If a Vestal was found guilty of sexual activity, she would be buried alive in an underground chamber with a small amount of food and water, then sealed in and left to die. Her lover, if identified, would be publicly beaten to death. This harsh punishment reflected the belief that a Vestal's violation threatened the entire city's safety. Despite, or because of, their difficult vows and responsibilities, Vestals enjoyed privileges no other Roman women possessed. They could own property independently, make wills, and give testimony in court without a male guardian. They had reserved seats at public games and theaters. When a Vestal's procession passed, even consuls and praetors had to yield the right of way. If a condemned criminal passed a Vestal by chance, he would be automatically pardoned. Their unique status, religious functionaries without male family authority, powerful but constrained, made them liminal figures, neither fully within normal gender hierarchies nor completely outside them. The Vestals lived in the house of the Vestals, Atrium Vestae, adjacent to Vesta's temple. This complex included bedrooms, dining areas, and courtyards, forming a self-contained community.
The Vestals ate well, the state provided their food, dressed in distinctive clothing, white robes with purple borders, and the suffibulum, a white veil worn with a particular hairstyle, and performed their duties with great ceremony. They prepared the mola salsa, sacred salted flour used in sacrifices, and they guarded important sacred objects and documents that were stored in Vesta's temple for safekeeping. The Vestalia, on June 7 to 15, was Vesta's primary festival, but only the first and last days were public. On June 7th, the temple's storeroom, Penis Vestae, was opened to matrons, but not men, who would enter barefoot and bring offerings of food. The temple, normally closed except to the Vestals, became a space of female worship and community. Women would pray for their household's prosperity and offer grain, flour, and baked goods. On June 15th, the temple was ritually cleansed, and all the accumulated dirt and old ritual objects were thrown into the Tiber River or a specific spot, the Cloaca Maxima. This cleansing renewed the temple and, by extension, all Roman hearths. Vesta had no anthropomorphic cult statue in her temple, highly unusual in Roman religion. Instead, a sacred flame burning on an altar represented her presence. This aniconic worship without images, suggested Vesta's ancient origins, predating the Etruscan and Greek influences that encouraged statues of deities. Vesta was not imagined in human form, but as the fire itself, the living heat that sustained life. Outside state cult, ordinary Romans maintained their relationship with Vesta through daily hearth rituals. The domestic hearth was never allowed to go completely cold if it could be helped. Banking the fire at night, covering coals with ash to preserve them until morning, was part of the evening routine. Letting the fire go out completely was considered both practically inconvenient and religiously inauspicious, suggesting neglect of the goddess. If the fire did die, it had to be ritually rekindled, often using friction methods, rather than simply borrowing flame from a neighbor. The connection between Vesta and the state's survival made her cult intensely political. During civil wars or other crises, attention to Vesta's flame became a barometer of Roman confidence. If the Vestals reported unusual difficulty keeping the flame lit, it was interpreted as an omen that the gods were withdrawing their favor. Conversely, when the flame burned strong and steady, it reassured Romans that the state remained secure. Augustus, during his religious reforms, took special care to emphasize his connection to Vesta, building a shrine to her on the Palatine Hill next to his residence, symbolically making the emperor's house an extension of Rome's sacred hearth. The Lares, household and community guardians. The Lares were guardian spirits, likely originating as deified ancestors who continued to protect their descendants. Each household had its Lares, typically depicted as two youthful figures dancing and holding drinking horns, rhytons, from which wine flowed. These spirits watched over the family, protecting the home from harm and blessing its inhabitants with prosperity and health. In return, Romans offered them daily worship at the household lararium, shrine. The lararium was typically located near the hearth, or in the atrium, main hall, positioned so family members passed it frequently. It might be a simple niche in the wall with a shelf for small statues and offerings, or, in wealthy homes, an elaborate aedicula, small temple structure decorated with frescoes showing the lares, household snake, representing the genius of the paterfamilias, and sometimes other gods. The remains of Pompeii provide numerous examples of lararia, showing the variety of forms they could take while maintaining consistent iconographic elements. Daily worship of the lares followed a simple pattern. Each morning, the paterfamilias, or his wife, or sometimes a trusted slave, would approach the lararium, speak a brief prayer, and place a small offering on the altar. Offerings might include a pinch of incense, a bit of food from the family's meal, a small cup of wine, or a handful of grain. On the calends, nones, and ides of each month, more elaborate offerings were made, perhaps including flowers, honey cakes, or a sacrifice of a chicken. Family meals included the lares as participants. Before eating, family members would throw a portion of food into the hearth fire, giving the lares their share. This practice, called poricere, maintained the relationship between living family members and their guardian spirits. If food accidentally fell on the floor during a meal, it was not picked up but left for the Lares, who were thought to appreciate these accidental offerings as signs of abundance. Life cycle events required special attention to the Lares. When a baby was born, offerings were made to thank the Lares for the child's safe arrival and to ask their protection as the child grew. When a girl came of age, she dedicated her childhood toys to the Lares, marking her transition to womanhood. When a boy assumed the toga virilis, the adult toga, at age 16, he dedicated his bulla, the protective amulet worn by children, to the Lares, entering manhood under their continued protection. Weddings involved elaborate Lares rituals. The bride, leaving her father's house, would make farewell offerings to her family's Lares, asking them to remember her kindly. Upon arriving at her new husband's house, one of her first acts was to approach the Lararium and pray to her new family's Lares, asking them to accept her and protect her. The groom would introduce her to the household spirits, formally including her in the family's religious community. This transfer from one set of Lares to another symbolized the bride's incorporation into a new family. Death prompted complicated Lares rituals. When someone died, the body was laid out in the atrium near the Lararium, and the Lares were informed of the death. Some sources suggest the Lares images were temporarily turned to face the wall or covered to prevent them from being contaminated by death's pollution. After the funeral and the period of mourning ended, the house underwent ritual purification, and the Lares were again honored with offerings, asked to continue protecting the surviving family members. Beyond individual households, the Lares Capitales, Lares of the crossroads, protected neighborhoods. At crossroads where multiple properties met, small shrines to these community Lares were maintained jointly by the area's residents. The Agonalia Festival, celebrated in early January, the date varied, honored these neighborhood Lares with sacrifices, feasting, and games. During the Republic, this was one of the few festivals where slaves participated alongside free citizens, and slave-run collegia often organized Agonalia celebrations. Augustus reformed the Lares cult as part of his broader religious program. He reorganized Rome into 14 regions, subdivided into 265 vici neighborhoods, each with its own shrine to the Lares Capitales. He added the Genius Augusti, the emperor's spirit, to these shrines so that neighborhood worship now honored both the traditional Lares and the emperor's divine essence. This reform cleverly inserted the emperor into the most intimate level of religious observance, making daily neighborhood worship simultaneously traditional and political. The Lares Praestites, guardian Lares, protected the entire city of Rome, functioning at a level between household Lares and major state gods. Their temple stood near the Porta Romana, and they received state sacrifices at critical moments, before wars, during crises, at the beginning of the consular year. These citywide Lares represented the accumulated protection of all Roman ancestors, the collective guardianship that had preserved Rome through centuries. The Panates, gods of the pantry. The Panates, from penis, meaning provisions or pantry, were household gods who protected the family's food stores and ensured continued prosperity. They were typically depicted as two seated figures, sometimes holding cornucopias or dishes of fruit, symbolizing abundance. Like the Lares, they received daily offerings at the household shrine, and they were considered essential to the family's welfare. The Panates' mythological origin connected them to Troy and Aeneas. According to legend, when Aeneas fled burning Troy, he carried with him the Panates of Troy, sacred images of the gods that had protected that city. These Panates guided Aeneas to Italy, appearing to him in dreams and directing his journey. When he finally settled in Latium, he established these Panates as the protective gods of the new settlement, and they eventually became Rome's Panates. Thus, the Panates connected Rome to the legendary Trojan past, providing divine continuity between the Old World and the New. The public Panates of Rome, called the Panates Publici, had a temple on the Velia, a ridge connecting the Palatine and Esquiline hills. These state Panates received official sacrifices, and magistrates would consult them through divination at important moments. The Senate sometimes met near their temple, placing legislative deliberations under the Panates' observation. The exact nature and identity of these public Panates were kept secret, known only to certain priests, adding to their mysterious power. In households, the Panates shared the Lararium with the Lares, and their worship was similar. Offerings of food, grain, fruit, wine were particularly appropriate for gods who protected provisions. Before eating, family members would place small portions on the Panates altar, sharing the meal with the gods. This practice acknowledged that all food was ultimately a divine gift, and that human prosperity depended on the Panates' continued blessing. The Panates were also associated with the hearth, sometimes making their identity overlap with Vesta's. Some religious texts speak of Vesta and the Panates as a unit, suggesting they worked together to maintain the home. Vesta provided the fire for cooking and warmth, while the Panates ensured there was food to cook. Together, they made domestic life possible, and their worship was therefore inseparable from daily survival. When families moved to new homes, they carefully transported their Lares and Panates images, ritually establishing them in the new Lararium. This transfer was essential. The family's religious identity traveled with these household gods. A house without its Lares and Panates was just a building. With them, it became a home, a sacred space protected by divine guardians. The phrase Lares and Panates became proverbial in Latin, referring to one's home and all that made it meaningful. The Genius and Juno, personal divine spirits. Every Roman male had a genius, his personal divine spirit, or guardian angel, that represented his life force, vitality, and capacity to father children. The genius was honored on the man's birthday, and family members would offer sacrifices to it, praying for the man's health and prosperity. The paterfamilias genius was especially important, as it protected the entire household and ensured the family line continued. The genius was often represented as a snake in household art, coiling at the base of the Lararium. This snake represented both the genius of the paterfamilias and, more broadly, the family's ancestral vitality. Snakes were associated with the earth, the underworld, and regeneration through shedding their skin, making them appropriate symbols for the life force that passed from father to son through generations. Offerings to the genius might include wine, honey cakes, or incense, and on birthdays, more elaborate sacrifices were performed. Women had a corresponding spirit called their Juno, not to be confused with the goddess Juno, though the concept was related. A woman's Juno represented her life force and capacity to bear children. Like the genius, the Juno was honored on the woman's birthday, and family members would make offerings asking for her health and fertility. The Juno was less prominently featured in household religion than the genius, reflecting the patriarchal structure of Roman society, but it was still acknowledged and respected. The emperor's genius, Genius Augusti, became an object of public worship under the Principate. Altars to the Genius Augusti appeared throughout the empire, and oaths were sworn by it. This practice allowed Romans to honor the emperor religiously without quite declaring him a god during his lifetime. The genius was the divine spark within the emperor, the spiritual essence that made him capable of ruling. By worshiping the emperor's genius, Romans acknowledged his special relationship with the divine, while maintaining the technical distinction between man and God. Communities and institutions also had genii, plural of genius. The genius populo Romani represented the life force of the entire Roman people, the collective vitality that sustained the state. The genius senatus protected the Senate, and the genius exertus guarded the army. These collective genii functioned similarly to personal genii, but at larger scales, representing the spirit and welfare of groups rather than individuals. Sacrifices to these communal genii occurred at appropriate times, before the Senate convened, when armies departed for campaigns, on anniversaries of Rome's founding. Manes, spirits of the dead. The manes, or simply manes, were the collective spirits of the dead, the deified ancestors who had passed into the underworld but maintained connection with the living. Romans carefully tended to their relationships with the manes through regular offerings and rituals, believing that neglected ancestors could become vengeful ghosts, larvae or lemurs, who would harm the living. Tombs were the primary locations for manes worship. Roman tombs, whether elaborate mausolea for wealthy families or simple grave markers for the poor, typically included the inscription DM, dis manibus, to the manes gods. Below this, the deceased name and biographical information would be carved.
The tomb itself functioned as a temple, a place where the living could communicate with the dead through offerings and prayers. The Parentalia, February 13 through 21, was the primary festival for honoring the Mons. During these 9 days, families would visit their ancestors' tombs, bringing offerings of food, wine, flowers, and incense. Graves would be decorated with garlands of violets and roses, and family members would share a meal at the tomb, symbolically dining with the dead. These graveside banquets, Siliternia, were somber but not entirely sad. They celebrated family continuity and the bonds that transcended death. During Parentalia, all temples closed, marriages could not be performed, and magistrates did not wear their official insignia. The focus of religious life shifted from the public sphere to the family, from the gods to the ancestors. This suspension of normal religious and civil activity emphasized the Manes' importance. Honoring the dead took precedence over everything else. The festival concluded on February 21st with the Feralia, the most solemn day, when offerings were made specifically to appease any restless or angry spirits. The Lemuria on May 9th, 11th, and 13th dealt with potentially harmful ghosts. The paterfamilias would rise at midnight, walk barefoot through the house, and perform a ritual to expel any malevolent spirits. He would wash his hands, place black beans in his mouth without using his hands, then spit them out one by one, saying, "With these beans I redeem myself and mine." The ghost would follow, collecting the beans, and the paterfamilias would then bang bronze pots together, commanding the spirit to leave. "Manes of my fathers, depart." This ritual, performed 3 times during Lemuria, protected the household from ghostly harassment. Attitudes toward the Manes were ambivalent. On one hand, ancestors were venerated and their blessings were sought. On the other hand, the dead were potentially dangerous, their realm separate from the living, and contact with them required careful ritual management. Tombs were located outside city boundaries. Burial within the city was generally illegal, to maintain separation between living and dead spaces. This geographical barrier reinforced the religious barrier between the two states of existence. Funerary practices aimed to ensure the deceased joined the peaceful Manes rather than becoming a restless ghost. Proper burial or cremation was essential. The unburied dead were thought to wander eternally, unable to enter the underworld properly. Bodies were washed, anointed, dressed in clean clothes, or the toga for citizens, and given a coin to pay Charon, the ferryman who carried souls across the river Styx. These preparations helped the soul transition safely from the living world to the realm of the Manes. Minor household deities. Beyond the major household gods, Vesta, Lares, Penates, Genius, and Mons, Romans recognized numerous minor deities who governed specific aspects of domestic life. These were often highly specialized, each responsible for a single function or moment in life. While philosophers might mock this proliferation of petty gods, ordinary Romans found comfort in knowing that every important activity had divine oversight. Forculus guarded the door, Carde the hinges, and Limentinus the threshold. When entering or leaving one's home, one might briefly invoke these gods, asking them to keep the house secure against intruders, both physical and spiritual. Doors and thresholds were liminal spaces, boundaries between inside and outside, safe and dangerous, and they required particular divine protection. Terminus was the god of boundaries, markers that defined property lines. His cult involved stone markers placed at the corners of fields, and these boundary stones were treated as sacred objects. Annually, during the Terminalia on February 23rd, neighbors would gather at their shared boundary markers, decorating them with garlands, offering sacrifices, and feasting together. These celebrations reinforced social bonds while honoring the god who prevented property disputes. Priapus, though originally a Greek god, was adopted by Romans as a protector of gardens and orchards. Statues of Priapus, typically showing him with an enormous erect phallus, were placed in gardens to frighten away thieves and birds. The exaggerated sexuality was apotropoic, designed to ward off evil, and the god's grotesque appearance made him an effective guardian. Despite the comic element, Romans took Priapus seriously as a garden god, offering him the first fruits of the harvest. Robigus, or Robigo in feminine form, was the god of agricultural blight and mildew, the fungal diseases that could destroy grain crops. The Robigalia Festival on April 25th sought to appease this deity, preventing crop damage. A procession led by the Flamen Quirinalis would walk from Rome to a sacred grove at the 5th milestone on the Via Claudia, where a dog and a sheep were sacrificed to Robigus. The choice of a dog, unusual in Roman sacrifice, might relate to the dog star Sirius, whose rising coincided with the hot weather when crops were vulnerable to mildew. Pales was an ancient agricultural deity of unclear gender, associated with shepherds and cattle. The Perilia on April 21st, also the legendary date of Rome's founding, celebrated Pales with purification rituals for livestock. Shepherds would drive their flocks through bonfires, the smoke believed to cleanse animals of disease and evil influences. The blood saved from October's equine sacrifice to Mars was mixed with the ashes of an unborn calf and the stalks of beans, then scattered on the fires, creating a sacred smoke particularly pleasing to Pales. Flora presided over flowers and the blossoming of plants. The Floralia, April 28th to May 3rd, was a joyous spring festival featuring games, theatrical performances, and a general atmosphere of celebration and license. The festival's licentiousness, prostitutes participated prominently, and nude performances were common, shocked more conservative Romans, but was justified as encouraging fertility. Flora's temple on the Aventine Hill was built relatively late, 238 BCE, after consultation of the Sibylline books during a period of agricultural crisis. Consus was the god of stored grain, particularly wheat kept in underground silos. His altar was buried in the Circus Maximus and uncovered only during his festivals, the Consualia, on August 21st and December 15th. The harvest season dictated these dates, late August after the grain harvest and mid-December after the olives. Consus's connection to underground storage linked him to Chthonic, underworld powers, and some scholars suggested his name related to concilium, council, making him a god of secret planning as well as secret storage. Ops was the goddess of abundance and wealth, particularly agricultural bounty. Her name gave English the word opulent. She was sometimes identified with the Greek goddess Rhea and considered the wife of Saturn. Her festivals, the Apico Concivia on August 25th and the Opalia on December 19th, occurred during harvest seasons. Only Vestal virgins and the Pontifex Maximus could enter her sacrarium, shrine, in the Regia, adding to her mysterious and sacred character. Her association with wealth made her important to state treasury functions, and the aerarium was under her protection. Liber and Libera were ancient Italian agricultural deities associated with wine, fertility, and freedom, liber meaning free. Their festival, the Liberalia, on March 17th, marked the day when young men assumed the toga virilis, becoming free adult citizens. The connection between freedom, wine, and coming of age created a complex symbolic web. Wine freed inhibitions, adulthood freed youths from parental control, and Liber himself represented the liberating power of divine intoxication. These deities were later identified with Bacchus and Proserpina, but they maintained distinct Italian characteristics. Chapter 7. Janus, Saturn, and the Gods of Time. In hushed narration, we turn to the gods who governed temporal cycles, the beginning and end of the year, the transitions between states, and the deep past when gods walked the earth. These deities stood at the boundaries of human experience, looking both backward and forward, connecting Romans to their mythical origins while projecting into an uncertain future. Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings. Janus was unique to Roman religion, having no Greek equivalent. He was depicted with two faces looking in opposite directions, representing his ability to see both past and future, to guard both entrances and exits, to preside over all beginnings and transitions. His name gave us January, the month that looks back to the completed year and forward to the new one. Janus's origins receded into legendary prehistory. One myth claimed he was an ancient king of Latium who welcomed Saturn when that god was exiled from Olympus. In gratitude, Saturn gave Janus the ability to see past and future simultaneously. Another tradition held that Janus was a primordial god, perhaps coeval with or even preceding Jupiter himself, making him the oldest of all deities. This extreme antiquity explained why Janus was always invoked first in prayers, taking precedence even over Jupiter. The formula for Roman prayers typically began, Iane Pater, te primum in precationibus nomino. Father Janus, you I name first in my prayers. Only after Janus was invoked would other gods be addressed. This precedence reflected Janus's role as god of beginnings. Any prayer was itself a beginning, a transition from silence to speech, from the human realm toward the divine, and Janus had to bless this transition before it could proceed. To omit Janus was to risk the prayer's failure, as the threshold between human and divine might remain closed. The Porta Janualis, also called the Temple of Janus Caminus, stood in the Forum near the Argoletum. This unusual temple was actually a ceremonial gateway, a covered passage with doors at both ends. Its doors stood open in wartime and closed during peace. Or rather, they should have closed during peace, but Rome was so frequently at war that the doors rarely shut. Augustus boasted that during his reign, the doors were closed 3 times, suggesting unprecedented peace, the Pax Augusta. This opening and closing of Janus's doors ritualized the transition between peace and war, marking Rome's changing state under the god's watchful gaze. The Agonium on January 9th honored Janus with the sacrifice of a ram. The Rex Sacrorum, the King of Sacred Rites, a priestly office that preserved royal religious functions after the monarchy's abolition, performed this sacrifice. The ritual's purpose remains somewhat obscure, but it likely sought Janus's blessing for the coming year and thanked him for safely concluding the old one. The choice of a ram might connect to Janus's association with doorways, as rams were animals that could break through barriers. January itself was Janus's month, the beginning of the calendar year, at least after the calendar reforms that moved the year's start from March to January. The Collins of January was a major festival, marked by exchanging gifts of dates, figs, honey, and small coins. These gifts, called strenae, were meant to ensure a sweet and prosperous year. Friends and families visited each other, offering good wishes and small presents, creating social bonds that would support them through the coming months. Magistrates took office on January 1st, dedicating their terms to Janus and Jupiter, asking both gods to guide their decisions. The Tigillum Sororium, a ceremonial wooden beam spanning the Via Sacra, was associated with Janus through its function as a threshold. Legend connected it to the Horati and Curiati myth. After a Roman soldier killed his sister for mourning an enemy he had slain, he was made to pass under the beam as a purification ritual. Annually, priests would perform rituals at the Tigillum Sororium, maintaining its sacred character as a permanent threshold, a place of transition and purification presided over by Janus. Janus's symbolism extended beyond doors and calendars to any form of transition or duality. He represented war and peace, past and future, inside and outside, beginning and end. This duality made him philosophically interesting to Roman thinkers, who saw in Janus a representation of time's cyclical nature and the universe's fundamental binary structure. Stoic philosophers interpreted Janus as symbolizing divine providence, which sees all time at once, past and future, equally present to the divine mind. In art, Janus appeared with 2 bearded faces looking in opposite directions, sometimes young on one side and old on the other, representing youth and age, morning and evening, spring and winter. He held keys, symbolizing his role as guardian of doors and gateways. Sometimes he held a staff, virga, indicating his authority as an ancient king.
On coins, Janus's double face was a popular motif, reminding Romans of the god who blessed all their undertakings by opening the way forward while ensuring they remembered the past. Saturn, the Golden Age and its yearly return. Saturn was one of the oldest Roman gods, identified with Greek Kronos, but possessing distinct Italian characteristics. He ruled during the Golden Age, the mythical time before history, when gods lived on Earth, death did not exist, and humans lived in perfect peace and plenty without labor. Saturn's reign was the lost paradise, the perfect past to which Romans looked back with longing. Saturn's temple in the Forum, one of Rome's oldest religious structures, served double duty as both temple and state treasury, the Aerarium Saturni. The symbolism was clear. Saturn represented abundance and wealth, the prosperity of the Golden Age, and Rome's treasury held the material expression of that abundance. The temple was maintained carefully, its columns and structure repaired regularly, preserving this connection to Rome's legendary past. The Saturnalia, celebrated December 17th to 23rd, the festival expanded over time from a single day, was Rome's most popular holiday. It was a time of license, gift-giving, role reversal, and celebration, a deliberate recreation of Saturn's golden age when social hierarchies did not exist and all people lived as equals. The festival began with a sacrifice at Saturn's temple, followed by a public feast where anyone could attend. Then, the revelry spread to private homes, where families and their slaves celebrated together. During Saturnalia, normal social rules were suspended or inverted. Slaves were freed from work and could speak freely to their masters without fear of punishment. In some households, masters served their slaves at table, reversing the usual order. Gambling, normally restricted or illegal, was permitted. People wore the pileus, a soft felt cap associated with freed slaves, symbolizing the liberty that characterized Saturn's age. They exchanged gifts, candles, representing the returning light as the winter solstice passed, and small terracotta figurines, sigillaria, spreading joy and strengthening social bonds. The cry Io Saturnalia echoed through Roman streets as people greeted each other during the festival. Homes were decorated with greenery and lights. Elaborate banquets featured special foods, particularly pork, sacrificed to Saturn. Wine flowed freely, perhaps more freely than usual, and drunkenness was not only tolerated, but expected. This controlled chaos allowed Romans to release social tensions that accumulated under the usually strict hierarchies, acting as a kind of safety valve for the social order. The Saturnalia appears in numerous ancient descriptions. Poets like Catullus called it the best of days, and even normally stern figures like Seneca reluctantly admitted that one must participate in the general festivities. The festival's popularity spread throughout the empire, and in some regions, it blended with local winter solstice celebrations, creating hybrid traditions. Much later, scholars would note similarities between Saturnalia and Christian Christmas celebrations, suggesting some continuity in midwinter festival traditions. After the Saturnalia ended, the Compitalia, usually held shortly after, in early January, honored the Lares Compitalis at neighborhood crossroads. This festival also involved some role reversal, with slaves participating alongside free citizens, and it marked the final end of the winter festival season.
The connection between these festivals, honoring Saturn's ancient equality, and then honoring the local guardian spirits, created a season focused on community, generosity, and the breaking down of social barriers. The myth of Saturn's overthrow by Jupiter explained how the Golden Age ended. Saturn, fearing prophecy that his children would overthrow him, swallowed each child at birth. Ops, his wife, hid the infant Jupiter and gave Saturn a stone to swallow instead. Jupiter grew to adulthood, forced Saturn to regurgitate his siblings, and led a war against the older generation of gods, the Titans. Jupiter won, establishing the current order, and Saturn fled to Italy, where he ruled Latium during its Golden Age, before eventually disappearing or being absorbed into the earth. This myth had multiple meanings for Romans. It explained why the present age was harder than the mythical past. The Golden Age had ended, and humans now had to work and suffer. It justified Jupiter's supremacy. He had defeated the old order and established cosmic justice. But it also preserved nostalgia for Saturn's time, suggesting that somewhere, somehow, that perfect age might return. The Saturnalia was a brief, ritualized return, a taste of the Golden Age that made present hardships more bearable by showing they were not eternal. Saturn's agricultural connections were strong. His sickle, the implement for harvesting grain, was his primary symbol. The harvest season's end coincided with Saturnalia, so the festival also celebrated the completion of agricultural work and the beginning of winter rest. Farmers, having brought in their crops and stored them for winter, could finally relax and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Saturn, who presided over sowing and harvest, received thanks for the year's bounty. Some scholars connected Saturn to Greek Kronos' etymology, chronos, time, making Saturn a god of time itself. This interpretation saw Saturn as representing deep agricultural time, the slow cycle of seasons, the patient work of cultivation, the long rhythm of generations. While Janus represented immediate transitions and beginnings, Saturn represented time's vast expanse, the eternal return of seasons, the cycle that had continued since the Golden Age and would continue indefinitely into the future. Chapter 8. Dispater, Proserpina, and the Underworld. In whispers soft as falling leaves, we descend now to speak of the underworld, the realm of the dead, where shades dwelt in eternal twilight. Romans both feared and honored this dark kingdom, and the gods who ruled it received careful attention, their worship hedged with caution and respect. The underworld was not exactly hell, not a place of eternal punishment for all, but neither was it paradise. It was simply the destination of all mortals, the home of the manes, the shadowy existence that awaited every soul. Dispater, Lord of the Dead, Dispater, also called Orcus or identified with Greek Pluto and Hades, ruled the underworld. His name meant rich father, referring to the wealth beneath the earth, both the literal mineral wealth and the countless dead who dwelt in his kingdom. Romans rarely spoke his name directly, preferring euphemisms and indirect references, fearing that naming him might attract unwelcome attention from the Lord of the Dead. Dispater had no major public temple in Rome, an unusual omission that reflected the discomfort Romans felt about underworld deities. Instead, he was worshipped at the Mundus, a ritual pit near the Comedium that was said to connect the world of the living to the realm of the dead. This pit was covered with a stone called the lapis manalis and was opened only 3 times a year, on August 24th, October 5th, and November 8th. During these days, the mundus paterit, the mundus lies open, and the boundary between living and dead thinned. No battles were fought, no marriages celebrated, and no important business conducted during these dangerous days when the underworld gaped open. The Terentium, or Tarentum, was another location associated with Dispater, located in the Campus Martius near the Tiber. Here, the Ludi Tarentini, later called the Ludi Secularis, or secular games, were celebrated at intervals marking the passing of a seculum, roughly a century, though the calculation varied. These games honored Dispater and Proserpina with nocturnal sacrifices of black animals. The rituals were solemn and frightening, performed in darkness with the participants dressed in black, approaching the underworld gods with fearful respect. Black animals, bulls, rams, and ewes were the appropriate sacrifices to Dispater. The choice of color was significant: white animals for heavenly gods, black for chthonic deities. The sacrifice was performed differently as well. The animal's throat was cut so that blood flowed down into the earth rather than onto an above-ground altar, feeding the underworld directly. The Terentium, or Tarentum, was another location associated with Dispater, located in the Campus Martius near the Tiber. Here, the Ludi Tarentini, later called the Ludi Secularis, or secular games, were celebrated at intervals marking the passing of a seculum, roughly a century, though the calculation varied. These games honored Dispater and Proserpina with nocturnal sacrifices of black animals. The rituals were solemn and frightening, performed in darkness with the participants dressed in black, approaching the underworld gods with fearful respect. Black animals, bulls, rams, ewes, were the appropriate sacrifices to Dispater. The choice of color was significant: white animals for heavenly gods, black for chthonic deities. The sacrifice was performed differently as well.
The animal's throat was cut so that blood flowed down into the earth rather than onto an above-ground altar, feeding the underworld directly. The meat was entirely consumed by fire, a holocaust, rather than shared between gods and worshippers, emphasizing the separation between the living world and Dispater's realm. In mythology, Dispater seized Proserpina, Greek Persephone, while she gathered flowers in a meadow, dragging her down to his kingdom to be his queen. This abduction myth explained the seasons. Proserpina's mother, Ceres, goddess of grain and agriculture, mourned her daughter's loss, causing winter's barrenness. When Proserpina returned to the surface each spring, Ceres rejoiced and made the earth bloom. But Proserpina had eaten pomegranate seeds in the underworld, binding her to return there for part of each year, ensuring the eternal cycle of seasons. Dispater's realm was described in various poetic accounts, particularly Virgil's Aeneid Book 6, where Aeneas descended to the underworld. The entrance lay near Cumae, in Campania, at Lake Avernus, whose name meant birdless, supposedly so foul that birds flying over it fell dead from the fumes. Aeneas, guided by the Sibyl of Cumae, entered through a cave, descended through various regions where different categories of dead dwelt, crossed the river Styx, or in some accounts Acheron, by paying Charon the ferryman, and eventually reached the deepest part where Dispater ruled. The underworld's geography included several notable regions. The Fields of Mourning housed those who died from unrequited love. The Fields of Heroes held warriors who fell in battle. Tartarus, the deepest pit, imprisoned the wicked who suffered eternal punishments, figures like Sisyphus, forever rolling his boulder, Tantalus, forever reaching for food and water that retreated, and Ixion, bound to a burning wheel. The Elysian Fields, a separate blessed region, welcomed heroes and the virtuous, offering a pleasant existence of eternal rest and simple pleasures. Cerberus, the three-headed dog, guarded the entrance to Dispater's kingdom, preventing the living from entering and the dead from leaving. Heroes who ventured to the underworld, Hercules, Orpheus, Aeneas, Theseus, had to pass Cerberus, usually by cunning or divine aid. Hercules famously captured Cerberus as his 12th labor, dragging the beast to the surface before returning it. The three heads supposedly represented past, present, and future, or birth, life, and death, or perhaps simply three directions from which Cerberus could detect intruders. Romans approached death with complex emotions. They feared it, but accepted it as inevitable. They honored the dead, but wanted to keep them at a safe distance. Dispater embodied this ambivalence. He was powerful and wealthy, worthy of respect, but not a god one sought close relationship with. Better to acknowledge him from afar, make the necessary sacrifices, and hope he remained in his dark kingdom, not reaching up to snatch the living prematurely. Proserpina, queen of the dead and harbinger of spring. Proserpina was Dispater's reluctant queen, the goddess who connected the underworld to the world above through her annual return. Her dual nature, maiden of flowers and spring, queen of the dead and darkness, made her a complex figure, both beautiful and terrible. Her myth explained not just seasonal change, but also the experience of death, a kind of abduction, a violent removal from life's pleasures to a dark realm below. The rape of Proserpina, using rape in its older sense of abduction, was depicted frequently in Roman art and poetry. Proserpina gathered flowers with her companions, Narcissus, lily, crocus, violet, in a meadow, sometimes identified as the plain of Enna in Sicily, other times as groves near Lake Pergus. Dispater, inflamed with desire, burst through the earth in his chariot drawn by black horses, seized the terrified girl, and dragged her down through the opening, which closed immediately behind them. Ceres, Proserpina's mother, heard her daughter's screams and searched frantically for her. She wandered the earth carrying torches, asking all she met if they had seen her daughter. In her grief and anger, Ceres withheld her gifts, and the earth became barren. No crops grew, no flowers bloomed, and humanity faced starvation. Jupiter, seeing that humans would perish, and thus the gods would receive no more sacrifices, intervened. He sent Mercury to the underworld to negotiate Proserpina's release. Dispater agreed to release Proserpina, but cunningly he had already given her pomegranate seeds to eat. In ancient belief, eating food in the underworld bound one to that realm. Proserpina had consumed 6 seeds, in most versions, so a compromise was reached. She would spend 6 months above ground with her mother and 6 months below with her husband. Thus, spring and summer occurred when Proserpina returned, while autumn and winter marked her descent back to the underworld. This myth resonated deeply with Roman agricultural experience. The grain harvest occurred in summer. Then grain was stored underground in silos, hidden from sight like Proserpina in the underworld. In spring, grain re-emerged from underground storage to be planted, and Proserpina returned from below to bring new growth. The myth encoded practical agricultural knowledge in narrative form, making seasonal cycles part of divine drama. Proserpina's worship was often combined with Ceres's in the cult of Ceres, Liber, and Libera, where Proserpina was identified with Libera. This triad had a temple on the Aventine Hill, and they were particularly associated with plebeians, the common people, as opposed to patricians. The mysteries of Ceres, influenced by Greek Eleusinian mysteries, promised initiates better treatment in the afterlife, suggesting that proper worship of Ceres and Proserpina could ensure a more comfortable existence in the underworld. As queen of the dead, Proserpina wielded significant power. She could grant requests from the living, allowing heroes to enter the underworld and return, protecting graves from violation, sometimes even releasing souls for brief returns to Earth. But she was also stern and inflexible. Those who broke oaths sworn in her name or who violated the sanctity of the dead faced her wrath. She embodied the underworld's implacable nature. All mortals would eventually come to her kingdom, and once there, they rarely left. In art, Proserpina appeared as a beautiful young woman, often holding a pomegranate, symbol of her binding to the underworld, or a torch, representing her mother's search. When depicted with dispater, she usually looked reluctant or sad, emphasizing her role as abducted maiden rather than willing queen. Yet some images showed her seated on a throne beside Dispater, crowned and holding a scepter, accepting her royal status even if she had not chosen it. The duality of Proserpina, life and death, spring and winter, maiden and queen, made her philosophically significant. She represented the cycle of existence, the eternal return, the seed that must die in the earth to produce new life. Philosophers saw in her myth a representation of the soul's journey, descent into matter, the body, temporary imprisonment, and eventual release back to the divine realm. The Neoplatonists particularly developed this interpretation, making Proserpina a symbol of the soul's education through embodied existence. Charon, the Furies, and other underworld figures. Charon, the ferryman who carried souls across the river Styx, or Acheron, was essential to Roman funerary practice. The deceased needed to pay Charon for passage, so a coin, usually an obol or in Roman practice a small bronze coin, was placed in the corpse's mouth or on the eyes. Without payment, the soul would wander the riverbank for 100 years before being allowed to cross. This belief ensured that even the poorest families tried to provide their dead with the necessary coin. Charon was depicted as a grim, elderly figure, often filthy and bad-tempered, dressed in rags and rowing his boat through the dark waters. He spoke rarely and showed no sympathy for the souls in his care. His role was purely functional. He transported the dead, nothing more. Yet his presence in the funeral process gave comfort. It confirmed that the deceased would reach their destination, that death was not chaotic but organized, that even in the underworld, systems and procedures existed. The Furies, Furiae in Latin, Erinyes in Greek, were ancient goddesses of vengeance who punished crimes, particularly those against family. They were described as having snakes for hair, bat wings, and eyes dripping blood. They carried whips and torches, pursuing wrongdoers relentlessly. While they dwelt in the underworld, they could ascend to earth to torment the guilty, driving them to madness and despair. The Furies enforced cosmic justice when human justice failed. If someone murdered a family member, betrayed a guest, broke sacred oaths, or committed other violations of fundamental moral law, the Furies pursued them. No escape was possible. The Furies never tired, never forgave, never forgot. They represented the conscience made external, the guilt and horror that haunted those who violated the most basic human bonds. In Virgil's Aeneid, the Fury Alecto, was sent by Juno to disrupt Aeneas's settlement in Italy, stirring up war between the Trojans and the native Latins. She appeared as an old woman to Queen Amata, filling her with madness and rage. She then took the form of a priestess to inflame the young warrior Turnus against Aeneas. Finally, she disguised herself as a bird to cause chaos among the Trojans. This myth showed the Furies not just as punishers, but as agents of chaos, able to manipulate human passions for destructive ends. The Furies' cult was euphemistic. Romans called them the Eumenides, kindly ones, hoping that flattery would keep them at bay.
There was a grove near the Tiber dedicated to the Furiae, but few visited it willingly. Oaths were sometimes sworn by the Furies, making the oath-taker call down their vengeance if he lied. This was a serious matter. To invoke the Furies was to invite forces that could not be controlled or appeased once unleashed. The Parcae, Fates, Nona, Decima, and Morta were the three goddesses who controlled each person's lifespan. Nona spun the thread of life from her distaff, Decima measured its length, and Morta cut it, ending the life. Even the gods could not alter the Parcae's decisions. They represented absolute destiny, the fixed length of each life predetermined from birth. Romans accepted this fatalism philosophically. What the Parcae decreed would happen, and human agency could not change fundamental destiny. Orcus was another name for Dispater, but also a personification of death itself, or an underworld demon who claimed souls. The phrase ad orcum ire, to go to Orcus, meant to die, and Orcus could be used as a curse or threat. May Orcus take you. Parents sometimes invoked Orcus to frighten misbehaving children, though this was considered improper. One should not casually invoke death, even in jest. Mors, death, was personified as a deity, sometimes depicted as a winged figure or a skeletal form. Death was inevitable and impartial, claiming rich and poor, virtuous and wicked, young and old. Roman epitaphs often addressed death directly. Death, why did you take them so young? Or, Death, you are cruel but fair. This personification allowed the bereaved to express their grief and anger, giving abstract mortality a face and form to address. Sumanus was a mysterious underworld god associated with nighttime thunder and lightning. While Jupiter controlled daytime thunder, Sumanus wielded nocturnal lightning, considered more ominous and frightening. His temple stood on the Aventine Hell, and he received sacrifices of black rams at the summer solstice. The distinction between diurnal and nocturnal thunder reflected Roman concern with categorizing divine powers. Even weather phenomena had multiple divine controllers depending on circumstances. Roman afterlife beliefs. Roman afterlife beliefs were neither uniform nor systematic. Unlike Christianity or Islam with their elaborate eschatologies, Roman religion offered multiple, sometimes contradictory ideas about what happened after death. Most Romans probably held somewhat vague beliefs, accepting elements from various traditions without worrying about philosophical consistency. The most common view was that the dead became manes, shadowy spirits who dwelt in the underworld. These shades had a diminished existence compared to life. They could not taste food, though they appreciated its smoke from offerings, could not feel physical pleasure, and were separated from the joys of life. Yet they retained their identities, recognized family members who later joined them, and maintained some interest in the living world, particularly their descendants. An alternative tradition, particularly strong among philosophers, held that the soul was immortal and would be judged after death. Virtuous souls might ascend to the stars or to the Elysian fields, while wicked souls descended to Tartarus for punishment. This belief resembled Greek Orphic and Pythagorean teachings and was developed by Plato and his followers. Cicero, in his Dream of Scipio, depicted virtuous Roman statesmen dwelling among the stars after death, looking down on Earth and enjoying cosmic harmony.
Some Romans believed in metempsychosis, reincarnation, where souls were reborn in new bodies after a period in the underworld. Virgil depicted this in the Aeneid, showing Aeneas observing souls drinking from the river Lethe, forgetfulness, before returning to earth in new forms. This belief was less common than others, but had philosophical support, particularly among those influenced by Pythagoreanism or Eastern mystery religions. Skeptical Romans, influenced by Epicurean philosophy, believed that death was simply annihilation. The soul, made of atoms like everything else, dispersed at death and consciousness ended permanently. This view was expressed in numerous epitaphs. I was not, I was, I am not, I care not. Non fui, fui, non sum, non curo. For Epicureans, death was nothing to fear, because it meant the end of sensation. One would not experience being dead, so there was no reason to dread it. The practical effect of these diverse beliefs was that Romans hedged their bets. They performed traditional funerary rites and offerings to the manes, just in case. They tried to live virtuously, in case there was judgment. They consulted mystery religions that promised better afterlives, seeking additional protection, and some studied philosophy to prepare for whatever might come. This pragmatic approach characterized Roman religion generally, better to honor all possibilities than to risk neglecting the truth. Funerary inscriptions reveal individual attitudes toward death. Some were philosophical. Death comes to all. Make the most of life. Others were bitter. I did not deserve to die so young. Many were loving. Here lies my dearest wife, the light of my life, too soon extinguished. Some were humorous. This is what I am now. What you are, I once was. What I am, you soon will be. So drink and enjoy. These inscriptions, carved in stone, preserved individual voices, speaking across centuries about humanity's universal experience. The cult of the dead, the regular offerings at tombs, the festivals of Parentalia and Lemuria, the careful maintenance of family sepulchres suggest that most Romans believed the dead remained present in some form and required attention. Neglected dead became dangerous, while well-tended ancestors became protective. This belief created ongoing relationships between living and dead, with both sides having obligations. The living provided offerings and memory, while the dead provided protection and ancestral authority. Chapter 9. Mystery Religions and Foreign Cults. As Rome expanded, it encountered numerous foreign religious traditions. Some were suppressed, but many were gradually incorporated into Roman religious life, creating a cosmopolitan religious landscape where traditional Roman deities coexisted with imports from Greece, Egypt, Persia, and beyond. We speak now in gentle tones of these exotic cults that promised personal salvation and mystical experiences beyond what traditional Roman religion offered. The mysteries of Bacchus. Bacchus, Greek Dionysus, was the god of wine, ecstasy, theater, and religious madness. His cult entered Rome from the Greek cities of southern Italy, bringing practices that shocked traditional Romans. The Bacchanalia, secret nocturnal rites involving wine, dancing, and allegedly sexual license, spread rapidly through Italy in the early 2nd century BCE, attracting followers from all social classes. In 186 BCE, the Senate acted decisively against the Bacchic mysteries. Reports, possibly exaggerated, claimed that the rites involved conspiracy, sexual assault, and even murder. The Senate passed the Senatus Consultum de Bacchanalibus, severely restricting the cult. No more than 5 people could worship together, meetings required official permission, no common fund could be established, and no priest could lead rites. Thousands were prosecuted, many executed, and the cult went underground. Despite suppression, Bacchic worship persisted, eventually gaining acceptance in controlled forms. Bacchus became associated with Liber, the ancient Italian wine god, and his more restrained cult continued legally. The god's connection to theater and wine meant he could not be entirely eliminated. These were too central to Roman culture.
By the imperial period, Bacchic imagery was common in Roman art, particularly in domestic decoration and on sarcophagi, where his myths symbolized liberation from death. Bacchus's mythology emphasized transformation and boundary crossing. He was born twice, once from his mother, Semele, who was destroyed by Jupiter's lightning, then from Jupiter's thigh, making him a liminal figure between mortal and divine. He traveled to India spreading his cult, accompanied by Maenads, frenzied female followers, satyrs, half-human, half-goat nature spirits, and his tutor Silenus, a drunken, wise old satyr. His worship involved ecstasis, standing outside oneself, achieved through wine, music, and dance. The god's devotees, particularly women called Maenads or Bacchantes, were said to achieve divine possession during rites. They would leave their homes at night, go to mountains or forests, wear fawn skins, carry thyrsi, fennel stalks wrapped with ivy and tipped with pine cones, and engage in ecstatic dances. In their frenzy, they supposedly gained superhuman strength, tore apart animals with their bare hands, and spoke prophecies. The Bacchic experience transcended normal consciousness, offering direct encounter with the divine. Roman ambivalence toward Bacchus reflected broader tensions in their religious system. Traditional Roman religion was orderly, public, controlled by male authorities, and focused on maintaining pax deorum through proper ritual. Bacchic religion was chaotic, often secret, particularly attractive to women and slaves, and focused on personal experience of the divine. It threatened social order, but also provided emotional and spiritual fulfillment that traditional religion lacked. The mysteries, mysteria, of Bacchus involved initiation rites, whose details were kept secret. Initiates swore oaths not to reveal what they experienced, and sources provide only hints. The initiation apparently involved symbolic death and rebirth, representing the initiate's transformation and their preparation for a better afterlife. Scenes in the Villa of the Mysteries at Pompeii show what may be stages of Bacchic initiation, including ritual unveiling, flagellation, and the revelation of a sacred object, possibly a phallus, symbol of fertility and regeneration. Bacchus's consort, Ariadne, featured prominently in his mythology and cult. Ariadne, daughter of King Minos of Crete, helped Theseus escape the labyrinth after he slew the Minotaur. Theseus abandoned her on the island of Naxos, where Bacchus found her, fell in love, and made her his divine bride. Their marriage was depicted in Roman art as a model of sacred union, and Ariadne's transformation from abandoned mortal to immortal goddess offered hope that death was not the end, but could be transcended through divine love. Isis and Serapis, the Egyptian mysteries. The cult of Isis, the Egyptian mother goddess, entered Rome in the late Republic and became enormously popular, despite periodic official persecution. Isis was a universal goddess, called She of 10,000 Names, who absorbed attributes of numerous other goddesses, and was worshipped as the supreme female deity, controller of fate, protector of sailors, and promise of salvation. Isis's mythology centered on her devotion to her husband Osiris. When her brother Set murdered Osiris, dismembering his body and scattering the pieces across Egypt, Isis searched tirelessly until she found every part, reassembled him, and temporarily restored him to life long enough to conceive their son Horus. Osiris then became lord of the underworld, while Isis continued to protect the living and the dead. Her faithful love and her power over death made her attractive to Romans seeking divine aid and hope for an afterlife. The cult of Isis required daily rituals performed by priests and priestesses in temples throughout Rome and the empire. Each morning, priests would wake the goddess, actually her cult statue, by singing hymns, dress her in fine linen, adorn her with jewelry, and offer her breakfast. Throughout the day, additional ceremonies occurred, and in the evening, the goddess was ritually put to bed. This anthropomorphic worship treated Isis as a living presence, and devotees believed she genuinely dwelt in her temples, listening to prayers and granting requests. Initiation into Isis's mysteries involved prolonged preparation, ritual purification, and finally a transformative experience described in Apulasius's novel The Golden Ass. The protagonist Lucius, transformed into a donkey through magic, regained human form through Isis's intervention. Grateful, he sought initiation into her mysteries. After fasting and purification, he entered the temple at night, underwent secret rites, and emerged the next morning, transformed, dressed as the sun god, and experiencing spiritual rebirth. The details remained secret, but the initiation apparently involved symbolic death, a journey through the underworld, and encounter with the goddess herself. Isis promised her devotees better treatment in the afterlife. Her mysteries taught that initiates would be favored by Osiris, Lord of the Dead, and would enjoy a blessed existence rather than the shadowy half-life of ordinary shades. This promise of personal salvation, based on devotion to the goddess rather than merely correct ritual performance, marked a significant development in Roman religion, moving toward more personal, emotional relationships with deities. The Temple of Isis in the Campus Martius was Rome's primary center for her worship, though numerous smaller temples and shrines existed throughout the city. Isis worship was particularly popular among women, merchants, sailors, and people of lower social classes, groups who found less comfort in traditional Roman religion. The cult's elaborate processions, exotic Egyptian costumes, sacred animals, especially cats, and mysterious rites appealed to Romans seeking religious experiences more emotionally engaging than state ceremonies. Serapis was a syncretic god created by combining Greek Zeus with Egyptian Osiris Apis, a deity represented as a bull. The resulting god looked Greek, bearded, enthroned, often with a modius, grain measure on his head, but represented Egyptian divine kingship and afterlife beliefs. Serapis was often worshipped alongside Isis as her consort, replacing or being identified with Osiris. His cult emphasized healing, dreams, and oracles, and his temples functioned as incubation centers where sick people slept hoping for divine healing visions. The spread of Isis and Serapis worship throughout the Roman world created a cosmopolitan religious culture. A merchant from Alexandria could find Isis temples in Rome, Gaul, and Britain, making the goddess a unifying religious force across the empire. This universalism appealed to many Romans who were uncomfortable with the increasingly diverse empire's religious fragmentation and sought gods whose power transcended local boundaries. Cybele and Attis. The Great Mother Cybele, called Magna Mater, Great Mother, was a Phrygian goddess whose cult was officially imported to Rome in 204 BCE during the Second Punic War. The Cybelean books were consulted during a period of military crisis, and they advised bringing the Magna Mater from Pessinus in Asia Minor to Rome. A sacred black stone, possibly a meteorite, representing the goddess was carried to Rome with great ceremony and installed in a temple on the Palatine Hill. Cybele was a mother goddess and goddess of mountains, wild nature, and savage animals. She was typically depicted crowned with towers, representing city walls, enthroned, flanked by lions, and holding a drum or pine branches. Her cult was ecstatic and involved loud music, cymbals, drums, flutes, and frenzied dancing. Her priests, called Galli, were eunuchs who had castrated themselves in religious ecstasy, dedicating their sexuality to the goddess. The mythology of Attis, Cybele's consort, explained the Galli self-castration. Attis was a beautiful young shepherd whom Cybele loved. When he proved unfaithful, or, in some versions, when she drove him mad with jealousy, he castrated himself and died. Cybele mourned him, and Zeus allowed Attis to be preserved from decay and resurrected annually. The myth explained the cycle of vegetation. Attis's death represented winter, his resurrection represented spring growth. The Megalacia, April 4th 10, celebrated Cybele with public games, theatrical performances, and processions. But the Dies Sanguinis, Day of Blood, on March 24th, was the most dramatic rite. Devotees, worked into frenzy by music and dancing, would perform acts of self-mutilation, slashing their arms, and even, for Nugali, castrating themselves, offering their severed genitals to the goddess. This extreme devotion shocked many Romans, but the cult persisted because it was officially sanctioned and because it fulfilled spiritual needs that traditional religion did not address. Roman citizens were initially forbidden from becoming Galli. The cult could be supported but not fully joined by respectable Romans. However, by the imperial period, this restriction loosened, and some Romans did enter the priesthood, though they remained somewhat marginal figures, objects of both awe and disgust. The Galli wore feminine clothing, long hair, heavy makeup, and elaborate jewelry, deliberately transgressing gender boundaries in service to their goddess. Cybele's taurobolium, bull sacrifice, was particularly important. The initiate stood in a pit covered with a wooden grating. A bull was led above the grating and sacrificed, its blood pouring down over the initiate below, who emerged drenched in blood, symbolically reborn. This ritual, expensive due to the cost of the bull, was performed by wealthy devotees seeking the goddess's favor or purification from sins. Inscriptions record individuals performing multiple taurobolia throughout their lives, suggesting belief in the rite's efficacy. The cult's emphasis on ecstatic experience, dramatic ritual, and personal transformation made it attractive despite its foreignness. Cybele offered a religious experience fundamentally different from calm, orderly Roman sacrifice. Her worship acknowledged the savage, uncontrolled aspects of nature and divinity that traditional Roman religion carefully managed and contained. For some Romans, this wildness was precisely what made the cult spiritually powerful. Mithras, the soldier's god. Mithraism was a mystery religion centered on the god Mithras, possibly derived from the Persian god Mithra, but significantly transformed in the Roman context. The cult was exclusively male and particularly popular among soldiers, merchants, and imperial administrators. Mithras worship occurred in underground temples called Mithraea, small cave-like structures that could accommodate perhaps 20 to 30 worshippers. The central image of Mithraism was the Tauroctini, showing Mithras slaying a bull. The god, wearing a Phrygian cap and flowing cape, knelt on the bull's back while plunging a knife into its neck. From the bull's blood and semen, life emerged, grain from the blood, animals from the semen. A dog and snake drank the blood, a scorpion attacked the bull's genitals, and a raven observed. This scene's meaning remains disputed, but it likely represented cosmic creation, the triumph of light over darkness, and the necessity of sacrifice for life. Mithras mythology in the Roman form, quite different from Persian Mithra, told of his miraculous birth from a rock, his heroic deeds, capturing and sacrificing the bull, shooting arrows to create springs, ascending to heaven in the sun god's chariot, and his promise to return at the end of time. Initiates believed Mithras guaranteed them safe passage through the afterlife, protecting them from demons and ensuring their souls ascended to the stars. The cult had 7 grades of initiation: Corax, Nymphus, Miles, Leo, Persis, Heliodromus, and Pater. Each grade involved secret rituals, oaths, and learning of mysteries. Advancement through the grades required years of participation, creating tight-knit communities of brothers who shared secret knowledge. The military-style hierarchy and the emphasis on courage and endurance appealed to soldiers' values. Mithraic rituals included communal meals, where worshippers reclined on benches along the sides of the Mithraeum, sharing bread and wine, or water, in memory of Mithras's final meal with Sol, the sun god, before his ascension. This sacred meal strengthened the community bonds and connected initiates to the god's sacrificial act. Other rituals involved ordeals, testing initiates' courage, perhaps involving heat, cold, fasting, or simulated threats, preparing them for real dangers they might face. Mithraism spread throughout the Roman military, with Mithraea found at forts along the Rhine and Danube frontiers, in Britain, North Africa, and throughout the eastern provinces. Soldiers transferring between posts could find Mithraic communities wherever they were stationed, providing religious continuity and social support. The cult's secrecy and exclusivity created strong bonds. Fellow Mithraists were brothers who could be trusted absolutely. Women were entirely excluded from Mithraism, unlike most other mystery religions. This exclusion reinforced the cult's military character and created a religious space where masculinity was celebrated and traditional Roman gender hierarchies were strongly affirmed. Some scholars suggest that Mithraism offered men an alternative to the increasingly feminized religious landscape where goddesses like Isis and Cybele had become prominent. Mithraism competed with Christianity in the late Empire, and Christians saw it as a demonic parody of their own faith. The Mithraic sacred meal resembled Christian Eucharist, the 7 grades resembled Christian sacraments, the December 25th birth of Mithras resembled Christmas.
In reality, both religions were responding to similar spiritual needs: personal salvation, community, moral guidance, hope for a better afterlife, in overlapping but distinct ways. When Christianity triumphed, Mithraism disappeared rapidly, its temples destroyed or converted, its secrets lost forever. Chapter 10: Philosophical Interpretations of Roman Religion. In hushed, contemplative tones, we turn now to how Roman intellectuals understood their religious traditions. Not all Romans simply believed the myths literally or performed rituals without reflection. Philosophers, historians, and educated individuals developed sophisticated interpretations of religion, sometimes affirming traditional practices, sometimes critiquing them, always attempting to understand their meaning and value. Stoic theology. Stoicism, founded by the Greek philosopher Zeno but widely adopted by Romans, provided a philosophical framework that could accommodate traditional religion while transforming its meaning. Stoics believed in a divine rational principle, logos, that ordered the cosmos, and they identified this principle with Jupiter. The cosmos itself was divine, pervaded by pneuma, divine breath or spirit, and everything happened according to divine providence. For Stoics, the traditional gods were real, but were understood as aspects or manifestations of the one divine logos. Jupiter was the supreme divine mind, but other gods represented divine forces operating in specific domains: Neptune in water, Mars in war, Venus in love. This interpretation allowed Stoics to participate in traditional religion while understanding it philosophically rather than literally. They could sacrifice to Jupiter without believing in an anthropomorphic sky god hurling thunderbolts, instead seeing their sacrifice as honoring the rational principle governing the cosmos. Stoic philosophers like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about divine providence and the importance of accepting one's fate. They taught that the divine logos had ordained everything, including personal suffering, for the best. The wise person accepted their destiny without complaint, recognizing that what appeared as evil from a limited human perspective was part of a cosmic good visible only to divine intelligence. This fatalism was not passive resignation, but active acceptance, a philosophical courage in the face of unchangeable destiny. The Stoic interpretation of augury and divination was particularly interesting. They believed that because divine providence ordered everything, signs and omens genuinely reveal the god's will. However, divination did not change what would happen. It merely revealed what was already fated. A general who received unfavorable auspices was not being warned to avoid battles so he could change the outcome. Rather, he was learning that his fate included defeat, and the unfavorable auspices were part of how that fate manifested. This subtle distinction preserved traditional religious practice while explaining it in philosophical terms. Stoics emphasized virtue as living according to nature, which meant living according to logos, reason. The truly pious person was not necessarily the one who performed the most sacrifices, but the one who lived virtuously, recognizing that virtue was the only true good and that external circumstances, wealth, health, even life itself, were indifference. This internalization of piety threatened to make traditional religious observances less important, but most Stoics maintained that external religious practice was still valuable as a social duty and a way of honoring the cosmic order. Cicero, though not a strict Stoic, expressed many Stoic ideas in his philosophical works. In De Natura Deorum, On the Nature of the Gods, he presented arguments from various philosophical schools about divine nature. The Stoic spokesman argued that the gods exist, that they care about human affairs, and that divination works because divine providence arranges signs to inform humans of their destinies. While Cicero's own views remained somewhat ambiguous, he clearly respected Stoic theology's ability to preserve traditional religion while making it philosophically respectable. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, exemplified Stoic piety. He regularly thanked the gods for the good things in his life, accepted hardships as part of divine providence, and encouraged himself to remain faithful to duty regardless of circumstances. Yet his religion was highly intellectualized. He rarely mentioned specific gods by name, instead referring to the gods or providence or nature in abstract terms.
His religious practice was private and philosophical rather than public and ritualistic, though as emperor he still performed the necessary state religious ceremonies. Epicurean skepticism. Epicureanism, based on the teachings of the Greek philosopher Epicurus, offered a fundamentally different view of religion. Epicureans believed that the gods existed, but were perfect beings living in complete tranquility in the spaces between worlds, intermundia. Because they were perfect and lacked nothing, they had no interest in human affairs and did not intervene in the world. Prayer and sacrifice were therefore pointless, not because the gods were hostile, but because they were completely indifferent. This theology undermined traditional religion's foundations. If the gods didn't care about human actions and didn't respond to worship, then the entire Roman religious system, the careful maintenance of pax deorum through sacrifice and ritual, was meaningless. Epicureans argued that people should worship the gods, if at all, only to contemplate their perfect nature and aspire to similar tranquility, not to seek favors or avert disasters. Epicureans also rejected divination entirely. Since the gods didn't intervene in the world, they couldn't send signs or omens. Apparent omens were merely coincidences, and interpreting them was superstition. This position was highly controversial in Rome, where divination was central to both religion and politics. Several Roman senators were Epicureans, creating the paradox that these men had to take auspices and consult the gods officially while personally believing these practices were worthless. Lucretius, in his magnificent poem De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, presented Epicurean philosophy in Latin verse. He began with a hymn to Venus, seemingly contradicting his philosophy that gods didn't intervene. But scholars interpret this as poetic convention or allegorical representation of nature's creative force, rather than literal theology. Throughout the poem, Lucretius attacked traditional religion as the source of fear and superstition, arguing that understanding natural causes would free humanity from religious terror. The Epicurean view of death was particularly radical. Since the soul was material, made of atoms, and dispersed at death, there was no afterlife. Death was simply non-existence, and therefore nothing to fear. Where death is, I am not. Where I am, death is not, Epicurus taught. This eliminated fear of underworld punishments, divine judgment, and eternal torment. The philosophical goal was to achieve ataraxia, tranquility, by recognizing that the gods were not threats, death was not frightening, and pleasure, understood as absence of pain and disturbance, was the highest good. Despite their skepticism about traditional religion, most Epicureans did not openly attack religious practice. They participated in festivals and public ceremonies as social obligations, accepting that religion served useful civic functions even if its theology was false. This practical accommodation allowed Epicureanism to survive in Rome, despite its fundamentally anti-religious implications. Intellectuals could be Epicurean in private while maintaining public religious conformity. The Epicurean critique of religion influenced later skeptical thought, but was never adopted widely in Rome. Most Romans found Epicureanism's denial of divine providence, rejection of afterlife, and emphasis on pleasure, even their refined definition of pleasure, too contrary to Roman values. Stoicism, which affirmed providence, duty, and traditional practice, was more compatible with Roman culture and thus more influential among the educated classes. Academic skepticism. The academic school of philosophy, deriving from Plato's Academy, developed a skeptical method that questioned whether certain knowledge was possible. Academic skeptics, like Carneades, argued that humans could never know the god's nature with certainty, that theology was fundamentally speculative, and that conflicting religious beliefs canceled each other out, leaving no rational basis for accepting any particular tradition. Cicero, who studied with academic skeptics, presented their arguments in De Natura Deorum. The skeptical spokesman demolished arguments for various theories of divine nature, pointing out logical contradictions and problems in Stoic, Epicurean, and traditional Roman theology. His conclusion was not atheism, but suspension of judgment. We simply cannot know the truth about the gods, so we should neither affirm nor deny religious claims dogmatically. This philosophical skepticism did not lead Cicero to abandon religious practice. As an augur himself, he performed divination throughout his political career and wrote a treatise, De Divination, defending divination against Epicurean attacks.
However, his defense was pragmatic and traditional rather than based on philosophical certainty. He argued that divination had served Rome well for centuries, that abandoning it would undermine state stability, and that even if we cannot prove divination works, we cannot prove it doesn't work either. Academic skepticism created an interesting position: philosophical agnosticism combined with practical religious conservatism. An educated Roman could admit privately that he didn't know whether the gods existed or whether sacrifices accomplished anything, while publicly performing all the required religious ceremonies as matters of tradition and civic duty. This separation between private belief and public practice may seem hypocritical, but Romans saw it as prudent. Why risk offending gods who might exist, and why disrupt social traditions that maintained order? The skeptical tradition also encouraged critical examination of religious myths. Educated Romans recognized that mythological stories were often contradictory, that different cities told different versions of the same myths, and that many myths involved gods behaving immorally. Philosophers distinguished between true theology, philosophical understanding of divine nature, and mythical theology, traditional stories about the gods, arguing that myths should not be taken literally, but interpreted allegorically or simply accepted as traditional narratives, not meant to be factually true. Varro's three theologies. Marcus Terentius Varro, Rome's great scholar, proposed a tripartite division of theology that became influential: civil theology, the religion of the state; natural theology, philosophical understanding of the divine; and mythical theology, traditional stories about gods. Each had its own sphere and purpose, and confusion arose when they were conflated. Civil theology comprised the public religious system: sacrifices, festivals, priesthoods, temples. Its purpose was maintaining social order and the state's welfare. The question of whether its claims were literally true was secondary to whether it functioned effectively. Civil theology was judged by its results. Did it maintain pax deorum and ensure Rome's prosperity? If so, it was valid regardless of philosophical objections. Natural theology was the domain of philosophers who sought rational understanding of divine nature. This theology asked profound questions. Does divinity exist? What is its nature? How does it relate to the cosmos? Natural theology aimed at truth rather than practical effectiveness, and it often conflicted with traditional beliefs. However, philosophers recognized that natural theology was too abstract and demanding for most people. It was necessarily an elite pursuit. Mythical theology consisted of traditional stories told by poets and enshrined in myth. Varro recognized that these stories often portrayed gods behaving badly, committing adultery, lying, fighting among themselves. He argued that myths should not be taken literally, but understood as allegorical representations of natural forces or philosophical truths. Jupiter's thunderbolt represented divine power, his affairs represented the creative force impregnating nature, and so forth. This tripartite framework allowed sophisticated Romans to maintain traditional religious practice while recognizing that its stories were not literally true, and while pursuing philosophical truth privately. A Roman statesman could sacrifice to Jupiter, civil theology, study Stoic ideas about divine providence, natural theology, and enjoy Ovid's Metamorphoses, mythical theology, without feeling these three activities contradicted each other, because they operated in different registers and served different purposes. Varro's approach was fundamentally pragmatic and conservative. He valued traditional religion for its social utility, while recognizing that educated elites needed more sophisticated theological frameworks. He did not advocate abandoning traditional practice in favor of philosophy, nor imposing philosophical theology on the masses. Instead, he advocated maintaining the existing system while understanding it properly, recognizing that different types of theology served different functions, and that Rome needed all three to remain stable and prosperous. Allegorical interpretation. Educated Romans frequently interpreted myths allegorically, finding hidden meanings beneath the literal surface. This approach, borrowed from Greek philosophers, allowed them to preserve traditional stories while avoiding their problematic elements. If Jupiter's affair with Leda seemed immoral, one could interpret it allegorically. Jupiter, divine principle, united with Leda, receptive matter, to produce the Dioscuri, illustrious heroes, representing how divine influence acting on material nature produces exceptional human achievements.
The Stoics particularly developed allegorical interpretation. They saw myths as encoding philosophical truths in narrative form. Neptune's control of seas represented divine providence working through water. Vulcan's forge represented the creative force of fire. Venus's power over love represented the attractive force that united opposites. Mars and Venus's affair represented the union of strife and love that animated the cosmos. Every myth could be decoded to reveal philosophical meaning. This allegorical approach preserved myths while transforming their meaning. Traditional stories that seemed crude or immoral when taken literally became profound philosophical allegories when properly interpreted. Critics argued that this method was too flexible. Any myth could be interpreted to mean almost anything, making the interpretation more about the interpreter's philosophical views than about the myth's actual meaning. But defenders responded that myths were deliberately crafted as allegories, and recovering their hidden meanings was legitimate scholarship. Allegorical interpretation also applied to rituals. Why did the Flamen Dialis have so many strange taboos? Allegorical explanation: each taboo symbolized some aspect of Jupiter's nature or reminded the priest of his sacred duties. Why were black animals sacrificed to underworld gods? Because black represented darkness and death, making the sacrifice symbolically appropriate. Every ritual detail had potential symbolic meaning waiting to be discovered by careful interpretation. The danger of excessive allegorization was that it could dissolve religion entirely into philosophy. If every god was really just a symbol of a natural force or philosophical concept, then the gods themselves ceased to be personal beings worthy of worship and became mere teaching tools. Most Romans resisted this reduction, maintaining that the gods were real beings, even if myths about them were allegorical. The balance between preserving belief in the gods' reality and interpreting their myths allegorically was delicate and varied among individuals. Religion and philosophy in Roman education. Elite Roman education included both traditional religion and philosophy. Young aristocrats learned to perform religious rituals properly as part of their training for public life. They also studied Greek philosophy, usually Stoicism, sometimes other schools, as part of their intellectual formation. This dual education created individuals who were simultaneously pious Romans and philosophical sophisticates, able to operate in both registers as circumstances required. The tension between these two aspects of education was productive. Philosophy encouraged critical thinking and questioning of traditions. Religion demanded respect for ancestral customs and proper performance of rituals. Young Romans had to navigate between these demands, learning when to think critically and when to conform to tradition. This navigation developed flexibility and practical wisdom, qualities essential for successful political careers. Some philosophers argued that religion was useful for the masses, but unnecessary for the wise. The truly virtuous person lived according to reason and needed no external religious motivation. However, most Romans rejected this elitist position, arguing that even philosophers benefited from religious observance. Participating in traditional rites connected one to ancestors, community, and the state. It expressed gratitude to the gods, even if one's philosophical theology was abstract, and maintained social solidarity. The relationship between philosophy and religion in Rome was ultimately complementary rather than antagonistic. Philosophy did not replace religion, but supplemented it, offering intellectual explanations and deeper understanding. Religion provided the social framework and emotional satisfaction that abstract philosophy could not supply. Together, they formed a complete system addressing both intellectual and emotional religious needs, allowing Romans to be simultaneously rational and pious. Chapter 11: The Imperial Cult and Divine Emperors. In measured tones, we explore one of Roman religion's most distinctive developments, the deification of emperors and the imperial cult that spread throughout the empire. This practice, which seems strange or even blasphemous to modern sensibilities, made perfect sense within Roman religious logic and served important political functions. Origins of ruler cult.
The practice of deifying rulers was not Roman in origin, but came from the Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after Alexander the Great's conquests. In Egypt, pharaohs had been considered gods for millennia. Greek cities had honored benefactors and founders with divine or semi-divine status. When Romans encountered these traditions through their expansion eastward, they initially found them foreign and suspicious. To Romans, no living man was a god. However, precedents existed even in Roman tradition. Romulus, Rome's founder, was said to have ascended to heaven after death and been deified as Quirinus, receiving a temple and cult. This demonstrated that exceptional mortals could become gods, at least posthumously. The line between human and divine was not absolutely fixed. Under special circumstances, it could be crossed. Julius Caesar was the first Roman to receive divine honors while living, though he did so cautiously and primarily in the Greek East, where such honors were traditional. In Rome itself, he accepted some divine honors. His statue was placed among the gods. He was granted a temple to Clementia, Mercy, with his image as its cult object, and the Senate voted him various divine privileges. Whether Caesar intended to be worshipped as a god remains debated, but his assassination prevented him from fully developing a living cult. After Caesar's death, his adopted son, Octavian, later Augustus, promoted Caesar's deification. A comet appeared during games held in Caesar's honor, which Octavian claimed was Caesar's soul ascending to heaven. The Senate officially declared Caesar divine, Divus Julius, a temple was dedicated to him, and he received regular sacrifices. This deification had immense political value for Octavian, who could now style himself Divi Filius, son of a god, giving him divine ancestry and enhancing his authority. Augustus and the development of imperial cult. Augustus was cautious about accepting divine honors in Rome itself, but he encouraged worship of his genius, guardian spirit, rather than his person. This distinction was important. Worshipping the emperor's genius acknowledged his special relationship with the divine without quite claiming he was a god. Oaths were sworn by the genius of Augustus, and altars to his genius appeared throughout the empire alongside altars to traditional gods. In the provinces, particularly the Greek East, where ruler cult was traditional, Augustus was worshipped as a god during his lifetime. Temples to Roma and Augustus were built throughout the provinces, linking the personified Roman state with the emperor. This worship was both religious and political. It expressed loyalty to Rome and gratitude to Augustus for bringing peace, the Pax Augusta, after decades of civil war. Provincial elites competed to build the grandest temples and fund the most elaborate festivals for the imperial cult. Augustus carefully controlled his public image. In Rome, he presented himself as the first citizen, princeps, respectful of traditional religion and republican forms. He held priesthoods, including Pontifex Maximus, head of Roman religion, repaired temples, revived ancient ceremonies, and portrayed himself as restoring traditional Roman values. His religious conservatism made Romans comfortable with his unprecedented power. He seemed to be strengthening tradition rather than overthrowing it. Upon Augustus's death in 14 CE, the Senate voted to deify him, based on testimony that a witness had seen his soul ascending to heaven. A temple was built for Divus Augustus, priests were appointed for his cult, the Sodalis Augustalis, and he received sacrifices alongside the traditional gods. His widow, Livia, was made priestess of his cult, giving her official religious authority she had lacked as a mortal woman. This set the precedent for future imperial deifications. The imperial cult under later emperors. Not all emperors were deified. The Senate decided after each emperor's death whether to grant him divinity. Unpopular or tyrannical emperors were not deified and instead received damnatio memoria, condemnation of memory. Their names were chiseled from inscriptions, their statues destroyed, their memory officially erased. This gave the imperial cult an evaluative function. Deification recognized emperors who had ruled well, while its denial condemned those who had failed. Good emperors who were deified included Augustus, Vespasian, Titus, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, among others. Their deification was often recorded in coins, showing the deceased emperor ascending to heaven on an eagle's back or as a comet, recalling the omen after Caesar's death. Temples were dedicated to them, and their birthdays became public holidays. Their cults became part of the state religious calendar, ensuring their memory persisted. Some emperors were more aggressive about seeking divine honors during their lifetimes. Caligula notoriously had statues of himself placed in temples alongside the gods, and apparently took his own divinity seriously, dressing as various gods and demanding worship. The Senate and most Romans found this behavior insane and blasphemous. Only after death could a mortal become fully divine. Caligula's assassination and the subsequent erasure of many of his divine claims showed the limits of acceptable imperial religiosity. Domitian also accepted divine honors during his lifetime, insisting on being addressed as Dominus et Deus, Master and God. While Eastern provinces were comfortable with this, Romans found it excessive. After Domitian's assassination, the Senate refused his deification and condemned his memory. Later emperors were more cautious, accepting that divine status came fully only after death, and only if they had earned it through good rule. Some emperors' family members were also deified. Wives, mothers, daughters, and occasionally sons of emperors could be declared divine if they died, and if the reigning emperor requested it. Livia, Augustus's wife, Platina, Trajan's wife, Faustina, both Antoninus Pius's wife and Marcus Aurelius's wife, and many others became diva and received temples and cults. This practice created a divine imperial family, extending the emperor's sacred status to his household. The imperial cult had practical functions beyond honoring individual emperors. It provided a focus for provincial loyalty to Rome. Local elites competed for the honor of serving as priests of the imperial cult, and holding these priesthoods brought prestige and political advantage. Festivals of the imperial cult brought communities together, reinforcing social bonds and shared identity as Romans. The cult thus served as social glue, holding the vast, diverse empire together under common religious observance. Imperial cult and Christian conflict. The imperial cult eventually brought Rome into conflict with Christianity. Christians refused to sacrifice to the emperor's genius or to offer incense at imperial altars, seeing this as idolatry. Romans found this refusal incomprehensible and dangerous. Sacrificing to the emperor was not primarily about belief in his divinity, but about demonstrating loyalty to the state. Christian refusal seemed like treason, suggesting they did not accept Roman authority. Persecution of Christians varied in intensity and was never empire-wide until the mid-3rd century.
Local officials might require Christians to sacrifice to prove their loyalty, and those who refused could be executed. The most famous martyrs, Saints Perpetua and Felicity, Saint Polycarp, Saint Lawrence, died because they refused to perform imperial cult sacrifices. Their martyrdom stories became central to Christian identity, portraying the imperial cult as demonic and Christian refusal as heroic faithfulness to the true God. From the Roman perspective, the Christians' position was absurd and dangerous. The empire's prosperity depended on maintaining Pax Deorum, which required universal participation in state cult. Christians who refused to sacrifice threatened everyone by potentially angering the gods. When disasters occurred, plagues, military defeats, earthquakes, Romans blamed Christians for breaking the religious contract that protected the empire. The conflict was ultimately irresolutible within the traditional framework. Christianity's monotheism and exclusivism made compromise impossible. Christians could not acknowledge any divinity except their God, even as a polite gesture. Romans could not exempt one group from religious obligations without undermining the entire system. Only when Constantine converted to Christianity in the 4th century and Christianity became the empire's favored religion did the imperial cult begin to decline. Ironically, Christian emperors adapted elements of the imperial cult to their own purposes. They were portrayed with divine attributes, halos in art, descriptions as divinely chosen, their images were venerated, though officially not worshipped, and their authority was presented as coming from God. The vocabulary and imagery of the imperial cult survived into Christian imperial ideology, demonstrating how deeply embedded it had become in Roman political culture. Apotheosis, the process of becoming divine.
The formal process of deification, called apotheosis, from Greek meaning making divine, involved several stages. When an emperor died, his body was cremated with great ceremony. During the funeral, an eagle was released from the pyre, symbolizing the emperor's soul ascending to heaven. A senator would then testify under oath that he had witnessed the emperor's ascension, giving official confirmation of the deification. The Senate would vote on whether to deify the emperor. If the vote passed, a temple would be planned, though actual construction might take years, priests would be appointed, and the emperor would be added to the calendar of gods receiving regular sacrifices. Coins would be minted showing the new god, often with the title divus or diva and the word consecratio, consecration, making the deification publicly known throughout the empire. The new divine emperor would receive specific epithets and attributes. Like traditional gods, deified emperors had specialized functions. Augustus protected the state's prosperity, Vespasian ensured fiscal responsibility, Hadrian patronized arts and literature. These attributes allowed worshippers to direct specific prayers to the appropriate divine emperor, just as they might pray to Neptune for sea voyages or Mars for military success. Some philosophers and intellectuals mocked the apotheosis process. Seneca wrote a satire, Apokalokantosis, pumpkinification, ridiculing the deification of Claudius, suggesting the Senate might as well vote to deify a pumpkin as that incompetent emperor. Such satires showed that educated Romans recognized the political nature of imperial deification and did not necessarily take it literally. Yet, the same skeptics participated in the cult publicly, separating their private doubts from their public conformity. The imperial cult's theological status remained ambiguous. Were deified emperors truly gods like Jupiter and Mars, or were they lesser divinities, something between mortals and gods? Different people answered differently. Simple folk probably did not worry about such distinctions and prayed to deified emperors just as they prayed to traditional gods. Philosophers developed complex hierarchies of divinity with various grades of divine being. The imperial cult worked precisely because it was theologically vague, allowing different constituencies to interpret it according to their own understanding. Chapter 12. Roman priests, priestesses, and religious officials. In calm, methodical tones, we turn to the people who mediated between gods and mortals, the priests, priestesses, and religious officials who maintained Rome's religious system. Unlike modern priests, who typically serve full-time and exclusively, Roman priests were usually aristocratic part-time officials who held priesthoods alongside political and military careers. Yet their roles were crucial, and they took their religious duties seriously. The Pontifical College. The College of Pontiffs, Collegium Pontificum, was the most important priestly body. It comprised 16 members under the Republic, later expanded to 15 under Augustus. The college's responsibilities included regulating the calendar and determining which days were phos, permissible for business, or nephos, impermissible. This power gave them indirect control over political activity, as assemblies and courts could not meet on nephos days. Overseeing all public religious activities, ensuring rituals were performed correctly. If a sacrifice was flawed, the victim struggled, improper words were spoken, the entrails showed ill omens, the pontiffs determined whether it had to be repeated. Maintaining records of prodigies, unusual omens, and the rituals performed to expiate them. Their archives preserved Rome's religious history and provided precedents for future situations. Advising magistrates on religious matters. When consuls or other officials needed to perform religious ceremonies, they consulted the pontiffs to ensure proper procedure. Regulating sacred law, jus divinum, which governed relationships with the gods. This included rules about vows, dedications, sacred property, and religious pollution. The Pontifex Maximus, head of the college, was Rome's highest religious authority. Originally appointed by the college itself, the position later became elective, with the Comitia Tributa, tribal assembly, choosing from among the college's members. This made the office simultaneously religious and political. Ambitious men sought it for the prestige and authority it brought. The Pontifex Maximus's residence, the Domus Publica in the Forum, was itself sacred space.
He had custody of the Vestal virgins, overseeing their activities and punishing violations of their vows. He could enter Vesta's temple, one of the few men permitted to do so. His religious authority was so great that even in the Republic, when the office held no imperium, military/political command, the Pontifex Maximus commanded immense respect. Julius Caesar held the office of Pontifex Maximus from 63 BCE until his death, and Augustus assumed it in 12 BCE. From then on, emperors routinely held the position, making them both political rulers and chief priests. This concentration of religious and political authority in one person contributed to the emperor's sacred aura and his ability to control Roman religion for political purposes. The pontiffs also controlled the religious calendar's publication. Originally kept secret and known only to the priests, the calendar was finally published around 300 BCE, democratizing religious knowledge. However, the pontiffs retained authority to intercalate, add extra months, to keep the lunar calendar aligned with the solar year, giving them periodic opportunities to lengthen magistrates of friendly officials or shorten those of enemies by manipulating the calendar. The Flamenes, priests of individual gods. The Flamenes were priests dedicated to specific gods. There were 15 Flamenes, divided into 3 major, Flamenes Majores, and 12 minor, Flamenes Minores. The major Flamenes served Jupiter, Flamen Dialis, Mars, Flamen Martialis, and Quirinus, Flamen Quirinalis. These were the most prestigious priesthoods after the Pontifex Maximus, and their priests observed numerous taboos, reflecting their god's sacred nature. The Flamen Dialis's restrictions we have already discussed. He could not touch iron, ride horses, sleep outside Rome, or allow his marriage to end. His wife, the Flaminica Dialis, was equally constrained, and together they represented Jupiter's presence in Rome. The extreme restrictions meant few aristocrats wanted the position, and it was sometimes vacant for years when no suitable candidate could be found willing to accept such limitations on his personal freedom. The Flamen Martialis served Mars, and presumably officiated at Mars's major festivals, the October Horse, the Armilistrium, purification of weapons, and the Equaria, horse races. While not as constrained as the Flamen Dialis, he still observed certain taboos appropriate to his god. The Flamen Martialis had to be a patrician and married by Confariatio, ensuring his ritual purity. The Flamen Quirinalis served Quirinus, the deified Romulus. His most notable duty was officiating at the Robigalia, the festival to avert grain blight. This seems odd until one remembers that Romulus founded Rome, and thus was patron of its agricultural prosperity. The Flamen Quirinalis' role connected Rome's legendary founder to the practical concern of ensuring adequate food supply. The 12 minor Flamenes served various gods, including Flora, Pomona, Vulcan, Palatia, and others. Less is known about their specific duties, but they presumably performed sacrifices and maintained their cults. These priesthoods were less prestigious than the major Flamenes, but they were still honored positions, typically held by patricians or upper-class plebeians. All Flamens wore a distinctive pointed hat called an apex, a white cap with a spike topped by a flaming red disc. They also wore the purple-bordered toga praetexta in public, marking their sacred status. The apex in particular identified a Flamen immediately, and civilians were required to show respect, yielding the right of way and offering honors. The Flamen's priesthoods were lifelong, though resignation was possible under certain circumstances, particularly if the Flaminica died, as the Flamen Dialis's wife's death required his resignation. This lifetime appointment ensured continuity of cult and allowed Flamens to develop deep expertise in their gods' rituals. However, it also meant that poor choices for priests could cause problems for decades. The Augurs, interpreters of divine will. The College of Augurs comprised specialists in taking auspices, reading omens sent by the gods, particularly Jupiter. Augury was fundamental to Roman public life. No major state action could be taken without favorable auspices. The augurs did not predict the future, but determined whether the gods approved of proposed actions by observing signs in nature.
Augural practice involved defining a templum, a sacred space marked out with a curved staff called a lituus, then observing bird flights, lightning, or other phenomena within that space. Different signs had different meanings. Birds flying from left to right, east to west, were favorable, while right to left was unfavorable. However, the exact interpretation depended on which birds appeared, at what height they flew, and what sounds they made. Lightning on the left was generally favorable, on the right unfavorable, opposite to bird flights. But lightning from certain gods had specific meanings. Jupiter's lightning was especially significant and could override other omens. The feeding behavior of sacred chickens was another form of augury, particularly used by military commanders. If the chickens ate eagerly when offered food, the auspices were favorable. If they refused to eat or ate sluggishly, the gods withheld approval. Strange or unusual natural phenomena, two-headed calves, speaking animals, statues sweating blood, were prodigies requiring special interpretation and expiation. Augurs had tremendous political power. A magistrate could not act without favorable auspices, so an augur who declared the auspices unfavorable effectively vetoed that action. During the Republic, augury became politicized, with augurs sometimes announcing unfavorable auspices to block legislation or elections they opposed. Cicero, himself an augur, acknowledged in his philosophical writings that augury's political manipulation undermined its religious credibility. The augural books, Libri Augurales, recorded precedents and procedures for taking auspices. These texts were kept secret, known only to augurs, ensuring that ordinary people could not question augural decisions. The book's contents included technical details about which birds were significant for which purposes, how to define templum properly, and how to interpret ambiguous signs. Augurs were elected by the Comitia Tributa from among the aristocracy and served for life. The position brought prestige and political influence, making it highly sought after. Augustus expanded the college to 15 members, and as Pontifex Maximus, he controlled augural appointments, using them to reward loyal supporters. Despite philosophical skepticism about augury, the practice persisted throughout Roman history. Even emperors who privately doubted divination's efficacy publicly performed auguries before major actions. The practice was too deeply embedded in Roman political culture to be easily abandoned, and it served useful political functions, regardless of whether it actually revealed divine will. The Vestal Virgins, keepers of Rome's sacred fire. The Vestal Virgins were 6 priestesses who maintained the eternal flame in Vesta's temple and performed other sacred duties. They were unique in Roman religion, women serving as priests in their own right, not subordinate to male authority, with independent legal status unusual for Roman women. They commanded enormous respect and enjoyed privileges unavailable to other women. Vestals were chosen between ages 6 and 10 from patrician families. Once selected, they served 30 years, 10 years learning their duties, 10 years performing them, and 10 years teaching new Vestals. After 30 years, they could retire and even marry, though few did. Most remained Vestals for life. The selection process involved examination of the candidates to ensure they had no physical defects and came from families with proper status. Their primary duty was maintaining Vesta's eternal flame. They divided this responsibility, with different Vestals taking shifts watching the fire. If it went out, the Vestal responsible could be punished, flogging by the Pontifex Maximus, and elaborate purification rituals had to be performed for the entire city. The flame's continuity symbolized Rome's life. Its extinction portended disaster. Vestals also prepared the mola salsa, salted flour used in all sacrifices, participated in important state ceremonies, guarded sacred objects in Vesta's temple, including the Palladium, an image of Athena/Minerva supposedly brought from Troy, and performed rituals at various festivals. During the Vestalia, they opened Vesta's temple to matrons and later ritually cleansed it. The Vestal's vow of chastity was absolute. Sexual activity, even being raped, was considered a violation that polluted not just the individual Vestal, but threatened the entire city. The punishment for a Vestal who broke her vow was horrifying. She would be buried alive in an underground chamber with a small amount of food, water, and oil for a lamp. The chamber was then sealed, and she was left to die slowly. Her lover, if identified, would be publicly flogged to death in the Comitium. This extreme punishment reflected Roman belief that Vestal's virginity was essential to Rome's survival. If a Vestal violated her vow, it broke the sacred contract between Rome and Vesta, potentially bringing down divine wrath on the entire city. Several historical Vestals were executed for alleged unchastity, sometimes based on dubious evidence. The accusations often came during periods of crisis, military defeats, plagues, earthquakes, when Romans sought scapegoats for perceived divine anger. The Vestals' punishment for violations brought extraordinary privileges. They could own property independently, make wills without male guardianship, and testify in court without the usual restrictions on women. When they traveled through Rome, lictors preceded them, as they did consuls, and all citizens had to yield the right of way. If a condemned criminal accidentally encountered a Vestal's procession, he was automatically pardoned. They had reserved seats at all public spectacles, sitting in positions of honor. The Vestals lived in the House of the Vestals, Atrium Vestae, adjacent to Vesta's temple in the Forum. This complex was comfortable and well-appointed, with the state providing everything the Vestals needed. They ate well, dressed in distinctive white robes with purple borders, and maintained their own gardens and facilities. The eldest Vestal, the Virgo Vestalis Maxima, managed the house and directed the other Vestals, holding authority comparable to male priests. The symbolism of the Vestals was complex. They were virgin priestesses, yet they performed motherly roles for the city, maintaining the hearth, preparing sacrificial ingredients. They were women, yet they enjoyed male legal privileges and public authority usually reserved for men. They embodied both purity, virginity, white robes, and fertility, the eternal flame, the grain they prepared. This liminal status, between male and female, between virgin and mother, gave them unique sacred power. The Vestal's position also had political dimensions. Powerful men sought to have their daughters selected as Vestals, as it brought honor to the family and created connections to other aristocratic families. The Vestals could shelter political refugees who reached their house, and they kept important documents in Vesta's temple, including wills of emperors. Their political influence, though unofficial, was considerable, and emperors treated them with elaborate respect. The Vestal's cult survived longer than many other pagan practices. Even after Christianity became Rome's official religion, the Vestals continued their duties until 394 CE, when Emperor Theodosius I finally closed their temple and disbanded the order. The eternal flame that had burned for over 1,000 years was extinguished, marking the end of traditional Roman state religion more definitively than any other event. The Haruspices, Etruscan divination specialists. The Haruspices were not officially Roman priests, but Etruscan specialists in divination through examining sacrificial victims' entrails, particularly livers. The Etruscan tradition of haruspicy was ancient and complex, involving detailed knowledge of liver anatomy and the meanings of various anomalies, markings, or imperfections found in the organ. The practice worked through analogy. The sacrificial animal's body was a microcosm of the cosmos, and its organs reflected cosmic conditions. The liver, considered the source of life and emotion, was especially significant. A haruspex would examine the liver immediately after sacrifice, looking at its color, size, shape, and any unusual features. Different regions of the liver corresponded to different gods and areas of life. So an imperfection in one region indicated problems in that domain. Bronze models of livers, marked with divine names and other inscriptions, have been found, the most famous being the liver of Piacenza, discovered in 1877. These served as teaching tools and reference guides, showing the correspondence between liver regions and divine cosmic forces. Haruspex trained extensively, learning to identify subtle variations and interpret their meanings. While augurs were Roman aristocrats holding official priesthoods, haruspex were typically Etruscan professionals hired for their expertise. Roman magistrates and generals would consult haruspices before battles, when making major decisions, or when prodigies occurred.
The haruspex would sacrifice an animal, examine its liver, and pronounce whether the auspices were favorable or unfavorable, and what action should be taken. During the Republic, the Senate established a college of 60 haruspices to regularize their consultation. These official haruspices interpreted prodigies, unusual omens like comets, earthquakes, two-headed births, or statues apparently bleeding. When such phenomena occurred, the Senate would send for the haruspices, who would prescribe expiation rituals, specific sacrifices, processions, or prayers to particular gods to avert the divine anger these omens indicated. Famous historical moments turned on haruspical interpretation. Before the Battle of Cannae, 216 BCE, haruspices examined the livers of sacrificial animals and found disturbing anomalies, warning that the battle should be postponed. The Roman commanders ignored this advice and suffered one of Rome's worst defeats, losing perhaps 50,000 men. Afterwards, Romans blamed the disaster partly on the commanders' impiety in ignoring the gods' clear warning through the haruspices. Haruspicy persisted into the late Empire, despite philosophical skepticism and Christian opposition. The practice was so embedded in Roman military and political culture that abandoning it seemed dangerous. What if the gods really did communicate through animal livers, and ignoring them brought disaster? Even Christian emperors sometimes consulted haruspices privately, though they officially condemned the practice as superstition. The Christian critique of haruspicy was severe. Church fathers like Augustine argued that demons manipulated the entrails to deceive pagans, or that apparent predictions were coincidental. Laws were passed forbidding divination, and practitioners could be executed. By the 5th century, haruspicy had largely disappeared, though some rural communities reportedly continued the practice in secret for generations. The Fetiale, ritual specialists in war and peace. The Fetiale, priests, fetiales, were a college of 20 priests who performed rituals related to declaring war, making treaties, and ensuring that Rome's military actions were just and had divine sanction. Their rituals were archaic, using formulae in Old Latin that later Romans barely understood. But they were carefully preserved because proper procedure was essential for gaining divine approval. When Rome felt it had been wronged by another state, the fetiales would perform the ritual of rerum repetitio, demand for restitution. The pater patratus, the head fetial, would travel to the offending state's border with sacred herbs from the Capitoline and the sacred flint from Jupiter's altar. There, he would solemnly declare Rome's grievances, calling Jupiter and other gods to witness. If satisfaction was not given within 33 days, the fetial would return and declare that Rome would seek redress through war. To formally declare war, the fetial would return to the enemy border and throw a spear into their territory while speaking a ritual formula. This act placed the war under divine protection, making it a bellum justum, just war. Romans believed that only wars declared through proper fetial ritual could succeed, as unjust wars would anger the gods who would withdraw their support. As Rome expanded, physically traveling to distant borders became impractical. To solve this, the fetiales designated a plot of land near the Temple of Bellona, goddess of war, in Rome as symbolically representing enemy territory. When declaring war against distant nations, the fetial would throw his spear into this plot, satisfying the ritual requirement without the impractical journey. For treaties, the fetiales performed the ritual sacrifice of a pig using the sacred flint. The pater patratus would recite the treaty terms, calling the gods to witness, then strike the pig with the flint while declaring, "If Rome breaks this treaty, may Jupiter strike the Roman people as I strike this pig." The violence of the sacrifice reinforced the oath's seriousness. Breaking a fetial treaty was not merely political betrayal, but religious sacrilege, inviting divine punishment. The fetiales' insistence on just war, while sometimes manipulated for political purposes, reflected genuine Roman concern with divine approval for military action. Romans believed their empire had grown because the gods favored them. But divine favor was not automatic. It had to be earned through piety and just behavior. The fetial rituals ensured that Rome's wars, at least formally, had divine sanction and were defensive or retaliatory rather than aggressive.
The fedial college declined during the late Republic as Roman military expansion made their procedures increasingly cumbersome. By the Empire, wars were declared by imperial decree without fedial involvement. However, Augustus revived the college as part of his religious restoration, and emperors occasionally had fedials perform traditional rituals to demonstrate their piety and the justice of their campaigns. The Septemviri Apullorum, organizers of sacred feasts. The Septemviri Apullorum, originally 7, later 10 members, were priests responsible for organizing the Apulum Jovis, feast of Jupiter, and other sacred banquets. These were not simply religious ceremonies, but elaborate state occasions involving careful protocol and significant expense. During the Apulum Jovis, statues of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva were placed on pulvinaria, cushic couches, in Jupiter's temple, and a magnificent feast was set before them. The priests would arrange the dishes, pour libations, and perform rituals as if the gods were physical guests. After sufficient time for the gods to spiritually consume the meal, the food was distributed to senators and other participants, allowing mortals to share in divine bounty. The Apullones also organized the lectisternia, public banquets for various gods during emergencies or thanksgivings. During crises, plagues, military disasters, earthquakes, the Senate might decree a lectisternium, hoping to appease angry gods or thank them for averting worse catastrophe. The Apullones would arrange for statues of selected gods to be brought out, placed on couches in public spaces, and feasted while Romans prayed and offered sacrifices. These banquets required significant logistical skill. The Apullones had to procure appropriate food, ensure proper ritual purity, coordinate with other priestly colleges, manage large crowds, and maintain appropriate dignity and solemnity. The feasts were both religious and social occasions, reinforcing community bonds while honoring the gods. The position of Apullo was prestigious, though not as elevated as pontificus or augur. It was typically held by senators who had already established their political careers. The religious duties were regular but not excessively burdensome, making the priesthood attractive to men who wanted religious honor without the time commitment required by more demanding priesthoods. The Quindecimviri Sacris Faciendis, keepers of prophetic books. The Quindecimviri Sacris Faciendis, 15 men for performing sacred rites, were custodians of the Sibylline books, a collection of prophetic verses allegedly purchased by Rome's last king, Tarquin the Proud, from the Cumaean Sibyl. These books were consulted during crises when the Senate needed divine guidance beyond what traditional divination provided. The Sibylline books were kept in a stone chest in the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitine Hill. The Quindecimviri alone had keys and access. When the Senate decreed a consultation, the Quindecimviri would retrieve the books, search through the cryptic Greek verses for relevant prophecies, and interpret what the gods advised. The book's contents were secret, revealed only to the priests and the Senate. This secrecy enhanced their authority. No one could question interpretations because no one else could read the original prophecies. The Quindecimviri's pronouncements often recommended introducing foreign gods or establishing new cults, making them agents of religious innovation rather than conservative tradition. Several major Roman cults were established on Sibylline advice. The cult of Apollo, the importation of Cabela, Magna Mater, the introduction of Greek-style religious practices all came through Sibylline consultation. The books thus facilitated Hellenization of Roman religion, providing divine authority for adopting foreign religious elements that might otherwise have been resisted. The original Sibylline books were destroyed when fire consumed Jupiter's temple in 83 BCE. A new collection was assembled from various oracles and prophetic texts throughout the Mediterranean, but their authority was diminished. Augustus, as Pontifex Maximus, moved them to Apollo's temple on the Palatine and had them edited, removing verses he deemed spurious or politically dangerous. This gave the emperor control over this source of divine guidance. The Sibylline books were finally burned by the Christian general Stilicho in 405 CE, eliminating this source of pagan religious authority. The Quindecimviri priesthood was dissolved, and the tradition of consulting written prophecies for state guidance ended. Christian emperors relied on biblical prophecy and church councils for religious guidance, replacing the Sibylline tradition with Christian alternatives. Minor priesthoods and religious officials. Beyond the major colleges, numerous minor priesthoods and religious officials maintained specific cults and performed specialized functions. The Arval Brethren, Frates Arvales, were 12 priests who performed agricultural rites and sacrificed to Mars for the protection of farmlands. Their rituals used extremely archaic Latin, and they danced while singing the Carmen Arvale, one of the oldest Latin texts preserved. Augustus revived this priesthood as part of his religious restoration. The Sodales Augustalis were created to serve the cult of Divus Augustus after his deification. Similar sodalitates were established for other deified emperors, creating a parallel priesthood structure for the imperial cult alongside traditional priestly colleges. The Rex Sacrorum, King of Sacred Rites, was a priestly office that preserved royal religious functions after the monarchy's abolition. The Rex performed certain sacrifices and rituals that had been royal prerogatives, but was carefully subordinated to the republican magistrates and had no political power. The Curiones were priests of the 30 Curiae, the oldest divisions of the Roman people. Each curia had a priest who performed sacrifices and maintained local cult sites. The Curio Maximus coordinated these priests and presided at the Fornicalia, Festival of Ovens. The Luperci were priests of Faunus who performed the Lupercalia festival every February. They would sacrifice goats and a dog, then run nearly naked through Rome, striking people, especially women, with strips of goatskin, believing this promoted fertility. The Sali were 2 groups of dancing priests, one serving Mars, one serving Quirinus, who performed ritual war dances in March and October, marking the opening and closing of the military campaign season. They wore archaic armor and sang hymns in Old Latin while performing complex dance movements. Magistrates also had religious duties. Consuls took auspices before major actions, performed sacrifices, and dedicated temples. Censors contracted for temple construction and reviewed priestly colleges. Praetors presided at certain festivals. The integration of political and religious offices meant that Rome's leaders were simultaneously statesmen and priests, ensuring that political decisions considered religious implications. This elaborate system of priesthoods, each with specific duties and expertise, created a religious infrastructure that sustained Roman cult for centuries. The priests preserved ancient rituals, adapted to new circumstances, and ensured that Rome maintained its relationship with the divine through countless political changes and territorial expansions. Only Christianity's triumph dismantled this system, replacing it with a very different religious structure. Chapter 13: Roman Religious Festivals Throughout the Year. In gentle, rhythmic tones, we walk through the Roman year month by month, noting the festivals that filled the calendar. Roman life was punctuated by religious observances, from grand state ceremonies involving the entire population to small neighborhood festivals celebrated at local shrines. The calendar was itself a religious document, organizing time according to divine rhythms. January, beginnings and Janus. January, named for Janus, began with the Calendae Januarii on the 1st. This was a major festival celebrating beginnings, as the new year started. People exchanged gifts called strenae, dates, figs, honey, and coins, wishing each other prosperity. The gifts' sweetness symbolized hopes for a sweet year ahead. Magistrates took office on this day, sacrificing to Jupiter and Janus, asking both gods to bless their terms. On January 9th, the Agonium honored Janus with the sacrifice of a ram performed by the Rex Sacrorum. The exact meaning remains obscure, but the ritual connected to Janus's role as guardian of transitions and beginnings. Some sources suggest Agonium referred to the victim's questioning, agone, shall I, though this etymology is uncertain. The Compitalia, though movable, usually fell in early January, shortly after Saturnalia. This neighborhood festival honored the Lares Compitalis at crossroads shrines. Communities would hang offerings, dolls representing family members, and wool representing sheep at the shrines and sacrifice a pig. Slaves participated alongside free citizens in this relatively informal festival that strengthened local community bonds. The Carmentalia on January 11th and 15th honored Carmenta, a prophetic goddess associated with childbirth. Women would visit her temple asking for safe deliveries and healthy children. The festival's two-day structure, with a gap between, suggests some historical doubling or the joining of two originally separate celebrations. February, Purification and the Dead. February's name came from februa, meaning purifications, and the month was dedicated to purification rituals preparing for spring. The Lupercalia on February 15th was one of Rome's oldest and strangest festivals. The Luperci, priests of Faunus, would sacrifice goats and a dog at the Lupercal cave on the Palatine Hill, where the she-wolf supposedly nursed Romulus and Remus. After the sacrifice, two young Luperci had their foreheads smeared with the sacrificial blood, then wiped clean with wool dipped in milk, at which point they were required to laugh. They would then cut the goat hides into strips and run nearly naked through Rome, striking everyone they met, especially women, with the strips, called februa. Women believed this striking promoted fertility and eased childbirth, so they would deliberately place themselves in the Luperci's path. The Lupercalia's elements, blood, nakedness, laughter, striking with animal skins, suggested great antiquity, perhaps pre-Roman origins. The ritual's meaning was obscure even to Romans themselves, though they connected it to purification and fertility. Despite attempts by emperors and later Christian authorities to suppress it, the Lupercalia persisted into the late 5th century CE, testimony to its deep cultural roots. The Parentalia, February 13th through 21, honored the manes, the spirits of deceased family members. During these 9 days, families visited ancestors' tombs, bringing offerings of food, wine, and flowers. Graves were decorated with violets and roses, and families would share meals at tomb sites, symbolically dining with the dead. All temples closed during Parentalia, no marriages could be performed, and magistrates did not wear their official insignia, as attention turned from public to family religious obligations. The Parentalia concluded with the Feralia on February 21st, the most solemn day for honoring the dead. The name came from fere, to bear or carry, referring to the offerings carried to graves. Elderly priestesses would perform special rites, and families made final offerings to ensure their ancestors rested peacefully. The Charistia on February 22nd, immediately following Parentalia, celebrated living family members. After honoring the dead, families gathered for festive meals, celebrating their living bonds. The festival promoted family harmony, encouraging forgiveness of disputes and reconciliation. Its placement after Parentalia suggested that properly honoring ancestors helped maintain peace among descendants. The Terminalia on February 23rd honored Terminus, god of boundaries. Neighbors would gather at the boundary stones marking their properties, decorating them with garlands and sacrificing animals. Both sides of the boundary would offer portions of the sacrifice, then share a communal meal. This ritual reinforced property rights while promoting neighborly cooperation, as disputes were set aside for the festival day. February 27th brought the Equiria, horse races in honor of Mars. As February ended and March approached, military themes emerged, anticipating the campaigning season's beginning. The races occurred in the Campus Martius, with Mars's temple providing the backdrop. Winners received prizes and honor, while their horses were sacrificed to Mars in gratitude. March, War and Minerva. March, named for Mars, marked the old beginning of the Roman year before calendar reforms moved it to January. The military campaign season began in March as winter ended and roads became passable again. Religious observances reflected this martial theme while also celebrating spring's agricultural renewal. The Matronalia on March 1st honored Juno Lucina and celebrated married women. Wives received gifts from their husbands, and even female slaves were given treats and temporary freedom from work. Women visited Juno's temple with offerings, praying for happy marriages and successful pregnancies. The festival connected women's fertility to the year's renewal, both representing new beginnings and new life. March 14th began the Equirria, another round of horse races for Mars. The repetition of horse racing throughout March emphasized Mars's connection to horses and military preparation. Soldiers and cavalrymen would participate or attend, dedicating their coming campaigns to Mars. The 5-day Quinquatrus, March 19 through 23, honored Minerva. On the first day, traditionally Minerva's birthday, no blood sacrifices were performed, only incense, honey cakes, and grain. The following days featured gladiatorial games, theatrical performances, and sacrifices. Students paid their teachers during Quinquatrus, and craftspeople dedicated their tools and products to Minerva, asking her continued blessing on their work. The tubulistrium on March 23rd purified the war trumpets, tubae, used to signal army movements. These sacred instruments required ritual cleansing before the campaign season, ensuring they were fit for military and religious purposes. The ceremony occurred near Mars's temple, connecting the purification explicitly to the war god. The Hilaria on March 25th celebrated Cybele/Magna Mater, specifically rejoicing at Attis's resurrection. After days of mourning his death, devotees celebrated his return to life with joyous festivities. This festival of resurrection, occurring near the spring equinox, had obvious agricultural symbolism. The god's revival paralleled vegetation's spring renewal. April, Venus and agricultural blessings. April, possibly named for apere, to open, as buds opened and spring fully arrived, focused on agricultural and fertility deities. The Veneralia on April 1st honored Venus Verticordia, who turned hearts toward chastity and proper behavior. Married women bathed Venus's statue, dressed it in new robes, and prayed for happy marriages and protection from adultery. The Megalasia, April 4 through 10, celebrated Cybele/Magna Mater with theatrical performances and public games. The festival commemorated the goddess's arrival in Rome in 204 BCE, and it featured processions carrying Cybele's image through Rome. The games included dramatic performances, making the Megalasia important in Roman theatrical history. Aristocratic families competed to sponsor the most elaborate games, gaining political prestige through religious munificence. April 12 through 19 brought the Cerealia, honoring Ceres, goddess of grain and agriculture. The festival coincided with grain planting and crop growth, asking Ceres to bless the fields. A peculiar ritual involved releasing foxes into the Circus Maximus with torches tied to their tails, though the practice's origin and meaning were obscure even to Romans. Games and sacrifices also occurred, all dedicated to ensuring abundant harvests. The Fordicidia, on April 15th, sacrificed pregnant cows, Fordae, to Tellus, goddess of earth. The unborn calves were removed and burned, their ashes preserved for use in the Parilia 6 days later. This sacrifice ensured Earth's fertility, asking Tellus to be receptive to seeds and to produce abundant crops. The Parilia, on April 21st, celebrated Pales, deity of shepherds and flocks. It was also traditionally Rome's birthday, the anniversary of Romulus's founding of the city in 753 BCE. Shepherds drove their flocks through bonfires for purification, and people leaped over fires themselves for purification and good luck. The ashes from the Fordicidia's unborn calves were scattered on the fires, creating sacred smoke. The combination of agricultural ritual and civic celebration made the Parilia one of Rome's most beloved festivals. The Venalia Priora, on April 23rd, opened the previous year's wine jars, dedicating new wine to Jupiter and Venus. Wine from the first jar was poured as a libation, then everyone could begin drinking the new vintage. The festival celebrated wine's gift while asking the gods to bless the current year's grape harvest. May, purification and propitiation. May's name possibly derived from Maia, mother of Mercury, or from Maiores, elders, ancestors. The month began with several festivals on May 1st. The Calends of May honored Maia with offerings at her shrine. The Lares Praestites, guardian Lares of the city, also received sacrifices, and Bona Dea, a mysterious goddess worshipped only by women, was honored at her temple on the Aventine. The Lemuria on May 9th, 11th, and 13th dealt with potentially harmful ghosts. These 3 nighttime rituals, performed by the paterfamilias of each household, expelled malevolent spirits that might harm the family. The rituals involved barefoot walks, spitting beans, and banging bronze pots, actions that would seem bizarre except that Romans took ghosts seriously and believed proper ritual could protect against supernatural threats. The Mercuralia on May 15th honored Mercury with sacrifices at his temple near the Circus Maximus. Mercury especially honored merchants, praying for successful business, and they would sprinkle themselves and their goods with water from Mercury's sacred spring for purification and blessing. The festival coincided with Rome's trading season beginning as Mediterranean sailing conditions improved. May 21st brought the Agonium, a sacrifice to Jovis, a somewhat obscure god sometimes identified with a youthful Jupiter or as an underworld deity. The Rex Sacrarum performed the sacrifice, continuing the pattern of agonal rituals at key calendar points. The Umbarvalia in late May, the date varied, involved processions around fields to purify and bless them. The Arval Brethren led these processions, singing the archaic Carmen Arvale and sacrificing to Mars to protect crops from blight and enemies. The ritual combined military and agricultural themes, asking Mars to guard fields as he would guard Rome itself. June, Vesta, marriage, and Juno. June, named for Juno, was the most auspicious month for weddings due to the goddess's patronage. The month focused on hearth, home, and domestic piety, balancing March's martial themes with feminine and family-centered religious observances. The Calendae Unia on June 1st honored Juno Regina at her temple on the Aventine. Married women gathered to decorate the temple with flowers and offer prayers for their households. The festival marked the beginning of Juno's month, dedicating the next 30 days to the Queen of Gods. The Vestalia, June 7 to 15, honored Vesta and the Vestal Virgins. On June 7th, the temple's storeroom, Penis Vestae, opened to matrons, but not men, who entered barefoot to make offerings of food and pray for their families. The temple, normally closed except to Vestals, became a space of female religious community. Between June 7th and 15th, millers and bakers especially honored Vesta, decorating their mills with garlands and offering cakes. On June 15th, the temple was ritually cleansed and closed again. June 11th brought the Matronalia Festival of Mater Matuta, an obscure goddess associated with dawn and childbirth. The festival was unusual. Married women, but not those in second marriages, would bring cakes to the goddess's temple, and bizarrely, they would drive a slave woman through the temple while beating her. The ritual's meaning is debated. Possibly it symbolically expelled bad fortune or represented some mythological event now lost. The summer solstice around June 21st was marked with various local observances. While not a major state festival, the longest day had religious significance, representing the sun's maximum power before its decline toward winter. Sol, the sun, received sacrifices, and people celebrated the height of summer with bonfires and festivities. July and August, summer celebrations. July, originally called Quintilis, was renamed Julius to honor Julius Caesar after his deification. The month's heat slowed religious activity somewhat, though important festivals still occurred. The Poplis Ugia on July 5th commemorated a mysterious flight, fuga, of the people, perhaps remembering some ancient disaster or military defeat. The festival's meaning had been forgotten, but Romans continued performing its rites, demonstrating their conservatism in religious matters. Even when rationales were lost, rituals were preserved. The Neptunalia on July 23rd honored Neptune with sacrifices at his temple and celebrations at springs, rivers, and seashores. Romans built temporary shelters from branches, umbra, to shade themselves during outdoor feasting. The festival sought Neptune's favor during summer's heat, asking for adequate water supplies and cool temperatures. The Furinalia on July 25th honored Furina, a goddess whose function had been so completely forgotten that even her name's meaning was debated. Yet she retained a Flamen, the Flamen Forinalis, showing that ancient cults could persist purely through institutional inertia long after their original significance vanished. August, originally Sextilis, the 6th month, was renamed to honor Augustus. The month featured harvest-related festivals and celebrations of abundance as summer crops matured. The Portunalia, on August 17th, honored Portunus, god of harbors and doors. Keys were thrown into fires during this festival, something scholars still debate. The ritual's meaning was unclear, but it continued, another example of practice outlasting understanding. The Vinalia Rustica on August 19th asked Jupiter to protect the ripening grape harvest. Wine from the previous year was offered, and farmers prayed that the current year's grapes would mature properly and avoid disease. The Vulcania on August 23rd honored Vulcan, god of fire, at a time when summer heat and dry conditions made fires especially dangerous. Sacrifices aimed to propitiate Vulcan, asking him to keep his destructive power contained. Fish from the Tiber were thrown into fires as offerings, the water creatures symbolically cooling the god's flames. The Opi Consivia on August 25th honored Ops and Consus, deities of abundance and stored grain. As harvest concluded, Romans thanked these gods for the year's bounty and asked them to preserve the grain stored for winter. The rituals were relatively private, performed by vestals and priests rather than the general population. September through December. Harvest, wine, and year's end, September, the 7th month originally, through December, the 10th, brought harvest completion, preparations for winter, and the year's concluding festivals. The Ludi Romani, September 519, honored Jupiter with games, theatrical performances, and the magnificent procession, Pompa Circensis, carrying the god's images through Rome. This was the year's grandest religious festival, celebrating Jupiter's protection of Rome with 2 weeks of public entertainment. The games reinforced social hierarchy, seating was strictly by social class, while providing entertainment for all citizens. October focused on concluding the military campaign season and preparing for winter. The October horse on October 15th sacrificed the right-hand horse of the winning chariot team to Mars. The head became an object of competition between neighborhoods, while the blood was preserved for use in purification rites. The Armulastrium on October 19th purified weapons before storing them for winter, marking the campaign season's official end. The Fontinalia on October 13th honored Fonts, god of springs and fountains. Garlands were thrown into springs, and wellheads were decorated with flowers. This festival recognized water sources' importance to Roman life, asking fonts to keep springs flowing through winter. November's festivals were fewer as year's end approached. The Ludi Plebii, November 4 to 17, offered plebeian counterparts to the patrician Ludi Romani, with similar games and theatrical performances, but organized by plebeian officials and dedicated to Jupiter as plebeian's protector. December brought Saturnalia, December 17th to 23rd, Rome's most beloved festival. For a week, social norms inverted, slaves dined with masters, gambling was permitted, gifts were exchanged, and everyone wore the pileus, freedman's cap. The festival recreated Saturn's golden age, when all people were equal, providing both a release of social tensions and a reminder that current hierarchies were not eternal or natural, but merely current arrangements. The Calendae Januariae preparations began in late December, as people prepared for the new year's start. The cycle would begin again with January 1st, completing the religious year's circuit. Chapter 14, Roman Religious Sites and Sacred Geography. In soft tones, we explore the physical spaces where Romans encountered the divine, temples, shrines, groves, and sacred natural features. Roman religion was deeply spatial, with different places holding varying degrees of holiness and different religious functions. Understanding these sacred spaces illuminates how Romans experienced their religion in daily life. The Capitoline Hill, Rome's religious heart. The Capitoline Hill was Rome's most sacred space, site of the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus and numerous other important shrines.
The hill had two peaks, the northern arcs, citadel, and the southern Capitolium proper, with a depression between, the asylum, that served as a sanctuary where refugees could seek protection. The temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus dominated the Capitolium. Approaching from the Forum via the Clivus Capitolinus, visitors would ascend the steep slope, climb a long stairway, and emerge onto the temple's massive platform. The temple's facade featured 3 rows of columns, and inside were the 3 Cella for Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. The temple's decoration was magnificent: gilded roof tiles, painted terracottas, bronze doors. The interior housed not just cult statues, but also treasures and artworks dedicated to the gods. The temple burned and was rebuilt several times. Each reconstruction attempted to surpass the previous one in magnificence, making the temple's splendor a measure of Rome's power and prosperity. Emperors competed to beautify the temple, adding decorations, gold-plating architectural elements, and donating precious objects. On the arcs stood the temple of Juno Moneta, housing both the goddess's cult and Rome's mint. The sacred geese of Juno were kept here, descendants of the birds that had warned Rome of the Gallic attack in 390 BCE. These geese were treated with reverence, fed well, and never harmed. Their cackling was considered prophetic, and priests would interpret their behavior for omens. Numerous smaller shrines dotted the Capitolium. Jovis had a temple on the asylum, between the 2 peaks. Fides, goddess of good faith and trust, had her temple on the Capitolium, where treaties were deposited and where magistrates swore their oaths. These smaller shrines created a dense sacred landscape where gods and humans met at every turn. The Capitolian's religious significance extended beyond its temples. The hill itself was templum, sacred space defined by augury. Events occurring on the Capitoline, lightning strikes, unusual bird flights, strange sounds, were particularly significant omens requiring careful interpretation. The hill was Rome's spiritual anchor, the point where earth and heaven most closely approached each other. Triumphal processions ended at the Capitoline, with victorious generals climbing to Jupiter's temple to offer thanks and dedicate their laurel crowns. This final ascent to the god's dwelling place completed the triumph, returning glory to its divine source. The steep climb also served symbolic purposes. The triumphator, having reached the peak of mortal achievement, ascended to the god's level, though the slave, whispering, "Remember you are mortal," reminded him this elevation was temporary. The Roman Forum, public religion and daily devotion. The Forum Romanum was Rome's civic and commercial heart, but it was also intensely sacred space. Temples lined the Forum, and religious processions regularly traversed it. Romans conducting business in the Forum were surrounded by divine presence, never far from some shrine or altar where they could make quick offerings or prayers. The Temple of Vesta stood at the Forum's eastern end, near the House of the Vestals. This small, round temple with its eternal flame was perhaps Rome's most important religious structure, despite its modest size. The temple's circular form was archaic, recalling the round huts of earliest Rome. Inside, the sacred fire burned continuously, tended by the Vestals. No cult statue stood in the temple, only the fire itself, Vesta's living presence. Adjacent to Vesta's temple was the Regia, the king's house, which served as the Pontifex Maximus's office and housed various sacred objects, including the Ancilia, sacred shields when the Salii weren't carrying them in procession. The Regia's religious archives contained the Annales Maximi, yearly records kept by the pontiffs documenting important religious and political events. The temple of Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, stood prominently in the Forum. These twin gods had allegedly appeared at the Battle of Lake Regillus in 496 BCE, fighting for Rome and ensuring victory. They were then seen watering their horses at the spring of Juturna in the Forum, announcing Rome's triumph. The temple, with its distinctive 3 remaining columns still standing today, became associated with equestrians, the cavalry class, who gathered there and used its steps as a speaker's platform.
The Temple of Concordia, built and rebuilt several times, represented harmony and agreement among Romans. It was often used for Senate meetings, particularly during crises when unity was needed. The goddess Concordia embodied the ideal of political harmony that Rome's fractious politics often failed to achieve in practice. The Temple of Saturn housed Rome's treasury in its basement, making it simultaneously a religious and financial center. Saturn's connection to the Golden Age and abundance made him an appropriate guardian of Rome's wealth. The temple also hosted Saturnalia celebrations, its steps serving as a gathering point for the festival's public activities. At the forum's northwest corner stood the Vulcanal, an ancient open-air shrine to Vulcan. This was one of Rome's oldest cult sites, predating even the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus. Despite its antiquity and Vulcan's importance, no temple was ever built here. The open-air shrine was maintained out of respect for tradition. The Locus Curtius, a mysterious pit or depression in the forum's pavement, was said to mark where the hero Marcus Curtius had leaped on horseback into a chasm to save Rome, the chasm then closing over him. Whether this was historical or mythical, the spot was considered sacred, and Romans would toss coins into it for good luck, making it an early wishing well. The rostra, the speaker's platform decorated with the beaks, rostra, of captured enemy ships, was where magistrates addressed the people. Political speeches were thus delivered in sacred space, surrounded by temples with the gods as witnesses. This integration of political and religious space meant Romans could hardly separate secular and sacred. All public life occurred under divine observation. The Palatine Hill, imperial religion and ancestral shrines. The Palatine Hill was Rome's most ancient inhabited area, site of the legendary first settlement founded by Romulus. As Rome's mythological birthplace, the Palatine held special religious significance. During the Republic, aristocratic families maintained houses there, and under the Empire, emperors built their palaces on the hill, making it the seat of imperial power. The Lupercal, the cave where the she-wolf supposedly nursed Romulus and Remus, was located on the Palatine slope. This became a major pilgrimage site, and the Lupercalia Festival began there, with the sacrifices that inaugurated the priests' wild run through Rome. The cave's exact location is debated, and it may have collapsed or been intentionally sealed during antiquity, but its religious significance persisted in memory and ritual. The Casa Romuli, House of Romulus, a primitive hut preserved or reconstructed on the Palatine, represented Rome's humble origins. This thatched hut of wattle and daub was carefully maintained for centuries, regularly reconstructed when it decayed. It served as a shrine to Romulus and a reminder that mighty Rome began as a small settlement of shepherds and farmers. The contrast between this humble hut and the magnificent imperial palaces surrounding it was deliberate, teaching humility and respect for ancestors. Augustus built his residence on the Palatine and established a shrine to Apollo there, complete with a magnificent temple and library. He also built a shrine to Vesta next to his house, connecting the imperial residence to Rome's sacred hearth. This made Augustus's home an extension of Rome's religious center, suggesting that the emperor's household was equivalent to Rome's household, with him as pater familias of the entire state. Later emperors expanded the Palatine complex, from which we get the word palace, and each addition included religious elements, temples, shrines, altars. The Domus Augustana, Domus Flavia, and other palace buildings were not merely residences, but sacred spaces where the emperor performed his priestly duties and where the imperial cult was maintained. The Palatine also housed the Magna Mater's temple, built after her sacred stone was brought from Asia Minor in 204 BCE. The choice of location was prestigious, placing the Great Mother's temple near Rome's legendary birthplace and among the aristocracy's homes. The temple's castrated priests, Galli, and exotic rituals introduced Near Eastern religious practices to Rome's heart, demonstrating Roman religious cosmopolitanism. The Aventine Hill, plebeian religion and foreign gods. The Aventine Hills stood outside Rome's original pomerium, sacred boundary, making it somewhat liminal, part of Rome but not fully integrated into the oldest sacred geography. This position made the Aventine attractive for foreign cults and for plebeian religious centers that challenged patrician religious monopoly. The Temple of Diana on the Aventine was built around 540 BCE, allegedly copying the famous Temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Diana's connection to slaves and lower classes made her temple a plebeian religious center. Runaway slaves could seek sanctuary there, and the temple's administration was deliberately open to plebeians, challenging patrician control of other major cults. The temple of Ceres, Liber, and Libra, built in 496 BCE, was another important plebeian religious center. This triad of agricultural deities was closely associated with plebeian interests, and their temple served as headquarters for the plebeian aediles officials and housed the plebeian archives. The temple's religious and political functions intertwined, making it a center of plebeian identity and organization. The temple of Juno Regina, established after the Evocatio from Veii, brought a formerly Etruscan goddess to Rome and placed her on the Aventine. The choice of location was significant. Juno Regina's temple was grand and important, but situated outside the oldest sacred center, perhaps reflecting some continuing distinction between native Roman deities and those brought from elsewhere. The Temple of Minerva on the Aventine became the meeting place for poets, writers, and actors, the Collegium Poetarum. This association made the temple a cultural center where artistic and intellectual activities occurred under the goddess's patronage. Libraries and schools eventually clustered near the temple, creating an educational precinct. Temples to various foreign gods, Isis, Serapis, Cybele, Magna Mater, found homes on or near the Aventine. The hill's liminal status made it appropriate for deities who were part of Roman religion but not fully integrated into the oldest traditions. These foreign cults brought new rituals, new priesthoods, and new religious ideas, enriching Roman religion while remaining somewhat separate from its core. The Aventine's role as plebeian and foreign religious center created interesting dynamics. It was simultaneously less prestigious than the Capitoline, the patrician and state religious center, and more innovative and diverse. Religious developments often began on the Aventine before spreading to other areas, making it Rome's religious frontier where new forms could be tested before full acceptance. The Campus Martius, Mars's field and triumphal religion. The Campus Martius, the large flat area outside Rome's pomerium between the city and the Tiber, was sacred to Mars. As the god's field, it served military purposes, army musters, military training, triumphal processions, but it also housed numerous temples and religious structures. The altar of Mars stood at the Campus Martius's center, serving as the primary cult site for the god. Here, commanders sacrificed before departing for war and upon return gave thanks for victories. The altar's position outside the pomerium was necessary. Armed soldiers could not enter the sacred city boundary, so military religious activities occurred here in Mars's field. The Temple of Apollo Medicus, Apollo the Healer, was built on the Campus Martius in 431 BCE after a plague. Apollo's association with healing and prophecy made him important during crises, and his temple became a center for his cult. Later, Augustus would build a grander temple to Apollo on the Palatine, but the Campus Martius temple remained important. The Septa Julia, a large voting enclosure built by Julius Caesar and completed by Agrippa, was used for elections and assemblies. While primarily political, the Septa's religious dimensions were significant. Elections required favorable auspices, and the structure's decoration included religious imagery and dedicatory inscriptions to various gods. The Pantheon, built by Agrippa and rebuilt by Hadrian, was perhaps the Campus Martius's most impressive religious structure. This temple to all gods, Pantheon, featured a magnificent domed rotunda, the dome's oculus opening, allowing light and rain to enter while symbolically connecting the interior to the heavens. The Pantheon's perfection of form, a sphere inscribed within a cylinder, embodied Roman engineering and religious aesthetics. Numerous other temples crowded the Campus Martius: Neptune's temple, Bellona's temple, temples to various deified emperors.
The area became increasingly built up during the empire, transforming from an open field with scattered religious structures to a densely sacred urban landscape. Yet it retained its association with Mars and military religion, and triumphal processions still crossed it on their way to the Capitoline. The Campus Martius's location outside the Pomerium allowed activities that couldn't occur within the city. Armies assembled here, gladiatorial games occurred here before the Colosseum's construction, and large public gatherings took place here. This liminal space, outside the city but still Roman, sacred but not as constrained by oldest traditions, provided flexibility that the Forum and Capitoline lacked. Sacred groves, springs, and natural sites. Roman religion wasn't confined to built structures. Natural sites, groves, springs, caves, unusual rock formations held sacred significance, often predating any temples and retaining primordial religious power. The Lucus Farinae, Grove of Farinea, north of Rome, was a major cult center for this Italic goddess of freed slaves and fertility. The grove itself, with its ancient trees, was considered inviolable, and cutting trees there was sacrilege. Freed slaves would visit to offer their chains to Farinea, symbolically completing their transition to freedom. Markets and fairs occurred at the grove, combining religious pilgrimage with commerce. The Lacus Albanus, Alban Lake, in the Alban Hills held religious significance for the Latin League before Rome's dominance. The spring flood of the lake in 396 BCE was interpreted as a prodigy, and only after elaborate religious responses, including cutting a channel to drain the excess water, did Rome achieve victory over Veii. This demonstrated natural phenomenon's religious meaning and the necessity of proper religious response to divine signs. The Lacus Curtius in the Forum, mentioned earlier, represents how even urban features could be sacralized. A depression in the pavement became a shrine, its origin explained through myth, and Romans would make offerings there for centuries. The transformation of mundane geography into sacred space through mythological narrative was characteristic of Roman religious practice. Various springs around Rome held religious significance. The spring of Juturna in the Forum, where the Dioscuri allegedly watered their horses, became a healing shrine. People would drink the water or bathe in it seeking cures. The spring's religious and practical functions intertwined. It provided water for daily use, but that water was sacred, protected by the nymph Juturna. The Albunius spring near Tibur, modern Tivoli, was famous for prophecy. Sulfurous vapors rising from the water supposedly induced prophetic visions, and the spring's oracle was consulted by Romans seeking divine guidance. The spring was eventually enclosed in a temple to the Sibyl, formalizing its religious function while preserving its natural sacred character. Caves throughout Italy held religious significance. The Lupercal has already been mentioned, but numerous other caves served as shrines. The cave of the Sibyl at Cumae, where Aeneas allegedly descended to the underworld, became one of Italy's most famous sacred sites. Pilgrims would visit, descend into the cave's depths, and experience a symbolic journey to the underworld. Mountains also held sacred status. The Alban Mount hosted the federal sanctuary of the Latin League, where annual sacrifices to Jupiter Latarius maintained the league's unity. Even after Rome dominated Latium, the consuls continued performing the Feriae Latinae sacrifice on the Alban Mount, maintaining this ancient religious tradition. The mountain's height, bringing worshippers closer to the sky god, enhanced its sacrality. The Tiber River itself was sacred. Its god, Tiberinus, received regular sacrifices, and various rituals involved throwing objects into the river. The Vestals would dispose of ritual refuse there, the Argi ceremony involved throwing straw figures from the bridges, and people would toss offerings to propitiate the river or make wishes. The Tiber's role in Rome's founding myth, where Romulus and Remus were placed in the river, and its practical importance, providing water and transportation, combined to make it religiously significant. This blending of natural and built sacred spaces created a comprehensive religious geography. Romans moved through a landscape saturated with divine presence, temples marked by architecture, groves marked by tradition, springs marked by healing power, caves marked by mystery. Every journey could be a pilgrimage, and every place potentially held some sacred significance, requiring recognition and respect. The Pomerium, Rome's sacred boundary. The pomerium was Rome's sacred boundary, a line defining religious and legal limits. Inside the pomerium was Rome proper. Outside was foreign territory, even if actually Roman-controlled. The boundary had profound religious and practical implications that shaped Roman life. The pomerium's exact course changed over time as Rome expanded. Originally encompassing only the Palatine Hill, it gradually expanded to include more of Rome's urban area. Only certain individuals, those who had extended Roman territory, could legally expand the pomerium, making expansion a rare and prestigious act. Emperors who expanded the pomerium advertised this achievement, as it literally enlarged sacred Rome. Armed soldiers could not cross the pomerium. Armies mustering for campaigns gathered outside the boundary, and triumphal processions marked dramatic exceptions. Victorious generals crossed the pomerium under special religious dispensation, their entry into sacred Rome marking the campaign's religious completion. Once inside, troops had to disarm, as weapons were inappropriate within sacred space. Burial was forbidden within the pomerium. The dead were impure, and allowing them inside sacred Rome would pollute it. Cemeteries clustered along roads just outside the boundary, and tombs lined approaches to the city. This separation of living and dead spaces maintained Rome's purity while keeping ancestors close enough for regular visitation and offerings. Foreign gods' temples were generally built outside the pomerium initially, only moving inside after the cults became fully Romanized. This maintained religious purity while allowing new deities to be honored. The process of a foreign god's temple moving from outside to inside the pomerium tracked that deity's integration into Roman religion. The pomerium was marked by stones, cipi, with inscriptions indicating the boundary's location. These boundary markers were sacred objects themselves, protected from damage or removal. Moving or destroying pomerium markers was sacrilege, threatening Rome's sacred definition. The markers' visibility reminded Romans daily of the sacred boundary they inhabited. Certain religious activities were restricted by the pomerium. Augury could only be taken properly within the boundary, or in specifically designated external sites. The auspicia urbana, city auspices, were more powerful than auspicia militaria, military auspices, reflecting the greater sacrality of space within the pomerium. This hierarchy of sacred space created corresponding hierarchies of ritual and authority. The pomerium's religious significance sometimes conflicted with practical needs. As Rome grew, more space was needed, but expanding the pomerium required religious justification and elaborate ceremony. Some areas remained outside the pomerium long after they were functionally part of Rome, creating legal and religious complications that required careful management. Understanding the pomerium helps explain Roman behavior that might otherwise seem strange. Why couldn't triumphant generals enter Rome immediately? The pomerium. Why were foreign ambassadors received outside the city? The pomerium. Why did certain assemblies meet outside city limits? The pomerium. This invisible line shaped Roman life profoundly, making sacred geography a daily practical reality rather than abstract theology. Chapter 15. Roman Mythology. Stories of gods, heroes, and Rome's foundation. In gentle narrative tones, we turn to the stories Romans told about their gods and heroes. While Roman mythology borrowed heavily from Greek sources, Romans adapted these stories to their own values and added unique myths explaining Rome's origin and destiny. These stories were not merely entertainment, but expressions of Roman identity, teaching moral lessons and connecting Rome to cosmic order. The foundation of Rome: Aeneas, Romulus, and Remus. The Aeneid, Virgil's epic poem, tells how Rome's foundation began with Troy's fall. When Greeks sacked Troy, the hero Aeneas, son of Venus and the mortal Anchises, escaped, carrying his elderly father on his shoulders and leading his young son Ascanius by the hand. He also carried the Panates, Troy's sacred household gods, ensuring religious continuity between Troy and Rome's future. Aeneas wandered the Mediterranean for 7 years, facing storms sent by hostile Juno, stopping at various locations, and gradually moving toward Italy, where fate decreed he would found a new Troy.
In Carthage, Queen Dido fell in love with Aeneas, but he abandoned her, at Jupiter's command, to fulfill his destiny. Dido's suicide curse explained eternal enmity between Carthage and Rome, providing mythological background for the historical Punic Wars. Aeneas finally reached Italy and settled in Latium. He fought the native peoples, particularly Turnus, who was betrothed to Lavinia, daughter of King Latinus, eventually winning and marrying Lavinia. He founded the city of Lavinium, combining Trojan and Italian peoples into one nation. His son Ascanius, also called Iulus, later founded Alba Longa, mother city of Rome. Through Iulus, the Julian family, including Julius Caesar and Augustus, claimed descent from Venus herself. The story shifts forward several generations. Numitor, rightful king of Alba Longa, was overthrown by his brother Amulius, who forced Numitor's daughter, Rhea Silvia, to become a Vestal virgin, so she couldn't produce heirs, threatening his rule. However, Mars desired Rhea Silvia and took her. Accounts vary, whether consensually or by force, and she bore twin sons, Romulus and Remus. Amulius ordered the twins drowned in the Tiber, but the servant assigned this task pitied them and merely abandoned them by the riverbank. The Tiber was flooding, and when waters receded, the babies were left in a cave called the Lupercal. There, a she-wolf found them and, instead of eating them, nursed them. A woodpecker, sacred to Mars, brought food. These animals, sent by Mars, kept his sons alive until the shepherd Faustulus discovered them and raised them as his own. Grown to young manhood, Romulus and Remus learned their true identity, overthrew Amulius, and restored their grandfather Numitor to Alba Longa's throne. They decided to found a new city at the site where the wolf had nursed them. However, they quarreled over who should rule and where exactly to found the city. They agreed to settle the dispute through augury. Whoever received the better divine sign would prevail. Remus, standing on the Aventine Hill, saw 6 vultures. Romulus, on the Palatine Hill, saw 12. The number favored Romulus, but Remus had seen his sign first. Arguments erupted, and in the conflict, Romulus killed Remus. Versions differ. Some say Romulus killed him directly in anger, others that Remus mockingly jumped over Romulus's half-built city walls and was killed by Romulus's followers. Regardless, Remus died, and Romulus became sole founder. Romulus founded Rome on April 21, 753 BCE, traditional date, plowing a furrow to mark the city's boundary, lifting the plow at points where gates would be. The furrow was sacred, and Remus's death resulted from violating this sanctity by jumping over it. Romulus established Rome's institutions, the Senate, the legions, the priesthoods. He welcomed refugees and outcasts, rapidly growing Rome's population, but creating a shortage of women. The rape of the Sabine women solved this problem through trickery and violence. Romulus announced games and invited neighboring peoples, including Sabines. When Sabine families arrived, Roman men seized the young women and carried them off, while Sabine men fled. War seemed inevitable, but the Sabine women, now married to Romans and bearing children, intervened, throwing themselves between the opposing armies and demanding peace. The Sabines and Romans merged, with the Sabine king Titus Tatius sharing rule with Romulus. Romulus ruled for 37 years, establishing Roman law and custom. He disappeared during a violent thunderstorm while reviewing troops on the Campus Martius. Some said Jupiter had lifted him to heaven. Others suggested the senators had murdered him and disposed of the body. Shortly after, he appeared to a citizen named Julius Proculus, announcing he had become the god Quirinus and would protect Rome forever. A temple was built for Quirinus on the Quirinal Hill, and Romans honored Romulus as their founder and divine protector. This foundation myth had multiple functions. It connected Rome to Troy's glory, giving Romans heroic Greek ancestry while explaining their Latin character through the Trojan-Italian fusion. It explained Roman religious practices, Trojan Panates becoming Roman Panates. It justified Roman expansion, descended from survivors, destined to build a new empire. It demonstrated divine favor, Mars as ancestor, Venus as great-grandmother. And it taught moral lessons about destiny, duty, Aeneas's pietas, and sacrifice.
The myth's darker elements, Aeneas abandoning Dido, Romulus killing Remus, Romans abducting Sabine women, troubled some Romans but were explained as regrettable necessities. Destiny required harsh choices, and founders had to accept moral compromise to achieve their missions. This reflected Roman pragmatism about power and empire. Noble ends sometimes required ignoble means. The 7 Kings of Rome. After Romulus, Roman tradition listed 6 more kings before the Republic's founding in 509 BCE. These semi-legendary figures established various Roman institutions and religious practices, their reigns spanning 2.5 centuries. Numa Pompilius, Rome's 2nd king, was a Sabine known for piety and wisdom. He established many religious institutions: the Flamens, Vestal Virgins, the calendar reform adding January and February, and numerous festivals. According to legend, Numa consulted the nymph Egeria, who taught him how to worship the gods properly. His reign was entirely peaceful: no wars, no conquest, only religious and legal development. Numa embodied the ideal of religious devotion, bringing peace and prosperity. Tullus Hostilius, 3rd king, was Romulus's opposite, warlike rather than religious. His reign featured constant warfare, particularly against Alba Longa. The war was decided by combat between 2 sets of triplets, 3 Roman Horatia brothers versus 3 Alban Curiati brothers. 2 Horatia died, but the survivor killed all 3 Curiati, winning the war for Rome. Alba Longa was destroyed, its population moved to Rome, and Rome grew significantly. Tullus allegedly neglected religious duties, and Jupiter finally struck him with lightning, killing him for impiety. Ancus Marcius, 4th king, grandson of Numa, combined Romulus's military and Numa's religious qualities. He expanded Roman territory, founded the port of Ostia, built Rome's first aqueduct, and established the Fetal College that regulated warfare and treaties. His balanced reign showed that successful rule required both military strength and religious piety. Tarquinius Priscus, 5th king, was originally Greek, from Corinth, but came to Rome via Etruria. His reign brought Etruscan influence. He built the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, established the Roman Games, and expanded the Senate. He was assassinated by the sons of his predecessor, but his widow, Tanaquil, engineered a smooth succession to his protege Servius Tullius. Servius Tullius, 6th king, was of mysterious origin. Some said he was Tanaquil's slave lover's son. He established the Servian constitution, dividing Romans into classes based on wealth and reforming the army accordingly. He built a new city wall, the Servian Wall, expanding Rome's boundaries, and he established the Latin League's federal temple to Diana on the Aventine. His daughter, married to the last king's son, allegedly murdered him to place her husband on the throne. Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, 7th and last king, was a tyrant who ruled without regard for Senate or people. His reign featured impressive public works, completing the Temple of Jupiter, building the Cloaca Maxima sewer system, but also oppression and arrogance. The final straw came when his son, Sextus Tarquinius, raped Lucretia, wife of a Roman aristocrat. Lucretia revealed the crime, demanded vengeance, then committed suicide. The outraged Romans, led by Lucius Junius Brutus, expelled the Tarquin family and established the Republic in 509 BCE. These kingly legends encoded Roman values: the importance of both warfare and religion, Romulus and Numa; the dangers of neglecting gods, Tullus; the value of just law, Servius; and the evil of tyranny, Tarquinius Superbus. The progression from monarchy to republic was portrayed as inevitable. Kings became corrupt, necessitating republican government. This narrative justified republican institutions while providing mythical precedents for Roman practices. Heroes, demigods, and legendary Romans. Beyond the foundation myths, Romans told stories of heroes who embodied Roman virtues or who connected Rome to broader Mediterranean mythological traditions. Hercules, Greek Heracles, featured prominently in Roman mythology, despite his Greek origin.
According to legend, Hercules visited Italy during his 10th labor, capturing Geryon's cattle, and stayed in the area where Rome would later be founded. There, the monster Cacus stole some of Hercules' cattle. Hercules tracked Cacus to his cave on the Aventine Hill, killed the monster, and recovered his cattle. In gratitude, local inhabitants established a cult of Hercules at the Ara Maxima, greatest altar, in the Forum Boarium. Hercules represented strength, endurance, and the triumph of civilization over savage monsters. Romans admired his labor, his 12 tasks, his suffering for others' benefit, and his eventual divinity. Jupiter granted him immortality after his mortal life. Several Roman families claimed descent from Hercules, and his cult was popular among merchants and soldiers who valued his protection and example. Horatius Cocles saved Rome through individual heroism. When the Etruscan king Lars Porsena attacked Rome, trying to restore the expelled Tarquins, Horatius held the Sublician bridge single-handedly while the Romans destroyed it behind him. He then plunged into the Tiber in full armor and swam to safety. The grateful Romans erected a statue in his honor and granted him as much land as he could plow in a day. Horatius embodied military virtue, courage, self-sacrifice for the state, and steadfastness against overwhelming odds. Mucius Scaevola demonstrated Roman determination and fearlessness. During the same siege, Mucius attempted to assassinate Lars Porsena, but killed a secretary by mistake. Captured, Mucius thrust his right hand into a fire to demonstrate Roman courage, letting it burn without flinching. Porsena, impressed and frightened, if this was ordinary Roman courage, how could he defeat them? Released Mucius and lifted the siege. Mucius received the cognomen Scaevola, Lefty, and became an exemplar of Roman courage transcending physical pain. Cloelia, a young woman hostage given to Porsena as part of a treaty, escaped with other female hostages by swimming across the Tiber under enemy fire. Porsena demanded her return to maintain the treaty sanctity, and Cloelia dutifully returned. Porsena, amazed by her courage, freed her and some other hostages. Romans erected an equestrian statue to Cloelia on the Via Sacra, unusual honor for a woman, celebrating her virtue and bravery. These heroes from Rome's early centuries taught moral lessons. Individual courage could save the state. Keeping one's word mattered even to enemies. Roman virtue surpassed that of other peoples. The stories were likely exaggerated or invented, but their didactic purpose made literal truth less important than moral truth. They showed Romans how to behave and what values to embody. Later legends included historical figures transformed into moral exemplars. Marcus Curtius, who allegedly leaped into a chasm in the Forum to save Rome, demonstrated devotio, self-sacrifice for the state. The Decii family tradition held that father, son, and grandson all performed devotio rituals during battles, dedicating their lives to the gods in exchange for Roman victory. Regulus, captured by Carthage, supposedly returned to Rome on parole to negotiate peace, argued against the peace terms, then returned to Carthage and certain death rather than break his oath. These stories blurred history and mythology. Some elements were historical, others legendary, many impossible to verify. But verification wasn't the point. These narratives taught Roman values: courage, honor, self-sacrifice, keeping oaths, placing state before self. Whether literally true or not, they were psychologically true, expressing how Romans saw themselves and what they aspired to embody. Roman gods myths, borrowing and adaptation. Roman gods had relatively few native myths compared to Greek gods. Romans borrowed most divine mythology from Greece, identifying Roman gods with Greek counterparts and importing their stories. Jupiter became Zeus, Juno became Hera, Mars became Ares, and so forth. Greek myths were retold with Roman names, creating a Greco-Roman mythological synthesis. However, Romans adapted these myths to Roman values. When retelling Greek stories, Roman writers emphasized different aspects. Greek myths often explored complex psychology, moral ambiguity, and tragedy. Roman versions tended towards simpler morals, emphasized duty and social responsibility, and downplayed elements that contradicted Roman values. For instance, the Greek story of Ares and Aphrodite's affair, caught by Aphrodite's husband Hephaestus, was retold with Mars and Venus. But Roman versions sometimes portrayed their love more sympathetically. Mars representing war's necessity, Venus representing civilization's beauty, their union symbolizing the balance between violence and culture that Rome embodied. Romans were uncomfortable with myths showing gods behaving badly, lying, stealing, committing adultery, displaying jealousy. Philosophical Romans explained these stories allegorically. Jupiter's affairs represented divine power acting on material nature to produce great souls, Juno's jealousy represented nature's resistance to change, and so forth. This allegorical interpretation preserved myths while making them morally acceptable. Some distinctly Roman myths existed. Janus, having no Greek equivalent, retained poorly Roman myths. Saturn's rule during the Golden Age, while similar to Greek Chronos stories, had distinctive Roman elements. The foundation myths, Aeneas's journey, Romulus and Remus, were uniquely Roman, designed to explain Rome's origin and justify its expansion. The relationship between mythology and Roman religion was complex. Gods existed and required proper worship regardless of whether myths about them were literally true. Myths were teaching stories, ways of thinking about divine nature and human relationship to the divine, not necessary articles of faith. A Roman could worship Jupiter devoutly while doubting whether Jupiter actually turned himself into a swan to seduce Leda. The story's truth was moral and symbolic, not necessarily literal. This flexibility let Romans incorporate Greek mythology without fully believing it while maintaining traditional Roman religious practice. They could enjoy Ovid's Metamorphoses as literature while performing ancient rituals at Vesta's temple, seeing no contradiction between mythological entertainment and religious duty. The myths explained why gods deserved worship and provided models for understanding divine behavior, but correct ritual practice mattered more than correct belief about mythological details. Roman poets, Virgil, Ovid, Horace, created a distinctly Roman mythological literature. Virgil's Aeneid made Aeneas a model of pietas, duty to gods, family, and country, quite different from the Greek hero's focus on personal glory. Ovid's Metamorphoses retold hundreds of transformation myths with wit and psychological insight, creating a comprehensive mythological handbook. These literary works shaped how Romans understood their gods and their place in cosmic order. The relationship between myth and national identity was particularly strong in Rome. Foundation myths weren't just stories, but explanations of why Rome existed, why it had the right to rule, and what Romans' obligations were. Aeneas's journey from Troy to Italy demonstrated that Rome was fated to exist, that the gods had planned Roman dominance from the beginning. This divine sanction for empire eased moral concerns about conquest. Romans weren't aggressive imperialists, but instruments of divine will. Chapter 16: Death, Funerals, and the Afterlife in Roman Practice. In somber, gentle tones, we explore how Romans approached death, the rituals surrounding it, and what they believed awaited beyond life's end. Death was simultaneously natural, feared, and sacred, a transition requiring careful management through ritual to ensure the deceased's safe passage and the living's protection from death's pollution. The moment of death and immediate rituals. When death approached, family members gathered at the bedside. At the moment of death, the closest relative would attempt to catch the dying person's last breath with a kiss, capturing the soul as it departed. This intimate gesture both honored the deceased and symbolically preserved their essence. The family would then cry out the person's name 3 times, formally acknowledging death's reality. The body was immediately washed with warm water, anointed with oil, and dressed in clean clothes. For Roman citizens, this meant the toga. For ordinary citizens, a simple white toga. For magistrates, the toga praetexta with its purple border. For triumphant generals, the toga picta they had worn in triumph. Women were dressed in their finest clothes and jewelry. The deceased eyes were closed, and a coin was placed in the mouth or on the eyes, payment for Charon, the underworld ferryman. The body was laid out in the atrium on a funeral couch, lectus funebris, feet pointing toward the door. Cypress branches flanked the doorway, signaling to passers-by that a death had occurred and that the house was temporarily polluted. Incense burned to mask any odor of decay. Family members, friends, and clients would visit to pay respects, viewing the body and offering condolences to survivors. During the laying out period, usually lasting several days, the family maintained a vigil, never leaving the deceased alone. They believed the spirit remained near the body for a time, and abandoning it would be disrespectful and potentially dangerous. An unattended spirit might become angry or malevolent. Professional mourners, praeficae, might be hired to wail and lament, their ritualized grief supplementing family mourning. For important individuals, a death mask, imago, was made. These masks, made from wax or plaster, captured the deceased's features. Aristocratic families displayed these imagines in their atria, creating galleries of ancestors whose presence reminded descendants of family honor and whose achievements challenged the living to equal them. During funeral processions, actors would wear these masks and dress as the ancestors, making the dead literally present at the funeral. The funeral procession and rites. The funeral procession, pompa funebris, carried the deceased from home to the burial or cremation site. The elaborateness of the procession varied by social status, grand spectacles for aristocrats, simple affairs for the poor, but all followed similar patterns. Musicians led the procession, playing horns and flutes. Their music was not melodious but harsh and wailing, appropriate for grief. Professional mourners followed, crying out laments and tearing their clothes. Then came actors wearing ancestral masks for aristocratic funerals, representing the deceased's glorious lineage. The deceased followed on a bier, carried by family members or hired bearers, accompanied by immediate family dressed in dark mourning clothes. For prominent citizens, the procession would stop in the forum, where a funeral oration, laudatio funebris, would be delivered from the rostra. The oration recounted the deceased's achievements, praised their virtues, and listed their ancestors' accomplishments. These speeches were more than eulogies. They were public statements of family honor and political position. They also preserved historical memory. Many later historians relied on funeral orations for information about earlier Romans. The procession then continued to the burial ground outside the city. Burial within the pomerium was illegal, except for rare, specially honored individuals like the Vestal Virgins. If the deceased was to be cremated, the procession went to the ustrinum, cremation area. If buried, it went to the family tomb. For cremation, the body was placed on a pyre constructed of wood and aromatic herbs. Family members would add personal items, favorite clothing, jewelry, toys for children, military equipment for soldiers. The pyre was lit, often by the deceased's closest relative, while prayers were spoken. As flames consumed the body, offerings of wine, oil, and incense were poured onto the fire. The cremation took several hours. Afterward, once the ashes cooled, they were collected and washed with wine. The ashes and any bone fragments were placed in an urn, which was then buried in the family tomb. A sacrifice, typically a pig, was performed to purify those who had attended the funeral, as contact with death created ritual pollution requiring cleansing. For burial, inhumatio, the body was placed in a sarcophagus or directly in the ground. The tomb was then sealed. Elaborate tombs featured multiple chambers, allowing families to be buried together across generations. These tombs often included above-ground structures with altars for offerings and spaces where families could gather for commemorative meals. Commemorative rituals and continuing bonds. The funeral didn't end the living's obligations to the dead. On the 9th day after death, the family held the Cena Novendialis, a ritual meal at the tomb where food was offered to the deceased spirit. This marked the end of the most intense mourning period and the deceased's full transition to the status of manes, the honored dead. The gravesite became a focus for ongoing family attention. On the deceased's birthday, family members would visit, bringing offerings of food, wine, and flowers. These offerings, bread, eggs, wine, sometimes portions of meals, were placed on the altar or poured into tubes, libation tubes, that allowed liquid offerings to reach the buried remains.
The family would then share a meal at the tomb, symbolically dining with their deceased relative. Tombs were built along roads leading from Rome, creating necropolises, cities of the dead, visible to all travelers. The tomb's inscriptions called out to passers-by, "You who pass by, stop and read," or "I was what you are, you will be what I am." These epitaphs connected living and dead, reminded travelers of mortality, and kept the deceased's memory alive in public consciousness. Epitaphs varied widely in tone and content. Some were formulaic. "Here lies Marcus Julius, lived 50 years, good citizen, devoted father." Others were elaborate, listing achievements and virtues. Some were philosophical. "I was not, I was, I am not, I do not care." Some were touching. "To my dearest daughter, taken too soon, your mother grieves." A few were humorous. "I drank much wine, lived well, now I'm here, your turn next." The annual festivals of Parentalia and Ferelia honored all ancestors collectively. During these festivals, families would visit all their family tombs, bringing offerings and ensuring no ancestors were neglected. Neglected dead became dangerous, potentially returning as malevolent ghosts to harm the living. Proper commemoration kept ancestors benevolent and maintained their protective relationship with descendants. For the poor, who couldn't afford elaborate tombs, burial clubs, collegia funeratica, provided communal solutions. Members paid monthly dues, and when they died, the club funded a decent funeral and provided a place in the club's collective tomb. These organizations ensured that even the poorest Romans received proper burial and commemoration, as dying without proper rites was considered a terrible fate. Commemoration also took literary forms. Poets wrote epitaphs for friends and patrons. Historians recorded noble deaths. Philosophers discussed death's meaning. These textual memorials supplemented physical tombs, preserving memory through words. In some sense, as long as names were remembered and stories told, the dead remained present in Roman culture. Beliefs about the afterlife. Roman afterlife beliefs were diverse and often contradictory. Most Romans probably held loosely defined, somewhat vague beliefs drawn from various traditions without worrying about theological consistency. The most common belief was that the dead became manes, shadowy spirits dwelling in the underworld. These shades had diminished existence compared to life. They could not taste food, only appreciate its smoke from offerings, could not feel physical pleasure, and existed in a dim, joyless twilight. However, they retained identity, remembered their lives, and could communicate with the living through dreams or oracles. The underworld itself was imagined as a vast, dark realm beneath the earth, ruled by Dispater and Proserpina. Souls entered through various access points, caves, deep pools, volcanic openings, and traveled past Cerberus, paid Charon for passage across the Styx, and finally reached the judgment seat where their fate was determined. Most souls entered the fields of Asphodel, a neutral zone where ordinary people dwelt. Heroes, and the especially virtuous, went to the Elysian fields, a blessed region of eternal rest and pleasure. The wicked went to Tartarus for punishment. Some Romans, influenced by philosophical traditions, believed in cosmic afterlife. Virtuous souls ascended to the stars after death, joining the divine celestial spheres. From there, they could look down on earthly affairs and enjoy eternal contemplation of cosmic harmony. This belief was popular among aristocrats, who imagined their illustrious ancestors dwelling among the stars. Pythagorean and Orphic influences introduced reincarnation beliefs. Souls underwent purification in the underworld, drank from the river Lethe, forgetfulness, to erase memories of previous lives, and were reborn in new bodies. This cycle continued until souls achieved complete purification and could ascend to permanent divine existence. These beliefs were minority views, but influenced some educated Romans. Epicurean philosophy taught that death was annihilation. The soul, being material, dispersed at death, and consciousness ended permanently. This view eliminated fear of death. You wouldn't experience being dead. And underworld punishment. There was no afterlife to punish you in. Many Romans found this cold comfort, preferring beliefs that preserved some form of continued existence. Christian beliefs gradually spread through the empire, introducing new concepts: bodily resurrection, judgment by one God, eternal heaven or hell based on faith and deeds. These beliefs conflicted sharply with traditional Roman ideas and were initially rejected by most Romans as bizarre and impious. However, by the 4th century, Christianity's promise of personal salvation and eternal life in paradise proved attractive to many Romans dissatisfied with traditional religion's vague afterlife. The diversity of beliefs meant Romans could pick and choose elements that resonated with them. A practical Roman might maintain traditional rituals for ancestors because custom demanded it, while privately doubting the manes existed, or believing they did but not worrying much about afterlife details. The emphasis was on proper ritual rather than correct belief, allowing flexibility in personal theological opinions. Death in war and violent death. Soldiers who died in battle were honored as heroes who had given their lives for Rome. Their funeral rites, when possible, were performed by their comrades, who would cremate the body and bury the ashes at or near the battlefield. Military decorations and weapons might be cremated with them. If remains couldn't be recovered, cenotaphs, empty tombs, were erected to provide a focus for commemoration. The Evocatio ritual, where a commander dedicated himself and the enemy army to the gods of death, resulted in the commander's deliberate death in battle. If successful, if the enemy army was destroyed, the commander became a sacred figure whose self-sacrifice had saved Rome. His body, if recovered, received extraordinary honors, and his memory was preserved as exemplifying ultimate Roman virtue. Violent death, murder, suicide, execution created particular concerns. Murder victims might become restless spirits seeking vengeance. Their families would cry out for justice, and the dead themselves were thought to haunt the living until their deaths were avenged. Proper legal punishment of murderers was thus both civic justice and religious necessity. It allowed the victim's spirit to rest and prevented ghostly vengeance. Suicide was viewed ambiguously. Honorable suicide, to avoid dishonor, torture, or as a political statement, was sometimes respected. Cato the Younger's suicide, rather than submit to Caesar, became legendary as an expression of republican virtue. However, suicide from despair or to escape debts was shameful. Suicides might be denied proper burial, and their spirits were thought to wander restlessly. Executed criminals were often denied normal burial rites. Bodies might be thrown into the Tiber or left on the Gemonian stairs for public view before disposal. This denial of proper burial was additional punishment beyond death, condemning the person's spirit to eternal wandering without rest. Only occasionally were executed persons' families allowed to claim the body for private burial. Deaths from plague or epidemic created practical and religious challenges. Proper individual funerals became impossible when death rates overwhelmed usual procedures. Mass cremations or burials might be performed with collective rituals. These deaths were interpreted as signs of divine anger, requiring expiation rituals to restore Pax Deorum and end the epidemic. Children's deaths and special cases. Infant and child mortality was tragically common in Rome. Children who died before their naming day, dies lastricus, the 9th day after birth, were buried rather than cremated, often at night, without elaborate ritual. They hadn't yet been fully incorporated into family and society, so their deaths, while sad, didn't require the full ritual apparatus adult deaths demanded. Children who died after naming, but before maturity, received funerals scaled to their age. Young children were often buried with toys, rattles, or amulets. Their epitaphs expressed parents' grief. Taken too soon. She brought us joy, then sorrow. He never grew to manhood. Parents might dedicate children's toys to the Lares or to Proserpina, asking the goddess to protect their child in the underworld. Pregnant women who died presented particular concerns. Ideally, they were buried separately from the fetus, which was removed first. Combining living and dead, mother and unborn child, created dangerous religious pollution. However, if this wasn't possible, special purification rites had to be performed. Vestal virgins who broke their vows and were executed received no normal burial. They were buried alive in an underground chamber, which was then sealed. This horrific death was both punishment and sacrifice. Their pollution threatened Rome, and their living burial was thought to expiate it and restore the gods' favor. Gladiators who died in the arena were dragged out through the Porta Libitinensis, Gate of Death, and disposed of in mass graves. However, successful gladiators who retired or died after many victories might receive more honorable burial, with their tombstones recording their victories and praising their courage. These memorials transformed slave gladiators into honored warriors, at least in death. Chapter 17. Magic, Curses, and Folk Religion. In whispered tones, we venture into Roman religion's shadows, the magic, curses, and folk practices that existed alongside official cult. While state religion focused on maintaining cosmic order through proper ritual, individuals sought personal power, protection, and revenge through magical means. Romans officially disapproved of magic, even outlawed certain practices, yet magical beliefs permeated Roman society. Curse tablets and binding spells, defectionis, curse tablets, were thin sheets of lead inscribed with curses and deposited in places associated with the underworld, tombs, graves, sacred springs, or sanctuaries of Chinic deities. Hundreds of these tablets survive, revealing Romans' use of magic to harm enemies, bind lovers, win court cases, or ensure success in business or chariot races. A typical curse tablet might read, "I bind the tongue of my enemy Marcus. May his words fail in court. May the judges find against him. May he lose all his wealth and honor." The cursor would write the victim's name, describe the desired outcome, invoke underworld gods or spirits to accomplish the curse, then roll or fold the tablet, sometimes piercing it with a nail, symbolically piercing the victim, and bury it. Love spells on defectionis aimed to bind someone to the spellcaster through supernatural compulsion. These could be crude. Make Lucilla burn with desire for me, unable to eat or sleep until she surrenders to me. Or they could be elaborate, invoking multiple deities and describing in anatomical detail how each part of the beloved's body should be affected. These spells treated love as magical domination rather than mutual affection, seeking to override the target's will. Circus factions used curse tablets extensively. Supporters of one chariot racing team would curse rival drivers, bind the hands of Felix the charioteer, let his horses stumble, let his wheels break, give victory to the Blues. These curses were taken seriously. Before important races, magical practitioners might be hired to both curse opponents and protect one's own team from enemy curses. Legal curses aimed to silence opponents in court, bind Gaius's tongue so he cannot speak his lies, confuse his mind so his arguments fail, let the judges see through his deceptions. Given that Roman courts relied heavily on rhetoric and that legal outcomes could mean life or death, exile or ruin, the temptation to use magical assistance was strong. The gods invoked in curses were often underworld deities, Proserpina, Dispater, Hecate, or daemon spirits of ambiguous character. Some tablets addressed the demon who rests here, calling on the dead buried in the grave where the tablet was deposited to carry out the curse. This enlisted the dead as magical agents, putting them to work on the cursor's behalf. Amulets, protective magic, and apotropic practices. While curses sought to harm, much magic aimed to protect. Amulets, were worn to ward off evil eye, illness, witchcraft, and misfortune. These ranged from simple knots of thread to elaborate jewelry containing magical inscriptions, precious stones, or small rolled-up spells. Children wore bulla, hollow metal capsules containing protective charms on cords around their necks. These protected children from evil spirits, illness, and the evil eye. Boys wore bulla until assuming the toga virilis at age 16. Girls kept theirs until marriage. The bulla was then dedicated to the lares, marking the transition to adulthood. The evil eye, fascinum, was greatly feared. Someone with the evil eye could cause harm through envious lances, making crops fail, livestock sicken, children fall ill.
Protection included wearing phallic amulets. The phallus was considered highly apotropic, its life-giving power counteracting the evil eye's death-dealing influence, making obscene gestures, or saying protective formulas. Phallic symbols appeared everywhere in Roman culture, carved on houses, worn as jewelry, painted on walls, placed at crossroads. While sometimes humorous or sexual, their primary function was protective. The exaggerated masculine sexuality represented life force and vitality that repelled harmful magic and spirits. Facinus, personified as a minor deity, protected against the evil eye specifically. His image, an erect phallus, often with wings and bells, might be hung on doorways, placed in gardens, or worn as jewelry. Rather than obscene, Romans considered this image protective and even respectable in its apotropaic function. Doorways required special protection as liminal spaces where harmful influences could enter. Phallic symbols, Janus images, or dedications to doorway gods, Forculus, Cardia, Limentinus, protected homes. Some houses had small shrines just inside the entrance where visitors could make quick offerings, asking the household gods permission to enter. Knot magic was widespread. Tying knots while speaking spells could bind diseases, bad luck, or enemies. Conversely, untying knots could release someone from curses or help women in childbirth. All knots and bindings in the house were loosened during labor, sympathetically loosening the womb. The Heracles knot, a complex knot used on wedding belts, had protective and fertility-enhancing properties. Witchcraft, love potions, and forbidden magic. Roman literature, particularly Horace, Ovid, and Apuleius, describe witches, sagae or maleficae, as frightening figures who practiced malevolent magic. These witches allegedly gathered at night, performed disgusting rituals, could transform into animals, flew through the air, and practiced necromancy, summoning the dead for prophecy or magical purposes. Whether such witches actually existed or were literary constructions is debated. Certainly, some women practiced folk magic, herbal medicine, and spellcasting. Whether they did the extreme things literature describes is doubtful. But belief in dangerous witches was real, creating fear and sometimes leading to accusations and punishment. Love potions, philtra, and love magic were commonly sought, usually from older women who specialized in such matters. These potions allegedly made the target fall desperately in love with the client. They might contain herbs, like mandrake, associated with aphrodisiac properties, blood, hair, or nail clippings from the target, and various symbolic ingredients, all prepared with magical incantations. The darker side of love magic was coercion. Love spells often sought not mutual affection, but domination, forcing someone to desire the spellcaster against their will. This magical rape was illegal under Roman law, and women caught making such potions could be severely punished. Men who used them were also technically criminals, though prosecution was less common. Poison, venenum, and magic were closely associated. The same word meant both, as poisoning was considered a magical act. Professional poisoners might be consulted for murder, with herbs providing the physical means and curses and rituals ensuring the poison's effectiveness. Several notorious cases involved aristocratic women allegedly poisoning husbands or political rivals, accusations mixing poison with witchcraft. Necromancy, summoning the dead for prophecy, was particularly forbidden and feared. Necromancers allegedly visited tombs at night, performed gruesome rituals involving blood sacrifices and dismembered corpses, and compelled ghosts to answer questions about the future. Literature describes these rituals in lurid detail, though actual practice was probably less dramatic and more similar to ordinary divination with added necromantic elements. The law against magic and its enforcement. Roman law gradually criminalized various magical practices. The 12 Tables, earliest written law code, 450 BCE, allegedly included provisions against harmful magic, though details are unclear. By the late Republic and Empire, laws against maleficium, harmful magic, were codified and occasionally enforced.
Maleficium legally meant magic intended to harm others, curses, poisons, love spells that overrode will. The penalty could be death, particularly if magic caused actual deaths or serious harm. However, prosecution was irregular. Magic accusations sometimes served as political weapons, accusing enemies of witchcraft to discredit or eliminate them rather than genuine belief in magical harm. Beneficial magic was technically illegal too, but rarely prosecuted. Wearing amulets, consulting diviners, using love potions for benign purposes, these activities flourished despite nominal illegality. Law enforcement focused on harmful magic, particularly when deaths resulted or when magic combined with political conspiracy. Professional magicians, magi, operated semi-openly despite legal risks. They advertised their services, maintained shops or offices, and had regular clients. Their practices included divination, spellcasting, preparing amulets, and providing magical advice. Most avoided obviously harmful magic or disguised it as protective magic, staying within legally gray areas. The tension between official disapproval and practical tolerance characterized Roman attitudes toward magic. Publicly, respectable Romans denounced magic as superstition or dangerous impiety. Privately, many consulted magicians, wore amulets, or used spells. This hypocrisy was rarely acknowledged but widely practiced. Magic was simultaneously forbidden and ubiquitous. Some emperors cracked down on magicians, particularly during political crises. Astrologers and magicians were periodically expelled from Rome, accused of sedition or spreading dangerous prophecies. These purges were temporary. Once the immediate crisis passed, magical practitioners returned and resumed their trades. Christianity's spread complicated magic's legal status. Christians viewed all pagan practices, including magic, as demonic. Christian emperors enacted stricter laws against magic, astrology, and divination, seeing these as allied with paganism against Christianity. However, Christian folk continued practicing many magical traditions, simply Christianizing them, replacing pagan gods' names with saints' names in spells, using cross symbols instead of phallic amulets, but maintaining similar magical logic. Chapter 18: Prodigies, Omens, and Expiation Rituals. In Cautious Whispers, we examine how Romans interpreted unusual phenomena as divine messages and what rituals they performed to respond properly. Prodigies, unusual events interpreted as omens, required careful interpretation and appropriate religious response. Ignoring prodigies risked divine anger, while proper expiation restored pax deorum. Types of prodigies and their meanings. Prodigies included any unusual natural or supernatural phenomena: eclipses, comets, earthquakes, unusual animal births, statues weeping or bleeding, strange weather, unusual bird flights, and many others. What made an event a prodigy was not just its unusualness, but its interpretation as a divine sign requiring religious response. Celestial prodigies were particularly significant. Comets appeared rarely and were interpreted variously, sometimes as divine approval, more often as warnings of disasters or major political changes. The comet after Julius Caesar's death was interpreted as his soul ascending to heaven, but earlier comets had been seen as warnings of war or plague. Eclipses terrified Romans, who saw them as disruptions of cosmic order. Solar eclipses especially, the sun's light being devoured, seemed to threaten the world's stability. Expiation rituals during eclipses aimed to restore proper order and ensure the sun's light returned. As astronomical knowledge improved, educated Romans understood eclipses' natural causes, but this didn't eliminate religious concern. Natural mechanisms were how gods communicated their will. Earthquakes were prodigies of particularly grave concern. The earth itself shaking suggested divine anger of the most severe kind. After earthquakes, elaborate expiation rituals included sacrifices to Tellus, Earth Goddess, special prayers, and sometimes closing temples until they could be ritually purified and rededicated. Animal prodigies included births of deformed animals, hermaphroditic animals, or animals with unusual coloring.
A cow giving birth to a two-headed calf was a major prodigy, requiring consultation of priests and prophetic books. Hermaphroditic animals were particularly troubling, as they violated natural categories, suggesting cosmic disorder. Unusual animal behavior also constituted prodigies. Wolves entering the city, snakes appearing in public buildings, fish dying in rivers, all required interpretation. Birds flying in unusual patterns, fighting in midair, or appearing where they didn't belong were scrutinized for meaning. Statues apparently weeping, bleeding, or moving were terrifying prodigies, suggesting the gods' distress. These accounts might have natural explanations, water condensation, rust, earthquakes causing movement, but Romans interpreted them as divine messages. When statues acted, priests had to determine which god was sending the message and what they wanted. Human prodigies included hermaphroditic births, speaking animals, or women giving birth to monstrous offspring. These required particularly elaborate expiation, often including disposal of the prodigious birth and extensive purification rituals. The violation of natural categories these prodigies represented threatened the entire cosmic order. The prodigy system and state response. Rome developed a systematic procedure for handling prodigies. Local magistrates reported prodigies to the Senate. The Senate then consulted appropriate religious experts, haruspices, pontiffs, or the quindecimviri, who kept the Sibylline books, to interpret the prodigy and recommend expiation. The haruspices were particularly important in prodigy interpretation. Their Etruscan expertise in reading divine signs made them specialists in determining what prodigies meant and how to respond. They maintained their own records of past prodigies and expiations, creating a database of precedents for consulting. Responses varied depending on the prodigy's interpretation. Minor prodigies might require simple sacrifices, a white bull to Jupiter, a black sheep to underworld gods. Major prodigies demanded more elaborate responses, special games, ludi, public prayers, supplications, processions, or even establishing new cults. Particularly grave prodigies might require lectisternia, divine banquets where god statues were placed on couches and offered meals. Or supplications might be ordered, the entire population processing to various temples, offering prayers and sacrifices. These mass rituals engaged the whole community in responding to divine warnings, uniting Romans in religious action. The most extreme response was human sacrifice, which occurred rarely but did occur. In 228 and 216 BCE, after terrible military defeats and consulting the Sibylline books, Romans buried alive 2 Greeks and 2 Gauls in the Forum Boarium, a shocking ritual that Romans themselves found disturbing, but felt necessary to expiate extraordinary divine anger. The prodigy system served multiple functions beyond religion. It provided a mechanism for expressing collective anxiety during crises, defeats, plagues, civil wars. Identifying and expiating prodigies gave Romans sense of control, feeling they could influence outcomes through proper religious response. Politically, prodigy interpretation could be manipulated. Declaring something a prodigy and recommending specific expiations gave religious authorities influence over political decisions. If political enemies controlled religious institutions, they might interpret prodigies in ways that advanced their political goals, using religion as a political weapon. Skeptics existed. Educated Romans, influenced by philosophy, sometimes doubted whether unusual natural events really were divine messages. But even skeptics participated in expiation rituals when ordered. Refusing would be politically and socially dangerous, marking one as impious and unpatriotic. The prodigy system declined during the late Empire, particularly after Christianity's triumph. Christians rejected the entire system as pagan superstition, arguing that God didn't communicate through such signs, but through scripture and church teaching. The last recorded official Roman prodigy consultation occurred in the 4th century CE. Personal omens. Divination practices beyond state prodigies, individuals sought divine guidance through personal divination. Dreams were particularly important as avenues for divine communication. Gods, dead relatives, or one's genius might appear in dreams, offering advice, warnings, or prophecies. Dream interpretation was a skilled art. Dream books, one Critica, provided guidance. Dreaming of teeth falling out meant death of a relative.
Dreaming of flying meant success in business. Dreaming of snakes could mean healing or danger depending on context. Professional dream interpreters could be consulted for particularly confusing or significant dreams. Incubation, sleeping in a temple specifically to receive a divine dream, was practiced at healing sanctuaries. People seeking cures would sleep in the temple of Aesculapius or Serapis, hoping the god would appear in dreams and either heal them directly or prescribe treatment. Priests would interpret the dreams and recommend appropriate medicines or rituals. Everyday omens were constantly noted and interpreted. Meeting certain people or animals at the start of a journey indicated success or failure. Birds flying from particular directions, unusual sounds, stumbling on the threshold, all were potential omens requiring interpretation. Sneezing had omen significance. Sneezing once on the left was unfavorable, on the right was favorable. Multiple sneezes changed the meaning. When someone sneezed, bystanders would say salve, health, or absit omen, may the omen be absent, neutralizing any potential negative implications. Lightning strikes were carefully noted. Where lightning struck, what time of day, from which direction, all these details influenced interpretation. Places struck by lightning became sacred, fulgura, and were enclosed and marked. No one could tread on them afterward, as they were Jupiter's property, marked by his thunderbolt. Romans also practiced various forms of sortilege, divination by lots. One might consult an oracle by drawing lots inscribed with answers, or select a random passage from a sacred text, sortes Virgilianae, opening Virgil's Aeneid randomly and reading the first passage as divine guidance. These methods democratized divination, requiring no special expertise. The threshold between skepticism and belief was often unclear. Educated Romans might laugh at crude omen interpretation while taking other forms seriously. Cicero, skeptical about much divination, still took auspices as augur. The boundaries between superstition, religion, and philosophy were permeable, and individuals navigated them according to personal inclination and social circumstance. Chapter 19. The End of Traditional Roman Religion and Christianity's Triumph. In measured, somewhat melancholic tones, we approach our narrative's end, the transformation and eventual disappearance of traditional Roman religion as Christianity became dominant. This process took centuries and was neither smooth nor inevitable, but by the early 5th century CE, the old gods' temples stood empty, their rituals abandoned, and a new religious order had replaced the ancient one. Early Christianity and Roman persecution. Christianity entered the Roman world as a Jewish sect, but quickly developed a distinct identity. Its monotheism, rejection of traditional gods, refusal to participate in imperial cult, and promise of salvation to all, regardless of social status, attracted converts, but also provoked suspicion and hostility. Early Christians faced periodic persecution, though it was neither constant nor empire-wide until the mid-3rd century. Persecutions often resulted from local conditions, governors responding to public pressure, emperors seeking scapegoats during crises, Christian refusal to sacrifice to the emperor being interpreted as sedition. The most infamous early persecution occurred under Nero, 64 CE, who blamed Christians for Rome's Great Fire and executed many brutally. Pliny the Younger's correspondence with Emperor Trajan, circa 112 CE, shows official policy. Christians who refused to sacrifice to the gods were executed, but authorities didn't actively hunt them. This created a dangerous situation where Christians lived under constant threat but were not systematically pursued unless someone accused them. The 3rd century emperors Decius and Valerian attempted empire-wide persecutions, requiring all citizens to sacrifice to the gods and obtain certificates proving compliance. Christians who refused were imprisoned, tortured, or executed. These persecutions created martyrs, whose heroic deaths inspired other Christians and whose cults became central to Christian identity. The Great Persecution under Diocletian, 303 to 311 CE, was the last and most severe. Churches were destroyed, scriptures confiscated, clergy imprisoned, and Christians forced to sacrifice or face execution. The persecution failed to eliminate Christianity, which had grown too large and widespread by then.
In fact, the martyrs' courage during persecution actually strengthened Christian resolve and attracted new converts, impressed by their willingness to die for their faith. Constantine and the Christian turn. Everything changed with Constantine. After winning the Battle of the Milvian Bridge in 1312 CE, Constantine attributed his victory to the Christian god. According to tradition, he saw a vision, a cross in the sky with the words, "In this sign, conquer," in hoc signo vinces. He ordered his soldiers to paint Christian symbols on their shields, won the battle, and became Christianity's imperial patron. The Edict of Milan in 313 CE granted religious toleration throughout the empire. Christianity was no longer illegal, and confiscated Christian property was returned. Constantine went further, actively favoring Christianity, building churches, granting privileges to clergy, involving himself in theological disputes. He did not immediately forbid traditional religion, and he retained the title Pontifex Maximus, but his preference for Christianity was clear. Constantine's conversion had complex motivations. Genuine religious conviction certainly played a role, but political calculation also mattered. Christianity offered ideological unity for a fragmenting empire, a single god supporting a single emperor. The Christian Church's organizational structure could serve imperial administration, and Constantine's personal religious journey, whatever its sincerity, aligned with imperial interests. Traditional Roman religion faced an unprecedented challenge. For the first time, imperial favor and resources flowed to a competing religion. Bishops gained influence in imperial court, churches were built with imperial funds, clergy received tax exemptions and legal privileges. Traditional priests and temples received less support, though they were not yet actively suppressed. The Emperor Julian, 361 to 363 CE, called the apostate by Christians, attempted to revive traditional religion. Raised Christian but secretly pagan, he openly promoted traditional cults once he became emperor. He reopened temples, restored sacrifices, and tried to reorganize pagan religion to better compete with Christianity's appeal. He even used Christian organizational methods, establishing pagan charitable institutions and creating a pagan clergy hierarchy. Julian's revival failed. He died after only 2 years as emperor, killed in battle against Persia. His successors returned to Christian policies. Julian's attempt demonstrated that traditional religion, even with imperial support, could not recapture the vitality it had lost. Christianity had become too strong, its appeal too broad, and traditional religion too associated with a declining past. The closing of the temples. Gradually, Christian emperors moved from tolerating traditional religion to actively suppressing it. Constantius II, 337 to 361 CE, ordered temples closed and sacrifices forbidden, though enforcement was inconsistent. Gratian, 375 to 383, removed the altar of victory from the Senate House and rejected the title Pontifex Maximus, ending the emperor's official role as chief priest of traditional religion. Theodosius I, 379 to 395, delivered decisive blows. In 391 to 392 CE, he issued edicts prohibiting all pagan worship, closing all temples, and making traditional religious practice illegal. The Serapeum in Alexandria, one of the ancient world's greatest temples, was destroyed by Christian mobs with imperial approval. The Olympic Games, held for over a millennium and connected to Zeus's worship, were abolished. Vestal virgins were disbanded, their eternal flame extinguished after burning for over 1,000 years. The altar of victory controversy symbolized the conflict. This ancient altar in the Senate House had received sacrifices before every session for centuries. Senators traditionally burned incense there, asking victory's blessing on their deliberations. Christian emperors ordered it removed. Pagan senators, led by Symmachus, argued that the altar represented Roman tradition, not necessarily religious belief, and that religious diversity strengthened, not weakened the empire. Christian bishops, especially Ambrose of Milan, argued that supporting pagan altars meant imperial approval of idolatry, which God would punish. The altar stayed removed, and traditional religion lost its presence at the empire's political heart. Rural areas maintained traditional practices longer than cities. Christianity spread from urban centers outward, and remote villages continued old ways for generations after cities had converted.
Pagan itself derives from paganos, rural dweller, reflecting Christianity's initial urban concentration. But eventually, Christian missionaries, sometimes backed by imperial force, reached even remote villages, converting populations and destroying rural shrines. Violence accompanied conversion in many areas. Christian monks and mobs attacked temples, destroyed statues, and sometimes murdered pagan priests. While church leaders officially condemned such violence, they often tacitly approved or actively encouraged it as righteous zeal against demons and idols. The destruction of classical art and architecture was immense. Statues broken, mosaics defaced, temples demolished or converted to churches. Some traditional elements were preserved by being Christianized. Temples became churches, their architecture repurposed for new worship. Saints replaced local gods. A healing spring sacred to a pagan deity became a saint's shrine, maintaining continuity while changing theological framework. Festivals were Christianized. Saturnalia's gift-giving influenced Christmas traditions. Spring fertility festivals became Easter celebrations, and local agricultural festivals were assigned to Christian saints. By the early 5th century, traditional Roman religion was effectively dead in most of the empire. A few senators and aristocrats privately maintained old beliefs, but public worship had ceased. The last pagan elements lingered in philosophy schools, where Neoplatonist philosophers maintained traditional devotion while reinterpreting it philosophically. These schools were finally closed by Justinian in 529 CE, ending the last institutional connection to ancient philosophy and religion. Why did traditional religion fall? Christianity's triumph over traditional Roman religion had multiple causes, no single factor sufficient alone, but together creating irresistible momentum. Imperial support was crucial. Once emperors favored Christianity, resources flowed there: money for churches, privileges for clergy, legal enforcement of Christian norms. Traditional religion, starved of imperial support and actively suppressed, couldn't compete. Religion and politics were so intertwined in Rome that losing political backing meant losing everything. Christianity's organizational advantages helped. The church had clear hierarchy, regular meetings, shared rituals, and defined membership. Traditional Roman religion was atomized: individual cults, no central authority, participation based on family and civic identity rather than personal commitment. Christianity's structure made it more cohesive and resilient. Theological appeal mattered. Christianity promised personal salvation, eternal life in paradise, direct relationship with God, and divine love extended to all, regardless of status. Traditional religion offered none of these. It maintained cosmic order and civic prosperity, but provided little personal spiritual satisfaction. For individuals seeking meaning, hope, and community, Christianity delivered more. Social services attracted converts. Churches provided charity for the poor, widows, and orphans. They cared for sick members, ransomed captives, and supported each other during persecution. Traditional religion had no equivalent charity system. For the empire's poor and marginalized, Christianity offered practical help along with spiritual promises. Moral certainty appealed to many. Christianity provided clear moral guidelines, defined sins, and offered forgiveness through Christ. Traditional religion had no systematic morality. Roman ethics came from philosophy and social custom, not religion. Christianity's integration of morality and religion simplified ethical life and provided religious backing for moral claims. Martyrs' witness impressed pagans. Christians who accepted torture and death rather than renounce their faith demonstrated conviction that shook observers. Martyrdom narratives showed Christians dying joyfully, confident of heavenly reward, forgiving their executioners, and performing miracles. Such courage suggested their faith had genuine power and truth. Internal weaknesses plagued traditional religion. Philosophical skepticism had undermined elite belief. Syncretism had blurred distinctions between gods, creating confusion. The imperial cult's obvious political motivation made it seem cynical. Mystery religions competed with each other and with Christianity. Traditional religion lacked unity and clear theological foundations, making it vulnerable to coherent alternatives. Historical circumstances contributed. The 3rd century's chaos, civil wars, barbarian invasions, economic collapse, plague, suggested the old gods had failed. Christianity offered explanation, divine punishment for paganism, and hope, salvation through faith. When Constantine won power with Christianity's support, it confirmed God's favor. Later Christian emperors' successes reinforced the message that God backed the church. Yet traditional religion's fall also involved loss. Classical art, philosophy, poetry, and the rich cultural world they expressed disappeared or survived only in fragments. Temples were destroyed or converted, their functions lost. The diversity and pluralism that had characterized Roman religion gave way to Christian insistence on single truth and exclusive loyalty. Centuries of accumulated wisdom, ritual knowledge, and religious practice vanished in generations. Some mourned this loss deeply. The pagan philosopher Libanius watched Syria's temples destroyed and wrote bitter laments. The aristocrat Praetextatus told Christians, "You may make me Bishop of Rome, then I'll become Christian too," sarcastically suggesting Christians valued power more than piety. The historian Zosimus blamed Christianity for Rome's decline, arguing that abandoning traditional gods removed divine protection. But these voices were minority, and their concerns went unheeded as the Christian tide swept away the old world. Conclusion: the legacy of Roman religion. In gentle closing tones, we reflect on what Roman religion meant and what legacy it left. Though the old gods' worship ended 15 centuries ago, Roman religion shaped Western civilization profoundly, and echoes still resound. Roman religion's greatest achievement was creating social cohesion across vast distances and diverse peoples. From Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Syria, Roman subjects shared religious vocabulary and practices. Local gods were identified with Roman equivalents, creating a cosmopolitan religious culture that unified the empire. This religious universalism prefigured Christianity's global aspirations and provided organizational models the Church would adopt. The Roman calendar's religious structure persists in modified form. Our 7-day week derives partly from planetary gods: Saturn Day, Sunday, Moon Day. Many month names are Roman: January, Janus; March, Mars; May, possibly Maya; June, Juno. Christian feast days replaced pagan festivals, but the calendar's religious structuring of time continues. Legal concepts developed in Roman religious contexts influenced Western law. The distinction between sacred and profane, concepts of ritual purity and pollution, religious oaths binding power, all entered legal thinking. The Church inherited Roman legal traditions, and through canon law, they influenced secular law throughout medieval and modern Europe. Architectural forms developed for Roman temples influenced Christian churches and later Western architecture. The basilica plan, developed for Roman public buildings and adapted for churches, became standard Christian architecture. Domes, columns, porticos, and spatial organization used in temples informed church design and eventually secular monumental architecture. Roman mythology, preserved in literature, influenced Western art and literature profoundly. Renaissance artists depicted Roman gods extensively. Poets from Dante to Milton to modern writers drew on Roman myths. Psychological concepts, the Oedipus complex, etc., used mythological language. Classical education transmitted Roman myths for centuries, making them shared cultural reference points for educated Europeans. The tension between philosophy and religion that characterized educated Roman thought influenced Christian rheology. Early church fathers engaged with Stoic, Platonic, and other philosophical traditions, creating syntheses that shaped Christian doctrine. The relationship between reason and faith, philosophy and revelation that dominates Western theology began partly in Roman attempts to reconcile Greek philosophy with traditional religion.
Roman religious pragmatism, judging religion by results rather than dogma, tolerance for diverse beliefs, emphasis on correct practice over correct belief, offered an alternative to Christianity's doctrinal rigidity. Though this alternative lost historically, its memory persisted, and Enlightenment thinkers later appealed to Roman religious tolerance when arguing for religious pluralism and separation of church and state. The concept of civil religion, religion serving civic purposes, binding citizens to the state, derives largely from Roman practice. Rousseau's civil religion, American civil religion with its sacred texts and rituals, nationalism's quasi-religious character, all echo Roman religious nationalism, where piety meant devotion to both gods and state. The study of Roman religion itself has evolved over centuries. Renaissance humanists approached it as classical learning to be recovered. Enlightenment scholars used it to critique Christianity. 19th century scholars developed comparative mythology, seeing Roman myths as examples of universal human religious impulses. 20th century anthropological approaches analyzed Roman religion as social system. Each generation reinterprets Roman religion according to contemporary concerns. Modern neo-paganism sometimes attempts to revive Roman religion. Reconstructionist movements like Religio Romana try to practice ancient rites using surviving texts and archaeological evidence. While these movements are small, they reflect continued fascination with pre-Christian spirituality and dissatisfaction with monotheistic alternatives. Whether these revivals capture ancient religion's spirit is debatable, but they demonstrate Roman religion's enduring appeal. Perhaps Roman religion's deepest legacy is its reminder that religious truth is culturally constructed. Romans created a religious system serving their society's needs, adapting it as circumstances changed, borrowing freely from others, and pragmatically judging results. Their religion was neither revealed truth nor primitive superstition, but human creation, responding to human needs. Understanding this helps us see all religions, including our own, with clearer eyes. As we conclude this long, gentle journey through Roman religious history, mythology, and practice, we recognize that the Romans we've studied were not so different from us. They feared death, sought divine help, worried about morality, tried to make sense of existence. Their answers differed from ours, but their questions were fundamentally human. In studying how they encountered the divine, we learn something about ourselves and the enduring human need for meaning, community, and connection to something greater than ourselves. The temples are silent now, the eternal flames extinguished, the priests gone, the rituals forgotten. But the questions Roman religion addressed, how should we live, what happens after death, how do we relate to divine power, what holds communities together, remain with us. In that sense, Roman religion never truly ended. It transformed, its elements preserved and repurposed, its questions asked anew by each generation. And so the story continues, as it will as long as humans ponder life's mysteries and seek the sacred amid the everyday.